Nope, not even close.
Oh, what an idiot. What a fucking idiot.
Guys, very good to be with you. Very excited about this week's draft coming up. It's going to be new for everybody, but I'm very excited to be here.
Well, he's a moron, Stephen Shea.
Welcome, everyone, to the 2021 Barstool NFL Draft Show, brought to you by CrossCountry Mortgage. Go to ccmlens.com/Barstool to get you on the path to home ownership and start building equity today. I am Brandon Walker. I am in my jacket. Roan's in his jacket. There he is. Roan is with me. Stephen Shea, the senior draft analyst, is with me. Boys, we have arrived to the big day.
It's been a long time. April 29th. How long do we have to wait? Last week of April. Can't wait. Everybody's undefeated. We deal in the currency of hope as NFL fans. And today, everybody is 0-0. Everyone thinks they're getting better.
Roan, everyone has hope. Do you have hope?
Why is Steven holding the microphone like he's James Brown?
I don't know. That mic definitely. I have the same one. It has a stand, Steven.
I'm aware. I'm working off the picnic table setup from last year, the kids' picnic table. I don't have a lot of surface area, so that's my situation. That's the truth.
Roan, we have arrived at the draft, big guy.
It's a magnificent night, Brandon Walker. I couldn't be more excited. From Shi Smith to Divine Diablo, from Wisconsin Whitewater to Coastal Carolina, every corner of the college football world will be represented tonight. And for the NFL fans out there, if you didn't win the Super Bowl, this is what you have to look forward to. And in Stephen Shea's case, he did win the Super Bowl, and this is still his biggest night of the year.
Stephen, is this your biggest night?
This calendar year, no, Super Bowl 55, clearly. But, this is my favorite night of the year. Day one NFL draft. First rounders, this is where you build the foundation of your team.
So second biggest night of the year. Also, congratulations on the birth of your daughter a couple of weeks ago. Let's go ahead and we will bring in, we're going to start with First Instincts presented by Blockfolio. First Instincts is talking with a guy that I think is very, very, I think he's got a lot to talk about today. The NFL draft is certainly something that is a big deal any time of the year, but there's a lot of drama with quarterbacks. We're going to bring in Big Cat right now. There he is in the Barstool headquarters. Big Cat, you look very, very pleased.
I am so happy today. I just want to say, Roan, thank you for mentioning Stephen Shea's ridiculous mic setup. He's going to hold that mic for the next 4 hours. You are a fucking idiot, Stephen Shea, but I love you. This is the best day ever. Now, I know it might not end with Aaron Rodgers on a different team, but I think you guys can all, Brandon Walker, when you were a newspaper man down in Mississippi, Roan, when you were a battle rapper, well, maybe that's a bad analogy because battle rapping is pretty sweet. Steven, when you were selling ads for wherever the hell you were selling ads before you got to Barstool, you guys all said to yourselves, I'm not happy. I want to be happy. Life is too short not to be happy. And I'm here to tell you, all I care about is Aaron Rodgers' happiness. He doesn't want to be in Green Bay. He wants to be happy. Let the man be happy, preferably in the AFC, but let the man be happy. It's crazy that the Green Bay Packers are holding this guy hostage. And I've always been a huge Aaron Rodgers fan, and I'm here to tell you, as a huge Aaron Rodgers fan, set him free. Let him go free.
You're a big Aaron Rodgers fan, but you're also a big Bears fan. And at the end of the day, the Bears need a quarterback if you don't believe that Andy Dalton is the answer. Are they going to get one tonight, Big Cat?
Listen, Roan, I like your question. I think it's very professional of you, but I am thinking about just the play in front of me. That's get Aaron Rodgers out of Green Bay. I do not care. This has been the best draft day ever because I've had dread the moment I woke up that the Bears were going to screw this up, and they still will. But if Aaron Rodgers ends the day not on the Packers, this was a success. We could pick anyone off the street with the 20th pick. If Aaron Rodgers is in on the Green Bay Packers, it's a win.
So I got to ask, Ryan Pace, Matt Nagy, you'd think they're on their last leg.
Suck.
But would you be in favor of them moving up to get a quarterback to potentially extend their shelf?
No. Fuck them. They both suck. They're both fighting for their jobs tonight. Of course, they probably will try to go up. Hopefully, Virginia McCaskey and George McCaskey can stand up for themselves one time and be like, hey, you guys are walking corpses. Let's not trade the future for your pick. They're on like their third or fourth quarterback now. Why do they get to do another quarterback? Why? Ryan Pace brought in Mike Glennon. He drafted Mitch Trubisky. He brought in Nick Foles. They brought in Andy Dalton. Why are we giving them another quarterback? No, fuck that. Fuck that. Fire him now.
Big Cat, you are above all a passionate sports fan and an empathetic human being. What would you say to Green Bay fans who maybe are going through some sort of pains today?
Listen, I would say that more than anything, you got to remember the game's not about wins and losses. It's not about Super Bowls. It's not about going 1-4 in the NFC Championship game, which Aaron Rodgers has, but it's about the happiness of the players. They're just kids. So let's just remember that. They're playing a kid's game. They're just kids. Who are we to say, hey, you need to stay here and tough it out when we just keep drafting quarterbacks behind you? Let him free. Let him free. The guy deserves to be free. He deserves to enjoy the next few years of his life.
Rome. Did you forget to charge the keyboard?
I forgot to plug the. I forgot to get batteries for the keyboard. That one's on me. But to be honest with you, I could sing. I could sing with the best of them. You wouldn't have known, honestly, if I didn't just tip my hand and let you know.
So there's a lot of
first pick in.
I don't think
I picked him in for several months.
Well, we don't know that, Stephen Shea.
Imagine being a Jags fan that purchased something off Trevor Lawrence's wedding registry and they don't pick him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Although the first part of your sentence, that's you.
Imagine
like
being
you would buy if you were a Jags fan, you would buy something.
I really would.
Right.
Without a doubt. I still
James
can't go
had a wedding registry in 2015.
This is crazy. Stephen Shea, you've got to put the mic down.
Mark Schlereth. Okay, yeah, the Broncos. That would be great. I mean, he'd love it. He could smoke some weed. He could live mile high. He could do
the mountain air.
Yeah, he could throw the ball even farther. I don't think the Bears have to play the Broncos, and I think we played them 2 years ago, so that would be out of my life for at least a couple more years. Yeah, that seems like a good fit. Let him be happy somewhere else.
Feels like the AFC West is as far away from the NFC North as you can get.
Pretty much. And guess what? It's good for the sport of football. You got Patrick Mahomes versus Aaron Rodgers twice a year. Come on.
It's beautiful. And
that one.
That was an incredible sell. And if it winds up that Aaron Rodgers is out in Green Bay, that means that a young man, Jordan Love, is going to take over, a guy who was drafted in the first round last year. How many quarterbacks are we going to see in the first round this year, gentlemen?
I would be surprised if it's more than 5.
5.
So
I think the Bears could fuck it up and do more than 5.
In the first round,
Steven, Ryan Pace has shit for brains. He could trade everything. He could draft at 20 and then trade everything that he has to get back in the first round and try to draft a quarterback.
So what's going to be interesting is that all along, ever since the Niners traded up from 12 to 3, the talk was, okay, this is Mac Jones. As of this afternoon, that was accurate. Now word's coming out that, it might be Trey Lance, and now all this stuff is happening with Aaron Rodgers, where he is potentially in play for the number 3 pick with a bunch of other players. If Trey Lance goes 3 and the Niners do not pick Mac Jones, where does he slide? Are we going to see an Aaron Rodgers-esque slide where he's waiting until the mid-20s?
Let me throw this out there, though, Steven. The Bucs have obviously the 32nd pick. They have a Super Bowl roster. They're bringing pretty much everyone back. Teams, it's so beneficial to get a quarterback in that first round so that you get that 5th year.
Yep.
We saw it with teams trading back up into the first round to pick them. So I'm not 5 is the safe money, but I wouldn't be shocked if a team, especially with how the draft is set up now, where it's Friday and then Thursday and then Friday night, a team not wanting to go to sleep on Thursday night without their quarterback, maybe trading up into that 32nd pick, knowing the Bucs would be willing to, because every pick the Bucs make in 32 is superfluous.
Whoa, Jesus, dude.
That was a good word. I thought
was
that was well played. So the draft really, I think, begins. Believe we all think that Trevor Lawrence is going 1. That's almost a certainty.
Yes.
Zach Wilson 2 to BYU. And the question you posed, Stephen, the draft begins at 3. Whether it's Trey Lance or Mac Jones, that might depend on what the Falcons do. Does anybody trade up to get a Justin Fields? I think the draft begins at 3, and then Stephen, I think all hell could break loose.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, number 4 has been rumored to be a quarterback. Atlanta has Matt Ryan kind of entrenched as their starter. I mean, he was on Big Cat's podcast, pardon my take, before the season and said he was the best quarterback in the NFC South. We're not that far removed from that. Is this a situation where they move on from Matt Ryan? I'm hearing they're going to go Kyle Pitts with pretty good certainty, but, the number 3 pick is kind of where this starts and kind of everything goes. I would expect Kyle Pitts. Brandon, I know you're a Dolphins fan. Number 5 is also an interesting one. Do the Bengals go, Penei Sewell, the tackle out of Oregon, or do they go Jamar Chase? And then kind of what does that leave Miami with at number 6? Now, I think we could see a very interesting night, and it really does start with number 3. The first 2 picks seem to be in stone.
Big Cat, are you comfortable with all this non-Aaron Rodgers talk?
No, I'd like to get back to. I thought they were going to cancel the draft and let's just trade Aaron Rodgers live on ESPN. Is it Penei Sewell or Penei Sewell?
I thought it was Penei.
Penei Sewell, tomato.
I'm not going to.
You are the senior draft.
But listen. For people who are just tuning in the first time, Stephen Shea is part of my draft department. I expect big things out of him tonight. He does work his ass off when it comes to the draft, mock draft. He did a mock draft live on the Yak. Would you have 5 different mock drafts this year?
6.
The guy knows his stuff front and back. So try to ignore the fact that he's holding a microphone for 4 hours and just know that he knows what he's talking about.
So can you guys hear me okay? I am, seriously. I have put the microphone away, but I feel uncomfortable. I feel much more comfortable with it in my hand. And
can you speak up a little bit?
Put it in your hand.
This feels better.
There you go. That's better.
You know what? Do it.
That's much better.
Be comfortable. You know what? It's not. You're not a style guy. You're a substance guy.
Exactly.
All right, HA, one more player to talk about. Devonta Smith. The day after the national championship game, you ruffled a lot of feathers.
During the national championship game. After the second touchdown, before the third touchdown.
You don't think I gave you sufficient credit for being very, very quick on the draw here? Stephen Shea is the first guy I saw said Devonta Smith won't go in the top 10. Everybody shit on you at the time. Go ahead,
Ron and I both said that he would not go in the top 10. Stephen Shea said he would.
I think we have a gaslighting us now. Later.
Yeah, you're gaslighting us, Stephen. That's not cool. Mansplaining and gaslighting, that's not cool.
Brandon Walker, the host of the show, on record, when the Dolphins were picking at 3, said he would pick Devonta Smith, 166-pound Devonta Smith at number 3. I'd like that on the record.
I'm not real sure why you chose to shit on me.
Yeah, and you care a little bit too much about a dude's weight. I'm just going to say it. Sucks.
I mean, it's crazy to me. First off, he was listed at 175, which guys aren't always accurately listed weight-wise. But everyone is saying size doesn't matter. This guy had 10 weeks to gain weight. 10 weeks to gain weight. I mean, we've seen Brandon Walker gain a ton of weight in 10 weeks. Devonta Smith had all this time to put weight on. He wasn't going to run a 40, so size didn't matter. And he still came in 9 pounds under his listed playing weight. It's crazy to me to think that this guy is going to withstand in the NFL. I do think he's going to be a good player, but like when you look at top 10 picks, they're not smaller guys. Like his frame is just, there is no stare decisis for it. There's no example for it to kind of look back on. Guys drafted in the top 10 are like body beautiful guys. They're Calvin Johnson, Andre Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald. They're not Devonta Smith, who's a toothpick, and he didn't even run a 40. You know, if he was a toothpick and he ran a 4.2, it's like, all right, well, you know, this guy's got certain traits that are desirable, but he didn't do that. He's going to be. Yes. Steven,
it seems like you spend a lot of your time prognosticating where you think he'll go in the draft, almost as if you're trying to predict the draft rather than predict the prospect. What players do you think are better than him as receivers?
Oh, yeah. So a great question, Roan. So as you see on the scroll right now, it's best available. Honestly, my wide receiver 2 is a little bit out there. It's Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota. I think he's going to be a better pro than Devonta Smith. Jamar Chase is my number one, has been the entire process.
And better than Jalen Waddle?
Him and Jalen Waddle are right next to each other. They're interchangeable. I mean, when you talk to teams, some have Waddle, some have Smith. It's all, picking straws. So Smith, I think, is a good player.
You keep doing the fucking thin leg joke.
The thin pegs?
Yeah, he's picking straws. Get over it.
I mean, Devonta Smith, I think, is going to be a good player, but you just can't pick a guy like that in the top 10. You're going to need it's traits over production. There's a guy, Penn State, Jason Owe. He's probably going in the first round. He had as many sacks as Big Cat last year. 0 sacks. He's probably going to be a first-round pick. The guy's 6'5", 260. He ran a 4.36, I believe. It's a traits over production night. I don't think everyone fully understands that.
All right, very, very quickly, as Jacksonville has gone on the clock. Selfishly, Big Cat, who do you want for the Bears?
I actually really just want the Bears to take an offensive lineman because you can't make fun of offensive lineman picks for at least 3 years.
That makes a lot of sense. All right,
it's way down the line. People would be like, "Oh yeah, remember like when we took Gabe Karimi?" It's like, "Oh yeah, he sucked." But the night of, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, that's a great pick."
So the Jags are on the clock. That means the draft is starting. Big Cat, thank you very much for being here. I'm sure you'll be behind the scenes later on. You'll have PMT tomorrow, which will be incredible. Thank you, Big Cat.
I'll see you for the Bears pick.
That is right. First Instincts presented by Blockfolio. Blockfolio, the world's most popular mobile app for cryptocurrency tracking and trading, is giving you the chance to get your own signing bonus during this NFL draft show. They are giving away $100,000 in Bitcoin to 10 new users who sign up between Thursday, April 29th and Sunday, May 2nd. Use promo code STOOLY. All you have to do is download the Blockfolio app, create a verified account, deposit a minimum of $10, and use promo code STOOLY. In addition to the sweepstakes, just by signing up and depositing $10, they will give you a Dogecoin. And with that, the NFL draft is underway, and the 2021 NFL draft show is underway. We will start with the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are somebody they've been on the clock for several months. We've all known who they're taking, but we will bring in a couple of resident Jags. We will bring in Chaps, Uncle Chaps, the host of Barstool's military podcast, Zero Blog 30. Please go subscribe on Apple Podcast. He is not the only Jag with us. We also have the great Doug's from down there in Jacksonville. Coach Doug's right outside the stadium. Chaps, I'll start with you. You know the pick. There's no real suspense, but how are you feeling on this night?
I feel very, very lucky is how I feel. I would have never thought at the beginning of the year, I thought that we were going to stink, be like 5-11 like always. The Jags have been kind of the laughing stock of the league, like between them and the Browns forever, essentially. But we've never had the number one pick. And the first time that we get the number one pick for the first time since 1995, it's a generational quarterback that is in the same vein as Andrew Luck and John Elway and Peyton Manning. He's coming to Jacksonville with a guy that's already beloved in the area in Urban Meyer. I am so excited for Trevor. I think he changes the entire landscape of how not only Jacksonville has looked, but how the AFC South. I think the AFC South now has some real premier talent, and it's not going to be the laughingstock, which is going to be fantastic. We embraced the suck, which you could buy the shirt for a long time in Jacksonville, and now it's going to pay off with young Trevor Lawrence and his beautiful silky hair.
All right, Doug's, you are down there in Jacksonville. What's the mood down in Jacksonville tonight?
It's nice. There's actually a lot of people at the stadium, which is nice. There's a lot of excitement around this pick. I mean, obviously, like you said, it's been coming for months now. So, we all know what's happening, but it's still nice to see everyone come out just to be a part of it.
Roan, do you know where Stephen Shea went?
I think Stephen Shea had to take a dookie, but that is not here nor there. Chaps, a famed dookie man himself. Now, if I'm correct, you were going to be in New York, but you were actually closing on a new home. Very exciting. And is there a chance that you might have used CrossCountry Mortgage for that mortgage of yours, my good friend, because they are a sponsor of this broadcast?
I actually did. I used them, and they are very helpful all the way across the board. It was fantastic. Not only did I use them, but I also used SimpliSafe for the promo code ZBT to keep that new home that I bought through them safe after I had already run the purchase.
I would just like to tell everybody that our senior draft analyst, Stephen Shea, his computer died. So I was so excited for the draft. It appears that he forgot to charge his computer. So let's all...
Computer and Roan's keyboard? What in the fuck is going on here, boys? This is the second year you've done this.
That was really a shot at Ron. Hi, Steven. How are you?
Sorry, I don't know. I was playing with something with Excel with some rankings, and my computer just froze up. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for both of you guys. The Jags haven't won a game since week 1, and it's been a long time coming. This is a fan base that's been starved. They were AFC Championship in the AFC Championship game. What was it? 2017. It's been quite the fall from grace, and now they get a fresh start. You know, as Chaps was saying, generational quarterback. As far as prospects go, he's probably the cleanest prospect to come out, maybe even since like before Andrew Luck. But like, you know, in the last decade, surely he's right there at the top. Trevor Lawrence, really a no-brainer pick. He has, on paper, no flaws.
And perfect for Jacksonville. Like, you talk about the little white hair old bird ladies that love to sing in the choir at church on Sundays. They are going to love this dude. People talked about how he's not going to get money like he would in New York. Completely not true. Anyone who has an advertising dollar in the state of Florida and is a conservative brand, Trevor Lawrence is the most safe dude of all time of coming out of college. Married at 21, been the chosen boy since he was a sophomore in high school. He's everything that you want.
Did you guys buy stuff off his wedding registry? Both of you guys?
I did not.
I did not, but my pal Dilla is the one that really got it started with that. With all the toasters. A $300 toaster, fellas, not for me. You just give me a $6 Sunbright toaster and I'm good to go. I don't need a $300 toaster. Neither does Brandon.
Here's an idea, though. Here's an idea, gentlemen. A clear toaster, so you can see when the bread is ready. Would that be worth $300?
That's kind of what they do, Ron. It's kind of what they do.
I don't mind my toast being a little burnt. It's actually kind of how I prefer it. So why not?
I really don't want to make a big deal of this, chaps, but I'm on a diet and working out every morning, so I don't eat carbs right now. So toast is not really in my vernacular anymore. But I appreciate you shouting me out.
Is the way to go, not cutting things out. That's not sustainable, Brandon. You know that. Ask Che about that. It's not sustainable to do that.
Why would I know that? I don't know anything.
Well, I'd like to say this. I mean, so there's a rumor today that Tebow was working out for a tight end position. I mean, you want to talk about? Sorry, there's
you all right?
Beautiful down there.
You want to talk about something to look at? I mean, imagine Trevor Lawrence throwing a touchdown to Tim Tebow.
Are you talking about former Florida Gators quarterback Timothy Tebow?
I am.
If Tim Tebow is a Jag, I might legitimately switch fan bases. I can't abide that. I can't, dude. I am so tired of Tebow. We finally get this generational type quarterback with a great head coach, and then Tebow all of a sudden meanders his way back into the conversation in Jacksonville. I might be the only person from Jacksonville to say this. I fucking hate Tim Tebow. I wish Tim Tebow would never step foot in Jacksonville ever again.
Wow. I remember, it was probably like 5 or 6 years ago, there were people, if you walked to the stadium, there were people that literally bought signs, like made signs, that like Tebow to the Jags, like Jaguars.com.
They were flying planes, dude. They were flying planes with those little trail things. Sign Tebow. Why? The dude stinks. He hasn't played football in like 5 years now. Couldn't catch a fly ball. How the fuck is he going to catch a pass over the middle?
Chaps, Doug's, I got to ask you fellas, there was a little bit of a report that Trevor Lawrence isn't entirely driven by football, in that he's not going to be completely dismayed and say that's the only thing in his life. Do you think that there's a chance that if things start to go south with the Jaguars, that those words will be brought back up to haunt him?
I don't know, because I think it's so genuine when you've been the chosen fella since you were a sophomore in high school. Like, to come out and say that you have a chip on your shoulder is so disingenuous. I like it. Be like Brad Pitt coming out and being like, I don't have anything else besides movies. Yeah, you do. You have a whole lot of options. You're Brad Pitt.
The pick is in.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right, so we'll find out shortly who the Jacksonville Jags have taken with the number 1 pick.
It's pretty mean right now. NFL Network is airing all the Jags quarterbacks failed pass.
This is the first time also that the Jags pick hasn't gone to a commercial, which I really appreciate.
Oh, that is nice. That is nice. Who are some of the quarterbacks we're seeing? Some David Garrard action, perhaps?
We're seeing some Blake Bortles, Blaine Gabbert. But now it's a lot of celebrating. Congratulations to Jacksonville, Duval County, Trevor Lawrence's new home.
It's a wonderful place down there, Jacksonville. I like it. And Trevor Lawrence is going to be a very good quarterback for a long time in the NFL. At least that's my read on it.
Great take.
Yeah, if we're anointing him, I could get into some of these facts about Trevor Lawrence because it seems like this is a pretty presumptive situation. But Trevor Lawrence actually lost his undefeated streak as a starter in the same stadium where the Undertaker lost his WrestleMania streak, which is
Superdome.
A Superdome, a massive piece of information. Like Chap said, first Clemson and first Jags. First overall pick. He uses Pantene as his preferred shampoo. He loves worship music before a game, and he's weirdly good with babies.
Hey, that's
babies
Tebow. Tebow, he is Tebow. He's good
yeah.
Tebow.
Same type of thing. He's long-haired Tebow.
I hate Tebow because Tebow's bad. If Tebow was good, I'd love it, but he's not. I don't want him anywhere near his stinky little mechanics. I don't want them infecting Trevor.
Does his shoulder surgery, it's his non-throwing shoulder, does his throwing or his shoulder surgery worry you at all?
No, it doesn't, and I'll tell you one reason why. Because this guy's a winner. I don't know if you guys know this or not. High school and college never lost a regular season game in his life. Ever.
But is there a problem with him facing adversity? He didn't have to face adversity ever in his career. That's at least Billy Football's argument.
So Trevor,
I think him and Urban are going to have to deal with that together because Urban doesn't lose a whole lot either. I think it could be a very interesting situation if they start out like 0-4, 0-5. Urban's never had to deal with that adversity, and neither has Trevor. So it'll be super interesting. Luckily, they have some other coaches that have lost a shit ton of games, so they'll have plenty of experience about losing in the building to talk them through it. But I think that those guys are destined to. I think they're going to make the playoffs this year. People say that they're bereft of talent. Not true. They have a great four deep wide receivers that are as talented and big as anybody in the AFC. I think that they are going to make monumental leaps. And if you go back and look at the offensive line, which people say stinks, it doesn't stink because when they had Mike Glennon come in, he didn't get sacked a lot. They gave up a ton of sacks because of the way Gardner Minshew plays.
So here's a fact about Trevor Lawrence. He is a Blockfolio partner and will be getting his signing bonus in crypto. He'll be getting it in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. So that's one thing. He's with Blockfolio. Chaps, congratulations. Doug's, congratulations. Thank you guys for being in the Jacksonville contingent. I believe we'll see you guys again. But right now we're going to bring in a couple of guys as the New York Jets have gone onto the clock. They are probably going to go quarterback. We'll bring on a couple of Jets right now. It is, of course, KFC. And you can check out 1 Minute Man on Instagram. That thing is doing great. And, of course, offensive lineman Willie Colon, who will represent a couple teams tonight. But up first, the New York Jets. Boys, I'll start with you, KFC. So you just saw Trevor Lawrence go. You spent half the season wanting to tank and get him. You didn't. Tonight, you get the consolation prize. Oh, Nick Mangold as well. I apologize. That is my mistake, Nick Mangold. For offensive lineman Nick Mangold, welcome to the show. KFC, I will still start with you. I'll get to everybody. But you got the consolation prize. It appears like it's going to be Zach Wilson. How are you feeling?
He's no consolation prize. I got over the Trevor Lawrence thing as soon as that ship sailed. I moved on. As soon as we knew it was Zach Wilson, I focused on that. He's gorgeous. The pictures out tonight of him in his suit. He's looking as sharp as can be. He's looking like he's an 8th grader. But, you know, we'll forget about that for a moment. The fact that he's going to be lining up against guys who are like 6'6", 375, and he looks like he's in, a sophomore in high school. Whatever. That's all good. I'm ready for it. I think the kid can make some throws. I think he's got the swagger to go in New York, and I think it's going to be like everything we hoped with Sam Darnold and a lot more.
Willie, do you agree with all that? So you're drafting a quarterback, and you're trying to start over. How do you feel about it?
I feel like we've been here before, right? And we continue to suck. I hate it. I think Zach Wilson looks like Elsa from Frozen. It pisses me off.
Listen, I'm trying to be positive, Willie, but yeah, listen. When
it's over. We've been here time after time. Turnover after turnover. You're looking at two men who's a part of the organization who dealt with young quarterbacks. It's not about who's throwing the ball. It's about, excuse me, I'm stuttering like a motherfucker. It's about who's protecting the guy. They don't have an offensive line. They got the stud left tackle, yeah, but it all starts up front. For me, if I'm the Jets, Joe Douglas, a former offensive lineman, knows offensive line play, draft a tackle. You can cap this line. You can get a solid right tackle. You already got a solid left tackle. You can get a center somewhere down the line too. It's all about up front. They could do something up front. That's the way to go. That's how I'm always going to live by that.
So Nick Mangold, KFC is positive. Willie is pissed. Where do you fall?
I'm somewhere in between. So I'm with Willie on the building up front. And I would have been, on board with that if we had Sam Darnold. Right now, we don't have a quarterback, and we need one.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, that's the thing, right? Everybody wants to build like that line, of course, but you got to get a fucking quarterback.
But that's what I love. We have the firepower right now with the 23rd pick to go get another offensive lineman. So we get the quarterback, get an offensive lineman. And guys, I got to tell you guys sound great in my Bose headphone. This is just fantastic.
Beautiful.
Can we talk about Kevin's ridiculous microphone setup? Embarrassing.
Yeah, go ahead, Steven.
I mean,
I will point out, Steven, you are still holding a snowball microphone.
I was going to say, you're talking into a giant ball sack here. This is a regular-ass microphone, dude.
Well, you're talking
This is
into
literally
a penis,
the most common microphone in the world, the Yeti microphone.
Kevin, you're talking into a penis.
Listen. If you see a penis, that's where your brain's going, Brandon. You got big black dick on your mind. I see a microphone, boys.
Kevin, it's very penal. I don't want to be the guy to say it. It's penal. Wrong.
Do 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 do. Pick is in, gentlemen.
Oh
The pick is in, and we will find out very soon if it is in fact Zach Wilson from BYU. Doesn't feel like there's a lot of suspense. If this were in Radio City Music Hall, or if it's in New York, when this pick is announced, what do you think the Jets fan reactions would be, Willie?
It's going to be mixed feelings. I think some people are going to be cheering happy for the selection. Others are going to be pissed off. I think it's right down the middle. But listen, the kid's from BYU. He's a storming Mormon. He's into soaking. Hopefully he could drown his nuts in New York and get it done.
He is into soaking, and I don't know if would it change your guys' opinions if you found out that he's not just a little white kid, but he was actually born in Hawaii and he is of Hawaiian origins. Does that make you look at him any differently?
You're goddamn right.
Not really.
A little bit of flair. Come on. That changes everything, Willie.
I would have known that earlier. I would have been a much bigger fan.
Yeah. Honestly,
I don't give a shit.
I'm trying to not acknowledge the fact that those pictures are utterly ridiculous. I truly can't imagine stepping up in the pros and facing guys who are, your size. I mean, that kid, he legit looks like he's 15 years old, no?
KFC, I'm going to be honest, bro. I would feel a lot better if it was Justin Fields. I'm going to be honest. I've seen tape on him. I've seen him play it.
You're racist.
Maybe that I don't. Well, you know what? I'd rather not talk about that right now. But I want to talk about
He's Hawaiian.
Possibly in the next quarterback.
Justin Fields is my QB2 here. Zach Wilson last summer was a DoorDash delivery guy. I mean, he looks like Chef Donnie's younger brother. An interesting thing with him is he's from Draper, Utah. He's from like right around where BYU is. And he played locally. Now he's going to potentially the most venomous media market there is with the New York Jets. I mean, the back potentially news in the New York Post is going to be Broadway Zach tomorrow. Can this guy handle it? I don't know.
Steven, are you giving
a press conference like Adam Gase? That's all I'm saying.
Steven, are you giving out fun facts right here, or am I the fun fact guy? Who's the fun fact guy? Because that's two fun facts you've given out
Team
already.
dissension over here.
All right.
You're stealing
the pick
fun
is in.
facts
The pick
from
has been
underneath me.
made. It is Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU. His uncle Michael Blue founded JetBlue Airlines. He is now the new starting quarterback of the New York Jets. Quickly, Nick Mangold, how do you feel?
I feel pretty good about it. I'm actually here in the facility right now. We've got a lot of cheering, a lot of claps. So I think the organization is excited, and hopefully we build around them so we're not rinsing and repeating in 3 years.
Willie, are you okay?
I'll manage, Brandon Walker. I'll manage. Shout out to Bose. The earbuds are great.
They are fantastic. KFC, I'll give you the final word on Zach Wilson. Go ahead.
I'm looking forward to seeing his appearance on BFFs and seeing his TikTok with all the other 16-year-old boys. But, yeah, I got high hopes. The kid can make some throws.
All right, thank you, guys. We will see you guys a little bit later. I think you guys are going to be on the clock soon. But right now we're going to the San Francisco 49ers, and now the intrigue starts. Now the drama starts. Is it Trey Lance? Is it Mac Jones? Is it Justin Fields? I don't know. Now shit might go crazy, and when that happens, we go to our NFL draft correspondent. It is the great Nick Taraney, who is joining us right now. Hello, Nick.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. You know, when you look at me, you think that's a San Francisco fan. That's why I was chosen for this. I'm happy to be here.
And Nick, is it true that your straight ass dad lives in San Francisco? Am I wrong thinking about that?
That's right. And so I sent him a text asking about some of the holes in San Francisco, and he sent me a list of guys I've never heard of. So I kind of had to go on my own here.
Unbelievable stuff. So who do you think that they're hoping for? Who do you think that the 49ers faithful are rooting for out there as their next quarterback?
Yeah, you don't trade up unless you're taking a quarterback. It's either Mac Jones or Trey Lance. Mac Jones reminds me of Jimmy Garoppolo. So I don't. If they take him, I'd imagine they'll trade Jimmy. If they take Trey Lance, I think they'll keep Jimmy and let him sit for a little bit. But Jimmy can't stay healthy, so it may force him in early.
Steven?
No, it's
This is kind of the pivot point of the draft, and this was kind of all the hubbub leading up to today. Is Aaron Rodgers potentially in play here? Like, they're on the clock right now. Like, once you make the selection, it's not super likely that it's going to be dealt. And if they are picking indeed for Green Bay, I think that's going to become pretty obvious very soon, because Green Bay also has a first-round pick they drafted last year in Jordan Love. So I think we could see either Mac Jones, which is a quarterback out of Alabama, the Kyle Shanahan selection. The front office wants Trey Lance, the personnel department. Or is this potentially a selection for Green Bay that's going to get moved? This is really where the dominoes start falling tonight.
Yeah, I think that Mac Jones. Okay, please, Brandon, please.
I want to throw out a question. We have heard that the coach prefers Mac Jones. We've heard that the front office prefers another quarterback. We've just heard that. It is lying season. Could there be any truth to that, or has this all been a smokescreen? This all seems like bullshit to me.
There's no point in a smokescreen. They're picking third. The first two picks have been in stone for weeks. So there's really no point for all this to come out. What I think is very interesting with the Aaron Rodgers kind of drama is this could be the beginning of the end as far as the San Francisco 49ers regime. Now, John Lynch, very talented GM, very good player, obviously, Hall of Famer. Kyle Shanahan, very well-respected coach. But those two are clearly not on the same page. And now this Aaron Rodgers thing comes out of the blue. Like, who's going to win this struggle? If they draft Mac Jones, the personnel department not going to be super happy. If they draft Trey Lance, the coach not going to be super happy. Aaron Rodgers is kind of in the middle of that, as far as that would make all parties happy, but that seems not super likely given that they are already on the clock, and Aaron Rodgers is an established player. It's not just going to be a draft pick for draft pick deal.
Yeah, I mean, Mac Jones missed a couple throws at his pro day, and there's some indications that he might have been the beneficiary of a pro-style offense and some fantastic players around him. Nick, what are you hearing about how Mac Jones would fit if he came there, or was it just a smokescreen from the beginning?
I've heard from some insiders that they're comparing Mac Jones to a young Y.A. Tittle, an old 49er. They see a lot of comparisons with Y.A. there. Mm-hmm. As for Trey Lance, he reminds me of a Kaepernick type. So both 49ers. Brandon, you're a big Kaepernick guy. Thoughts on him off the field?
On the field, he was very, very good. Off the field, he's certainly a dude that is a dude, and I appreciate him, and I appreciate you, Nick. So, Nick, I'm going to ask you a question now, and it's certainly not to distract from anything that you've just said. Nick, what's about to happen with the number 3 pick?
I think they're going to take a quarterback, and I think it's going to be Mac Jones.
You think Mac Jones? Why?
I do. I think Rodgers is going to end up going somewhere like the Broncos. I saw the Raiders when I last checked Twitter. Everybody wants him. He'd be a good Steeler, in my opinion. That's unbiased. But I do not think he'll be a 49er.
I mean, Mac Jones. He's going to be good wherever he goes.
That's right.
Mac Jones, only 15 months. Mac Jones only fit. There you have it, Brandon. 8004, etc. But Mac Jones was only 15 months younger than Sam Darnold. So he's up there in age, and he also definitely does not have 2 DUIs. I've also found that out about him throughout the course of his time. He does not have 2 DUIs, which has to be a check in his favor at least.
Yeah, you never want more than 1 DUI. 2 is a little much, especially for somebody leading your team.
And 3 would be just worse than that.
Sure.
His real name, if it is indeed Mac Jones, his real name is Michael McCorkle Jones, and he would be the first McCorkle in NFL history, unless you fellas can think of any McCorkles. But I'm quite sure that there are no more McCorkles, and it looks like the pick is in.
All right, we will find out shortly who the pick is, who the quarterback is. I got to tell you, Nick is here. Subscribe to a new Untold Story on Apple Podcast. Nick loves talking about a new Untold Story. He loves doing a weekly podcast. It's his favorite thing that he does in his life. You guys are doing great.
Thanks, Brandon. Thank you. And if this isn't Mac Jones, I'm ready to renounce my 49ers fandom.
All right, so we will find out shortly who it is. Steven, who do you think it is?
I'm going to go Trey Lance. That's who I think the pick is. It looks like that's where we're leading, which is, again, it seems like a fractured relationship. This is the start of a fractured relationship between Kyle Shanahan and the personnel department. We're getting some news that it is Trey Lance.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Are we breaking that right now ourselves?
Steven, why did you do that? The headphones stay the same. You don't really have to do that.
It's all for optics. Mm-hmm. But Trey Lance, North Dakota State, interesting one. He is a quarterback who has thrown more than 24 passes exactly twice in his career. He's kind of a one-year guy. Had a really great season last year, 42 total touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He plays for North Dakota State. Their season was essentially delayed this year. They did do a one-game exhibition, and he was not particularly good in that game. So a very limited sample size. I'm going to be interested to see how he transitions to the pros. Quarterbacks that we've seen have 1 year of experience have not been very good.
Ron, do you have any facts about this young man?
One thing about this man, Trey Lance, is he absolutely loves his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He was the leader of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes chapter in high school. He, over quarantine, he organized Bible studies for over Zoom, and he loves Joel Osteen, Floyd Mayweather, and he was a silky smooth shooting guard. And he's also a frequent commenter on Liv Cowherd's Instagram. So this man loves Jesus Christ and Colin Cowherd's daughter.
All right, Ron, how about your pre-approved facts?
I do also have some pre-approved facts, if you'd like to hear those. I absolutely can tell you some of those, which I will tell you in just 1 second, my friends.
Right.
San Francisco has about 10,000 more dogs than kids. So if you wanted to buy a house and all those, if you wanted to buy a house for all those 10,000 dogs, the biggest house in the Bay Area is available for approximately $5,650 a square foot, or $135 million. And that's a pre-approved fact from CrossCountry Home Mortgage.
This is honestly crazy, because going into the draft, Mac Jones was chalk until about 10:30 a.m. today, or maybe noon. It's just been a blur. Trey Lance now going. This is going to be a huge domino effect throughout the draft. One team to watch that likes Mac Jones is the Carolina Panthers, who just traded for Sam Darnold. They coached him at the Senior Bowl. The owner of the Panthers, David Tepper, who has been very insistent on flooding the quarterback position and getting the best possible player, met with Mac Jones at the Senior Bowl. Watch out for that one. I would not be surprised for Carolina to take a quarterback. Mac Jones being on the board definitely changes things. Watch out for that.
Well, that was very, very thorough. Nick, you will be back later, but you were here for the 49ers pick. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, guys. Good luck to the 49ers. Was a pleasure.
And you'll never be a 49ers fan again?
Well, Trey Lance has his degree in strategic communications from up there in Fargo. Last quarterback to have that degree, none other than Y.A. Tittle. So let's see how that works out.
All right, thank you to Nick. So we'll say goodbye to Nick, and we'll say hello to him later. Not right now. Another pivotal spot in the draft is this quarterback, or is this Kyle Pitts? We don't know. We'll bring on Atlanta Falcons fan Big T, fresh off his knockout victory on Twitter yesterday, but he doesn't want to talk about that. Big T, Atlanta Falcons. You're a slobbering Atlanta Falcons fan. What are we doing right here?
If I had to guess, I think it's going to be Pitts.
You have to guess.
I do have to. I want it to be a quarterback, to be honest with you.
I would prefer to trade back if at all possible. But if we're picking at 4, I think one of those 2 quarterbacks that's sitting there is going to have a very good career. But I have a feeling they're going to go Kyle Pitts.
What do you love more, the Atlanta Falcons or the Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A by a long shot. Chick-fil-A has never hurt me. The Atlanta Falcons have done so repeatedly.
All right,
There's
Steven,
never been a tight end who has been drafted before number 5 overall. Mike Ditka and Riley Odoms were the highest drafted tight ends in NFL draft history. Does Kyle Pitts have what it takes to buck that trend, Big T?
I certainly hope so. I mean, he's versatile enough that you can line him up in the slot. He could probably play wideout if you really wanted him to. He's a beast. If that's who we pick, I certainly hope so.
So right now, you guys have Hayden Hurst. Are you comfortable running a 2 tight end offense?
I'm not a football coach, but I feel like if you had guys like that, maybe an offense kind of like similar to what Florida had in the early 2000s, those guys were beasts. One of them did not exactly pan out, but especially if we're losing Julio Jones, you need another offensive weapon.
So
now, Big T, a lot of people are calling him a wide receiver. Would you classify Kyle Pitts as a wide receiver? And if so, does it throw off the ratio of how many wide receivers get taken in the top 10 of this draft?
I can't speak to that. As to what I would classify him as, I would classify him as a weapon. He's just a weapon.
Do you like drafting Florida Gators after watching 4 years of them just beat the shit out of Tennessee?
It's not my favorite. We've done it several times in the past. Keanu Neal was an all right player. He got hurt a lot. I think Kyle Pitts a lot better than Keanu Neal, but it does hurt a little bit more that they torment me for years and then I have to cheer for them. Yes.
With Kyle Pitts being described as a weapon, how do you feel about him not being able to fly on major airlines?
Is that a thing?
Mm-hmm.
You can't bring weapons.
We wouldn't just
on
make
planes.
it up.
Oh, so I see. Well, all the planes are chartered, so they're fine. Delta will figure it out.
Okay.
Huh.
That's definitely a problem going forward. But do you realize whose receiving record for tight ends, if that's how we want to classify him, did he break while he was at Florida? Do you realize who it used to be the leading receiver among tight ends at Florida?
Big T, you there? I thought he was talking to you. No?
He could be frozen, or that just might be his face.
I think that might just be him. That's what he looks like at work every day.
Hang on. Hey, am I back?
You never were really here.
Oh, well, my screen went black. What were you saying, Ron?
It's all good.
Okay.
Who used to be Florida's best tight end, most receiving yards? Aaron Hernandez. It's Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh, wait.
The pick is in.
Did you have someone sneak you batteries during this show?
No.
Batteries?
Batteries. For did I say batteries?
Up. I'm getting word. This is actually.
Stop putting your finger to your ear. You're fine. You could.
Brandon, I'm just getting word right now. It's going to be Florida tight end Kyle Pitts. Shout out our talent booker Peggy. Incredible scoop.
Shut up, Siri.
Kyle Pitts. Ron, go ahead.
No, Kyle Pitts, same birthday as Trevor Lawrence. Unbelievable tight end. Faster 40 time than CeeDee Lamb. He went to Archbishop Wood in Northeast Philly, the same high school as Joe Decree, where he took forensic science. His dad is an Amtrak conductor and has been telling everyone that he is a frog who can sing, and that frog is named Kyle Pitts, and this season he's going to be singing in Atlanta.
How you feel, Big T?
Love that he walks shopping malls. Nobody appreciates a good mall anymore.
I agree.
These kids, they just shop on Amazon. It's bullshit.
All right, Big T, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Congratulations on your new tight end. I don't know if you'll be back later. I haven't really looked at the prep sheet anymore, but if you are.
I won't be back later. You guys have a great show.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, brother. All right, so that is Big T. Congratulations to the Falcons. Now at number 5, and if this pick isn't Penei Sewell, I'm going to burn this goddamn house to the fucking ground. Not that big of a deal. Anyway, Bengals are up next. Please take an offensive lineman. I'm going to bring in Dime Package, the host of Dime Package. Follow on Spotify. They are there together in the Barstool office. They are Casey Smith. They are Fran. Hello, I'll start with you, Casey. So the Bengals, the draft, everything's going on tonight. How you guys feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I was just telling Fran I'm happy that you got your dick jokes out of the way early in the show so you wouldn't try to make her uncomfortable on this stream.
Okay, well, that wasn't all of our dick jokes, but we will not make any right now.
Well, I was just making sure that, you were talking to Kevin and Willie and Nick about big black dicks, so I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to do that with a lady in the room.
Our quota for dick jokes is like 90 on this show, but we'll do our best.
Right,
anyway, Fran,
so far.
Let's talk football, Fran. Let's talk about the Bengals. Let's talk about what's about to happen right here. Fran, what's about to happen right here?
I disagree with you. I think they're taking Jamar Chase.
I don't give a fuck what you think, Fran. I'm a Dolphins fan. I have number 6. I want Jamar Chase. I don't want Penei Sewell. I don't want to get up here, and I don't want to get an offensive lineman every single time. I want a receiver. I want Jamar Chase.
You know who else wants Jamar Chase?
Joe Burrow.
Well,
hey, you know that.
Wrong talk.
I think that the Dime Package is one of the biggest Joe Burrow podcasts in the entire universe. Big proponents of Joe Burrow, but doesn't he need some protection as well? I feel like Penei Sewell could maybe be a less flashy option for Joe Burrow. How would you feel if that's who they paired him with?
It would make sense because he does need protection, but also he wants his receiver, right?
Yeah.
He's a flashy guy.
I'm sure he would love the protection, but I think deep down, like, your heart's going to tell you want your pal, you want your friend.
Yeah.
That's the guy that's who he's going to want.
They have a bromance. Like, you can't not pick your bromance partner.
Yeah, or at least suggest to, upper management that you would like your guy.
Plus, I like the idea that Brandon's going to burn his house down. I hope his wife and kids aren't in the house when it happens. But I do like the idea that he's going to lose his shit if that happens.
Oh, my wife left me weeks ago. By the way, if you want to get yourself a pair of Bose like we have for the draft, these headphones right here, they are fantastic. Or like a ton of first-round players will have, go to Bose.com/Barstool to rule the quiet with your own Bose Quiet Comfort earbuds. And they are very quiet. They're very good. I love these earbuds. They're fantastic. All right, Dime Package. We are about to find out who is going to be the pick, and we all believe it's Penei Sewell. Right, Steven?
No, I also think it's going to be Jamar Chase. I think it really is kind of a coin toss between the two. Both players, and this is kind of an interesting case study for the year, both players opted out this past season. They're both, top 10 guys. So it'll be interesting to see how they transition. Jamar Chase looked awesome. There was questions about his, time speed. He ran in the 4.3s. So Jamar Chase seems like a guy, when you talk about it from a franchise view, in my Bose Quiet Comfort earbud, I'm actually getting a scoop. It is Jamar Chase at number 5.
Of course, and also Brandon, he's not going to guys, but he said on Unnecessary Roughness that it was going to be Jamar Chase.
Oh, of course it was Jamar Chase. It's the smart pick, but the Bengals aren't a smart franchise. Why the fuck are they getting smart now?
I'm trying to put it out there in the universe. It's not happening, though.
All right, Ron,
Jamar Chase was.
Chase.
Yeah, he was incredible with Joe Burrow on the year that they won the national championship, along with Justin Jefferson and Terrence Marshall Jr., who all three of them might wind up being first-round picks. But Jamar Chase, his dead grandmother's favorite color was purple. He loves honey buns and crawfish pasta. He's a big Kyrie Irving fan. His biggest fear is snakes. He likes Johnny Deng, Raising Cane, and he doesn't call himself the GOAT, but his homies do.
Oh.
His homies. Yes, I was wondering what they thought.
His homies.
Second most famous.
Brandon,
what's
are
that?
you impressed?
In fact, we're going to be very pressed here in about 4 picks, and I can't wait. So you guys will be back in just a little while. You'll be kind of rotating in and out. I think you'll be back for number 12, the Philly pick. And you'll be here throughout the night. So get comfortable. Thank you for being here, Casey.
Yep.
And Fran.
You'll see us in, I think, 2 more picks.
Also, our Postmates is going to get here right in the middle of our pick. So if we leave, that's because we're going to get our sushi.
Okay, well, let's make sure we give as many free ads as we can, Casey. Okay, so there they are. Thank you very much. We'll get them out of here. We're going on to yes, Stephen J.
Hold on. So I just want to be clear. This is a big reason to stay on this stream because we are breaking picks here. We have people on the inside.
Wait, they haven't made the pick yet?
On television, they have not. So we are breaking the picks.
Like,
hey, girls.
You're back. You're way ahead of schedule here.
We're like, you just don't want to talk to us or what?
That Rome was trying to tell me.
Just slow your roll, Brandon.
The pick is actually officially in now.
It's actually in.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase, LSU. Brandon, you should consider yourself lucky because Jamar Chase had committed to Ole Miss before their sanctions.
Yeah, and then he committed to Florida. He committed to like 9 schools. I don't worry about him.
TCU.
Why do I give a fuck about Ole Miss? A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf went there. They didn't go to a bowl game. I don't care about Ole Miss. That doesn't bother me, Steven. Not a big deal.
That's the biggest lie you've ever told, and you tell lies all the time.
I do.
So, Brandon, you're obviously pissed because you wanted Jamar Chase to pair with Tua. But what the Bengals just did is they paired a stud wide receiver with his college quarterback. Maybe it's time for you guys to pair your stud quarterback with a wide receiver from Alabama?
Well, I think we'll be able to talk about that with Frank in a little bit, but certainly I would lean receiver over Penei Sewell. Getting a tackle is very boring. I just don't want to. I know it's functionally what you want to do in these spots, but I want the receiver. It's a receiver league. It's a quarterback receiver league, and I want a receiver. I don't care if it's Jalen Waddle or Devonta Smith. What?
Are you kidding me? Did you watch the Super Bowl, dude? The Bengals, the Chiefs had nobody blocking, and Patrick Mahomes got eaten alive. It didn't matter that Tyreek Hill was out there running routes and Travis Kelce was out there running routes. They couldn't block the Bucs. It is a blocking and tackling league. It always has. It always will be. It's not a sexy pick, but it's the right pick. Take Penei Sewell.
So did Roger Goodell fall down? Is he hurt? What's the holdup here?
We are just that plugged in.
You had that pick that far in advance?
Plugged in as Stephen Che is, who's about 5 minutes ahead of Goodell at this point.
Do you see this Bose Quiet Comfort earbud just swiftly fitting in my left ear? I'm getting a lot of scoops here, reporting only what is true.
What's the percentage that's 100% true?
I've been given the green light that is 100% true.
It was just an odd way to ask that question.
It was really weird, but it sounded very strange coming out of my mouth that way, but it did. So
50% of the time, it works every time. I mean, actually, our percentages, even last year when I got one wrong, were pretty good.
Yeah, you got
your insiders besides Peggy.
What about your sushi's here?
Yeah, sushi's here.
I guess Casey's going to get her sushi. Rome, what's your favorite sushi?
You will actually watch it all happen right here on us.
It's gonna be magic. So we're talking sushi at this point. It is going to be Jamar Chase.
Announced the pick a little too early.
Sorry, I'm trying. One of the competitive advantages we have. So NFL Network and ESPN have a handshake agreement. They will not break picks. We said suck it to that agreement, and we're going to break picks. If you want to get the info first, you stay here.
Also,
all right, Casey.
About breaking picks are such fucking losers. Like, turn it off then. Stay off social media.
Well,
so Casey, college football question
Casey.
here.
Okay.
College football question here. You and I do the college football podcast, and you were a huge proponent of LSU in 2019. You love Joe Burrow. How do you feel about them, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, getting back together and running it back?
I love it.
It's gonna be so good.
It's one of the best offenses in college football history. We know that and the Alabama offense this past year. But again, like if you're Joe Burrow, you want this 10 out of 10. Like there was no option. Like this was almost as obvious to me as Trevor Lawrence going number 1 overall.
I don't know. I do think there was some discussion about the offensive lineman here too.
In my head, and like Roan said, we are a huge Joe Burrow podcast on the Dime Package. Yep. You and I loved LSU in 2019 on Unnecessary Roughness. To me, it was 100% this was going to happen if he was there.
I never loved LSU. I knew about sexual assault back then. So
I'm talking about the team. I'm not talking about the other things.
I am anti that. Yes, Steven.
No, sorry, I was coordinating.
Steven, you raised your snowball mic all the way to your mouth.
Why are you holding it, by the way? I know that this has been talked about, but why are you doing that?
So I'm working off the same setup as last year with a child's picnic table and a child's stool that I'm sitting on. I'm going to do so for the entirety of the draft. And space is at a premium. I've got my laptop. I've got a monitor. This thing's maybe a foot big, 1.5 feet big. Just don't really have the real estate. And I don't really trust it being so far away from my mouth.
That's what she said. Brandon?
Roan, you haven't talked in a while.
No, and I'm here for it. I'm here for the dialogue. I'm here for the back and forth, but I'm also here to talk about Jamar Chase and why he wound up as the number 1 wide receiver in a year when he didn't play, in a year when Devonta Smith and Jalen Waddle both put up fantastic numbers, and other guys like Elijah Moore put up incredible numbers down at Ole Miss. And I think it's because of his size profile. He put up really good numbers with his last year with Joe Burrow, but he's just bigger than these other receivers. He's an honest 200 pounds. And as Stephen Che has mentioned multiple times, that he is big enough to be drafted this high in the draft, because if Devonta Smith was this big, with his production being similar to what Jamar Chase's production is, he would be going this high. So it all comes down to those extra 40 pounds between 160 and 200.
All right, so I jumped the gun earlier getting you guys out of there. Now you got to get out of here. We will see you again. We'll see you for the Eagles pick. Enjoy your sushi. That is the dime package, and they will be back on the show frequently tonight. But we will bring in the man, the myth, the legend himself as the Dolphins are on the clock. And one of the number one is 1A, 1B, really. One of the top Dolphins fans at this company is Frank the Tank, and he is joining us right now. Frank, you already look mad. Nothing's happened.
Well, of course, the Bengals took Chase.
Mm-hmm.
The Dolphins better not fucking take Sewell. They better not fucking take Sewell. Sewell will be pushed around like a fucking sack of potatoes. He will be the biggest tight end bust since fucking the incredible bulk, Tony Mandrich. He will be just awful, terrible, and the Dolphins will still not have anyone for Tua to throw to.
Now, go ahead, Ron.
No, I just wanted to point out. Did you call him a tight end bust, Frank? Because I think he's a tackle.
I said lineman bust since
okay.
Tony Mandrich.
He said lineman.
Okay, that's my mistake there, Frank. But it seems like you've already resigned to not liking this pick, Frank. What would be a pick that you did like, or do you just like being unhappy?
I want one of the Bama receivers, Devonta Smith.
Jalen Waddle.
Oh, Jalen Waddle, yeah.
I think I want that too, Frank. As me and you are both Dolphins fans, and we talk about it a lot. We're probably going to go to games together one day. But I just want a receiver here. It's a receiver league, and I want the receiver. Steven tells me the right pick is Sewell.
I'm tired of the Dolphins continually drafting linemen that just.
But fellas, they're gonna take the lineman. Why would they trade up from 12 to 6 after that trade for a wide receiver? I mean, Steven Drayton. Scenario they
got linemen. They need someone for Tua to throw to. He had guys that hands of stone. He was trying to Venus goddamn DeMilo.
Well, fellas, I have some good news for you. The pick is in. I wonder who it's going to be. Shortly. But Steven, can you back me up here that they're not going to trade from 12 to 6 to take a wide receiver in this draft when they could have just stayed at 12 and not given up next year's first rounder, which they gave up to the Eagles?
If it had been Chase, though, they definitely would have taken Chase.
Well, yeah, so I think there's a lot to kind of unpack here. Is that the Dolphins did trade down from 3 to 12, went back up from 12 to 6.
Skill position players. You need skill position players.
I mean, the game is in the trenches, Frank. It's black.
But they're doing basically just me. This is what I'm talking about, the Dolphins. For 20 years, they've been jogging in place.
Oh, my goodness.
7-9.
Frank.
7-9 is
Frank,
so damn fine.
Frank, we have breaking news. I will allow Steven to break it. Frank, just relax. Break it, Steven.
Brandon, you take this one. You got it.
No, Steven. I feel very good that you should take it.
It's your team, Brandon. It's all yours.
Even say the goddamn pick, man.
With the 6th pick, are we sure we're breaking this?
Why are you stopping now? Yes.
Hit it. It's your team. They fucking team, Brandon. Hit it.
We'll find out in a minute. I can't. I'm the host. You're the breaking news guy.
You guys got it.
Say it. It's Jalen Waddle.
We believe it's Jalen Waddle.
Indications are that it is Alabama wide receiver Jalen Waddle. This would be a shocking pick.
Really?
I mean, his draft position over-under was about 12.5.
He had nobody that could catch the ball over 10 yards last year.
I mean,
so the last two picks,
wide receiver 2 years ago.
The last two picks,
always hurt. He is always hurt.
Why are you mad? This is who you wanted.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's who I wanted. He's trying to tell me that I want Penny Sewell, who only played 2 games in college and opted out 2 seasons.
But you don't have Penny Sewell. It looks like you're going to have Jalen Waddle, and we're going to have Jalen Waddle. We're going to get the receiver that we wanted.
This is truly incredible because Stephen Che, there was even a bet involved saying that if there were 2 receivers taken in the top 10, that you would be demoted or something like that, or you would have to do something crazy. We didn't think that it was going to wind up being 2 in the top 6, but I mean, the pick's in, and it's truly a jarring information. Just truly shocking. Jalen Waddle is a Miami Dolphin.
There's someone that Tua is familiar with, someone that Tua is connected with. I think this is a beautiful pick. Devonta Smith has all the headlines, but as Brandon talked about, he is only 166 pounds, and that is quite concerning.
Almost certain I never said that. That was Mr. Stephen Shea. He just keeps talking about it. But anyway, Jalen Waddle is the pick. The last two picks have been a quarterback and a receiver getting back together after college in the pros. That is awesome. Roan, it looks like we got something else on this pick.
Yes, we have the Blockfolio Tales from the Crypt. And our Blockfolio Tale from the Crypt here is that the total value of the scheduled contract for the sixth pick is $25,638,066, which is equal to just about 475 Bitcoin. So no matter how you slice it, Jalen Waddle just got rich. Now, a little on Jalen Waddle himself. He caught Tua's last touchdown. He has 2 dogs. He's fast, but his fastest 100-meter time is still less than Devonta Smith's. He went to Episcopal High School, the same high school as Spurgeon Wynn. Is from Bel Air, Texas, the same town as Randy and Dennis Quaid, and he used to have a massive crush on Miley Cyrus in 2017.
Wow, big information. All right, Frank, before I let you go, I'll give you the final word. How do you feel?
This is the pick. This is a good pick. I wanted him or Devonta Smith if they couldn't get Chase, so I'll take this pick. And he could be a punt returner too, because they said he has. NFL Network says he has ludicrous speed.
Ludicrous speed. All right, so
that means
we
he's
will
going to
roll
go
out
straight
to
to
the next
the
pick. But Frank, we will have you back later at 18, and we'll do this all again with you because the Dolphins are back on the clock in just a little bit. So we say goodbye to Frank right now, but we say hello again to the dime package. I didn't realize they were coming back so quickly.
I tried to tell you.
Yeah, you just weren't listening to us.
That's correct. I was not, but you guys are back. I appreciate it. And so how have you been? What you been doing since we last left you?
Our food got here.
Our food got here, and I was just going to eat it on air, and Fran said it's too early in the night to be so disgusting. So
yeah, I did.
You can thank her for that.
Well, it is 9:06. I think it's plenty of time to be disgusting. It's fine. But so now we have the Lions on the clock. They need wide receiver. It's in already.
We're moving quick here.
Are you surprised that Jalen Waddle went before Devonta Smith?
Not really. I feel like Jalen Waddle's a better prospect in the pros than Devonta Smith. Steven, he's got the finger on his ear.
We got some breaking news. It's going to be, they ran this card up. This was a very fast one. It's going to be Oregon offensive tackle, Penei Sewell. We had him going as early as number 5 to Cincinnati. Falls a little bit. Detroit was a team that was looking to move back. They're a team that needs to protect Jared Goff. He's not a guy that thrives, with a rush in his face and is able to avoid that. Penei Sewell is going to offer some protection. Big move here for the Lions. They ran this thing. I don't know if I've seen a draft pick get announced that quick ever with a full clock.
They were clearly ready to go there.
I should caveat, they haven't announced this on the draft, but this is our scoop right now, exclusive to Barstool Sports.
Oh, you are scooping this. I thought so is the pick actually in?
The pick is in, but Roger Goodell hasn't announced it yet.
I see. So once again, Stephen Shea has scooped the competition because he doesn't give a fuck about their agreement. Stephen, so this guy, when he was coming out or going into last season, he was thought to be a top 3 pick, maybe even in the mix for the number 1 pick. I guess he didn't fall far. He's at number 7, but for some reason teams shied away. I guess they just had other needs. But why is it seems like low for a franchise tackle like this?
Yeah. When you look at last year, and there were 4 tackles taken in the top 15. Austin Jackson, I believe 18 to Miami, but he wasn't. There was a clear top 4 last year. And grading out Sewell versus those guys, he probably would have been 5th. So he's not quite up to that class, but he's still a really good player. We see some video of him here catching a pass. He's a great athlete. He's very young. When the season starts, he's not even going to be 21 years old. He's 6'5", 330 pounds. He can move. He was Justin Herbert's blindside protector. Thought that could be a potential trade up with the Chargers, but very interesting pick. The Lions clearly need to upgrade their protection game with Jared Goff under center. I love the pick here.
What do you think this means for Devonta Smith? How far does he fall?
I don't think
that is a great question, Casey, because he's definitely fallen out of the top 10. Well, I would actually put Carolina as a potential maybe here, but at 9 we got Denver. At 10 we got Dallas. We also have Justin Fields still on the board, so we're seeing him slide. Mac Jones also projected number 3 pick as of this morning, still on the board, and we're going into the 8th pick. So 2 quarterbacks left. Rashan Slater, still another tackle on the board. So I would think this means Devonta Smith, assuming he gets by Carolina, who has 2 good receivers in Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore, he's going to be out of the top 10. I'm going to look like a goddamn genius.
You took forever to get to that point, but because that's all you were going. You were going to that, saying that you were right. Anyway, ladies, we appreciate it. Enjoy your sushi again. You'll be back in a minute. Right now, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock, so we turn, of course, to our Panthers super fan. It is Caleb Presley. He is joining us right now. Check out his podcast, 51 Strokes, on Apple, and follow his journey as he tries to become a pro golfer, and he is not with me. I'm sorry I didn't see the chat. I'm just going to be honest. Caleb will be here later.
Don't worry about it. But first off, we can talk about Penei Sewell. But second of all, I don't know why Stephen Che's trying to take a victory lap when he's saying that receivers don't get drafted in the top 10. We've had 3 pass catchers taken already. You have to take some kind of accountability for that, Stephen.
How many?
3 pass catchers.
Pass catchers.
Yeah, I said what I said.
I mean, Kyle Pitts is a tight end, but receivers historically don't get drafted super high. We've seen 2 in the top 10. My prediction still stands right now. Devonta Smith not going to be a top 10 pick.
You also predicted that there wouldn't be 2 in the top 10.
There he is. Okay, so we have got Caleb Presley. Again, check out that podcast, 51 Strokes, on Apple. Hello, Caleb.
How you doing, Brandon? How you doing, Ron? And how you doing, Stephen Che?
That lighting is doing you no favors, Caleb.
I think it looks great.
And your actual look is doing you no favors.
So Caleb, as somebody who has been the senior draft analyst here at Barstool in your time, how do you think Steven's doing tonight?
Well, let's be honest. This is a shot for Steven. It's a chance for him to prove himself. It's one of those. It's almost like have you ever heard of Make-A-Wish, the foundation?
We have.
Who I donated to. I want to say I donated some Bitcoin to because I knew Steven was going to be involved, and so that's why. Anyways, he's here tonight. He's doing a.
What is that face, Stephen Che? Did you just make a face?
I'm sorry, we got the pick is in. Caleb, please proceed. I think we're going to be a few minutes early on this one.
Well, what do you think, Steve? Tell us what you think, Steve.
It's going to be my quarterback number 2, Justin Fields. So,
whoa,
Justin Fields, Ohio State. I mean, the Panthers just got Sam Darnold.
I don't think that's true, Steve. What makes you think it's Justin Fields, Steve?
I mean, I got people in my ear telling me it's Justin Fields, so I'm going with that.
Who?
Okay, yeah, let him break it. Let him break it down.
I mean, Caleb, I got sources. I protect them. It's what you got to do. I'd go to jail for those guys.
All right, Shay. So what's Carolina getting in Justin Fields?
I mean, Justin Fields, outstanding player. He grew up actually very close to Trevor Lawrence. They were always kind of the number 1, number 2 guys in the country out of the state of Georgia. But Justin Fields, outstanding player. I mean, we saw it on display in the semifinal game against Clemson. Took a huge shot to the ribs, comes back, 6 total touchdowns in that game. This is a very interesting fit. I mean, Matt Rule and his offense, Justin Fields is a terrific fit for that, especially with his mobility.
No, I hate this pick. I disagree, Steve. I don't think this is a good pick for us.
Okay. Who would you have preferred, Caleb?
I just don't see how we're possibly taking Justin Fields, knowing what I know about the franchise. I just don't see it.
Okay. Well, you're certainly entitled to that opinion.
But Justin Fields, I mean, at the beginning of the draft, he was considered by some to be maybe a threat to Trevor Lawrence. Like he was in that conversation at one point this year. Should you take Trevor Lawrence or should you take Justin Fields? Then guys like Zach Wilson are jumping him. Then guys like Trey Lance are jumping him. I mean, Justin Fields has had an incredible college career. He originally committed to Penn State. He went to Georgia for a year. He was trying to roll with your guy, Brandon Walker, Joe Moorhead, but then he wound up at Ohio State, and he had an incredible season. So it's just this is a crazy pick for them because you saw what the Panthers just did at wide receiver, or I'm sorry, at quarterback. The fact that they traded Teddy Bridgewater for only a 6th-round pick, but they just got Sam Darnold. It's very weird to me. But if Justin Fields is the pick,
but is it?
So, Steven, what do you make of Sam Darnold and Justin Fields both being on the same team?
Well, I mean, let's take a look at the contract. So Sam Darnold was the number 3 pick in the draft a couple of years ago. He's in his 4th year. He's a very affordable contract now. Despite after the trade happening, there were reports that the Panthers were going to pick up Sam Darnold's 5th-year option. That has not been done to date. So right now, at this moment, he's on a 1-year deal. I do expect them to pick that up even after this, but he's essentially on a 1 to 2 year audition with Justin Fields waiting in the wings. So David Tepper, the new owner, wanted a quarterback. They're going to flood the position to get the best possible guy, and that's what they're doing.
No, listen, I'll say this.
The pick is officially in, Caleb. Sorry to interrupt
I'll say this.
you.
Listen, I was just gonna say I just don't think my trust in Stephen Shea has always been at an all-time low. If this is the case, I'll take it as a Panthers guy. But at the same time, we've got to look at who we're listening to right now. And I'm sure you guys have realized that at this point in the broadcast.
He hasn't steered us wrong tonight.
Yeah, he was right on the Jalen Waddle pick, which was that one was a little bit unexpected. I guess this one's a little bit more chalky, but yeah, it's an interesting pick because we're at a crux in the draft where guys like Mac Jones are starting to slide. A lot of the quarterbacks have been taken. So it just if you're reading the tea leaves, which it seems like Steven is, it seems like, I mean, you have confidence in this guy, right, Steve? Or guys, whoever it is?
Yep. In these people, absolutely. But Caleb, this kind of spells the end of the Devonta Smith top 10 because Denver, who is up next, took a receiver in the first round last year in Jerry Jeudy, as did the Dallas Cowboys, who are sitting at 10 with CeeDee Lamb. So how do my nuts taste?
Why can't you wait until you get out of the top 10 before you crown yourself?
Did you just ask me how your nuts taste?
Correct.
Steven, as a Bucs fan, what do you think about this pick? This guy's coming into your division, and long after Tom Brady is going to be gone, he's going to be a quarterback. Justin Fields is going to be a quarterback there with the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, as a Bucs fan, honestly, I hate it. Justin Fields is my 4th ranked player in this draft, quarterback number 2, right after Trevor Lawrence. So he's a really good player. I mean, if I were the Jets, I would have highly considered Justin Fields at 2 and probably taken him. We're not in the interview rooms. You know, teams have certain guys that they want.
Steve, there's a reason why you're not in interview rooms.
Yeah, because I am not an NFL personnel person. Correct.
But
what about? Well,
Justin Fields.
I was just reading a lot of stuff. They said that we were going to get a Phillip, Steve.
Jalen Phillip, the edge rusher out of Miami.
Oh, Phillip. No, Phillip.
Just Phillip.
Philip something. So Justin Fields, his sister was a 6th grader who went 33-0 in basketball, and she won her tournament MVP. He was a big base. Wait, why is it saying J.C. Horn?
Steven.
Did you just? It's saying J.C. Horn. Did you fucking get this fucking wrong? Are you fucking kidding me?
You guys.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Kidding?
Hey, Steven, how are my nuts?
Oh my God.
We just spent 5 minutes talking about Justin Fields.
And also, Steve, did anyone expect anything different from our senior draft analyst? You're more anal than you are is, brother. That's a fact.
Wait a second.
Wait, how is this fucking possible?
Wait a second.
I have a feeling that this is an inside job.
I got a feeling that I'm not surprised one bit. So should we carry on with our? Let me write some notes down about.
Wait, it says don't announce. It says don't announce.
Steve, this is 2 years in a row. This is 2 years.
2 years in a row at the Panthers pick. Yes, with Caleb. Caleb on
Steve. Oh, Steve.
Caleb, will you ever get over this?
Fast. Let me just write this down so I can take some notes because you know, guys, that I'm the head of the department, so I just need to write some notes about Steve. Wait, so Steve, can you say one more time who you said the pick was, just so I can get this right?
Yep, Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. Okay.
Just want to apologize to the sponsors.
Fields, and that's F. Is that spelled like a traditional field, like you would throw a football in?
Yes.
Okay, Fields.
Not Philip something. Justin Fields.
And then fill up your crevices with my fucking dick. Is that what you're trying to say? Wait, and so who did get picked?
J.C. Horn, cornerback out of South Carolina.
Okay, JC. Wait, hold up. JC.
Spelled out, JC.
Okay, so that puts you. Wait, so you're doing? How many years have you been doing this for, Steve?
As far as what, this show?
Yeah, how many years? I'm just getting my notes correct.
This is a rough one. I had a feeling this was an inside job because the Jalen Waddle pick was.
How many years?
I didn't announce it on air.
I need to get my notes correct.
Hey, Big Cat.
The notes.
Steven.
Is this you? Is this you?
Check your insider's phone. Check your phone.
You son of a bitch.
Oh my. Dude, I had Stephen J thinking that I was working in a war room tonight. I have a burner phone.
How'd you get the other pick so far in advance?
I got sources.
What the hell?
Hey, Steve,
we actually have everyone, PFT, Billy, Jake, Hank, we've all been working overtime to get the picks.
God
We've
damn
been working the phones. We nailed the first 7, and then we fucking got your ass.
God damn it. The Jalen Waddle pick was very slick because that one, I always thought this could be a potential inside job because the area code was fishy. But I went with it, and the Waddle pick convinced me. I held back on that because I thought that could be a setup, but bravo, you got me with Caleb on the line.
I have a burner phone, and Steven texted today at 6 o'clock. Hey guys, starting a new chain with our draft insider. We use office manager Brett as an alibi. He's a Brett Merriman's friend. Who
it was also perfect alibi. That was super suspicious in its own.
Hey, and then Steven, being Steven, said, "Hey insider, Rodgers is traded tonight. Thoughts?" And then he asked, "Hey, insider, no worries." Or no, he said, "Hey, insider, is there any shot Mac goes number 3 or is it done, Rodgers or Lance?" You were very pushy to me as an insider. I felt like, what if I was actually in a war room?
He called you insider.
I mean, that's what they asked to be called.
I mean, what if I was in a war room trying to get the draft
Steve,
picks?
you don't want to see my notes.
Me.
You don't want to see my notes, Steve.
Yes,
what are the notes?
Come on.
Steve,
show us.
I'm not surprised. Steve, before I leave, I know you guys got to get out of here. There's other things going on besides Steve being wrong, which we already knew was going to happen. But before you let me go, Steve, you want to apologize for the thing you said about your nuts?
Now my nuts taste
I will retract it right now. I'm going to ask you again in about 20 minutes after the 10th pick comes up, and Devonta Smith is not taken yet.
All right. But the only thing I want to say about the Panthers, on a serious note, sorry, Big Cat, just before I leave.
I'm actually happy.
In a real draft analysis, I really was hoping that we were going to take the guy from Clemson. What's his name? Travis. Steve, what is it, Travis? The running back. Yeah, eat the end of this dick.
Is he wearing a suit? Are you wearing a suit?
Steven, do you want me to keep texting you as an insider?
I mean, if you guys have the picks, then yeah. I mean, this was our competitive advantage. I knew it. I knew
we
it.
Nailed
Everyone
the
was being
first
so
7.
weird. It was a very so to give everyone the story, there was a very fishy text that, and I thought that this was a Roan job because
but you believed it the whole time.
So someone texted a guy who used to work with us, Brett Merriman, who I think we're all friendly with, and no longer works for the company, texted Roan that he had a guy. Brett did intern at the NFL with the team, and he said he had a guy who was still in the NFL and was willing to tip picks early. So I reached out to them. It took them a very long time to respond, so I was a little bit.
I was in a fake war room.
And the area code was, I think it's a New York area code, but that doesn't disqualify anyone from anything. So I was a little bit nervous about that. But then the back and forths today were not very fast. So I have a couple other people I'm talking to that are pretty quick with this stuff. This was very long, but the picks that we were getting tonight were all spot on and all very early, very early. So,
I did have one real source, and just so you know, I wrote all of Brett's text messages to both you and to Roan. I typed the text messages to Brett, and then Brett would send it to you and send it to Roan. So you were just talking to me the entire time the last 2 days.
Wait, so Roan wasn't in on this?
No, Roan was in on it too, but I wrote all the and Jeff D. Lowe. Jeff D. Lowe was texting you from the burner. I was writing the text and sending it to you.
Yes. So we had to pull the curtain back a little bit, there's a chat in here, and Jeff D. Lowe is video producing. And when I pulled back on the Waddle thing, everyone was like, break it, you're being weird. I thought that was an area that I could potentially step in some dog poo, and I avoided it. And when Brandon was saying he wouldn't release it, I had a feeling, but yeah, thank you, Jeff D. Lowe. When Brandon was saying he wouldn't release it, I was a little fishy. But then when you got,
I'm the host.
Steven, I'm just reporting the Broncos are taking Surtain.
There it is.
First reported here.
We're actually getting picks pretty quickly in here. I'm saying, Steven, we can keep the illusion. We can pretend that you're still have an inside source. If you'd like, I will still send you them.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
I gotta get Nick
You had
in
to
here
know this
too.
was gonna happen. I had to demote you.
I had a very good feeling, and that's why I was being cautious. But I mean, you guys tricked me. You had him so early in the Waddle one, convinced me.
One last thing before I go. We obviously the cherry on top was having it be the Panthers pick. So Caleb was part of it, and you were just shitting down Caleb's throat for 6 minutes only to be wrong.
Well, if I'm being honest, so all this sucks for me, but I am a Bucs fan first, and if the Panthers got Justin Fields, that would have really sucked. So
here we go.
I'm okay to win tonight.
That's why you're Stephen Shea. You always bounce back. I'll see you guys later.
All right, thank you, Big Cat. Let's bring in Nick very, very quickly. The pick is in for the Broncos. We'll find out who it is. Nick is returning. He was once in San Francisco. Now he's our Denver correspondent. So I believe Nick's with us now. Hello, Nick.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me again. You know I bleed orange and blue. I'm excited to be here for the Broncos.
So, Stephen Shea, who was this pick?
I mean, I'll tell you in a moment. It's officially announced on TV. It is Patrick Surtain II, cornerback out of Alabama. I mean, he's a pretty safe pro prospect. His dad was an all-pro corner and a Pro Bowl corner, so it's a good fit. Vic Fangio loves corners. They did just trade for Fuller from the Bears, so it's not necessarily what I would consider their biggest need, but they're definitely beefing up their secondary. It's interesting to see them passing on Justin Fields. I mean, Justin Fields, who I thought was just taken at 8, is on the board, and the drop is falling. So we've seen him mocked. Charlie Casserly was commonly mocked for his mock with Justin Fields going 24 to the Steelers. Chris Sims had Justin Fields 32 to the Bucs. I mean, I think we're going to see some teams start to move. Maybe the New England Patriots, Chicago Bears, Washington football team, all in play here.
All right, so Ron, do we have a pre-approved fact on this?
We, of course, have a pre-approved fact on these Denver Broncos. This is a cross-country mortgage pre-approved fact. Denver brews more beer than any other city in the nation, with over 200 different beers brewed each day. So if you're looking to rent a place in the Reno area of Denver with plenty of breweries, it'll cost you about $17.50 a month on average. And that is the cross-country mortgage pre-approved fact. Now for some facts on Patrick Surtain. Of course, Patrick Surtain's father was drafted by the Dolphins in 1998. He was the 44th overall pick in the same draft as Peyton Manning and Randy Moss. Now, he just went number 9th overall in this draft. The number 9 pick in that year was Fred Taylor, a running back from the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Patrick Surtain was a pretty privileged guy. He lived in a beautiful childhood home that was about 6,300 square feet in Plantation, Florida. And my sources are telling me that he got that with a cross-country pre-approved mortgage.
Why rent when you can start building equity? Go to ccmlens.com/Barstool to get you on the path to home ownership. That's cross-country mortgage. Nick, we will see you a little bit later. I'm sorry we didn't spend a lot of time with you here. I will miss you, and we will see you again.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm glad I got to talk about the Broncos.
Good stuff, Nick. Good stuff, Nick. Always good stuff. Nick knows his stuff. That's one thing people say about him that isn't true, that he doesn't know his stuff. Bright, sharp guy.
So now the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. That means we bring in Trista Crick, host of our own NBA podcast called This League. You can follow on Spotify. In addition to Trista Crick, we also have former NFL great DeMarcus Ware. DeMarcus Ware is with us. DeMarcus Ware, of course, went to Troy University, the Big T. So welcome to Trista Crick and to DeMarcus Ware. I'll start with you, DeMarcus. We've got the Cowboys on the clock tonight. You could go any direction with this pick. How are you feeling about the boys?
Man, it's crazy, man, because they need an offensive line by all the guys getting hurt. I feel like they need majority. It's the defensive line, right? I mean, they gave up so many rushing yards the last season. They need that anchor, that beast in the middle. I haven't seen one of those guys in the draft, and then I'll start looking at the corners. Surtain, he just left to Denver, my other team. So now I'm just trying to figure out, okay, well, then where do we go now in the draft? And I'm thinking from the guys that are left on there, still offensive line, because there's not a lot of defensive line that I would really try to draft in the first round. I'll just leave it to the second round.
Understood. All right, Trista, you're a gigantic Cowboys fan. You're always big into the draft. How are you feeling about this? Super. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, good point. Trista, can't hear you. Yep. No, the microphone, not working. It's okay. Close. Plug that up.
I like those yellow.
Now you're muted.
She's on her way, though. She's about to have this. I believe it.
Oh, we've got a trade. We have a trade.
What?
We have a trade. Oh, my goodness. The Eagles and the Cowboys have been traded. Okay, so
the Cowboys doing business?
They're doing business. The inside the NFC East, they're doing business. Roan, your heart's palpitating. I don't know what to do with my Cowboys. I guess you guys will be back in 2 picks if it's a trade with the Eagles. So, Trista, can I hear you yet? No? Okay. All right. Good.
I think they're going to go later on in the draft, man. They're going to go later on in the draft. It just was too high of a pick to try to get a defensive guy, offensive guy with those lower grades. I think they're going to go a little bit later in the draft and try to pick up some guys, or maybe even get a couple of picks later on that they can benefit the team.
All right, we'll figure out exactly. Go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you now. We'll figure out when you guys are picking. And Trista, go ahead and say something because you haven't. Here's your time.
Yeah, I was just going to say the guys that we wanted, the guys that everybody was talking about, and J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain are gone. So, like DeMarcus said, Rashan Slater is just not good enough to take it 10.
Yeah.
All right, we got caught with our pants down here. We didn't know a trade was coming, so we will say goodbye to DeMarcus Ware and to Trista. Roan, it's a Philly party. You can host this pick, buddy.
Hey, I appreciate it. My heart is beating through my chest right now. There's a million reasons why. One of them, Stephen Che, who is everyone has left me, and that's fine because I could talk about this myself. Stephen Che has predicted that Devonta Smith won't get picked in the top 10. So the Eagles might have been trading up to get Devonta Smith with this 10th pick. But why would you trade with the Cowboys, especially because you want to get ahead of somebody, potentially the Giants? Who do you want? Who do you want?
Eagles!
Okay, we got a smorgasbord.
On the road to victory.
So we have Gilly in here. We have Smitty in here.
I can't compete with this.
Gilly, keep it in your fucking pants. Jerry Jones is going to fleece us. Bob Saget, please.
I got a burner phone. And somebody taste my nuts. I'm an Eagles fan. For God's sakes, look at this. Eagles card. I was an Eagles fandom. Anyway, want to buy an Eagles card? I got 1,000 of them. Nobody bought them. I'm thinking.
So Bob, what do you want?
Yeah.
Who do you want? What are you thinking here? Who do you think that the Eagles should be taking? Is it an offensive lineman?
Smith, Bob.
Well, that would be interesting. That would be Micah Parsons, probably. I mean, that hasn't happened since '79, right?
Yeah, they don't like drafting linebackers. They historically haven't done that a lot, but it seems like Gilly is locked in on Devonta Smith. What happens if it's not him, Gilly?
Well, he would kill. Michael would
the coach
kill to
needs
play
to
for
be
the.
fired immediately. If it's not Devonta Smith, fire the coach immediately.
Okay. But I think Micah Parsons would kill to play for the Eagles. Don't you think? He'd be motivated. Do you agree with that?
Yes. I think that Devonta Smith will have 1,400 yards receiving next year, and that Jalen Hurts needs that bad.
I feel you. I feel what you're saying. But what about J.C. Horn? Is he still in the running?
He's out, Bob Saget. He's out. Go back to Abington, my friend.
I graduated from there, but I didn't live there forever. What if Devonta Smith? Devonta Smith would.
If they don't draft Devonta Smith here, I don't know what the shit is going on. Because why would they
got the Heisman Trophy, for God's sakes?
Why would they trade with the Cowboys? What would the Cowboys have drafted that the Eagles want? That's what scares me.
I don't know, but I got
it
trading
scares
cards.
me.
If you want, they're all pictures of me. They're pictures. If you guys want, they're Eagles trading cards. They're about $1.
Nobody want that, man.
Nobody. I got 2 fucking boxes of them. Nobody cares.
Bob, nobody wants that shit.
Nobody wants my shit.
Bob,
How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Bob? Good to see you.
I'm good. Good to see you too. Who do you want the Eagles to have? Because I love the Eagles. I've always loved them.
As do I. I thought maybe they'd be able to take Micah Parsons at 12, which makes me think that they're gonna do something. They got to be taking Devonta Smith.
I think so too. I mean, he's a Heisman Trophy winner. He's light though. He's 166 pounds and 6 feet tall.
Deshaun Jackson is light too.
There he is. Look at him. He's handsome. He's got that thing.
Hey,
so the specifics.
Deshaun Jackson is extremely light too.
That's true. That's true.
You're 100% right. So the specifics of the trade just came in. We're going to be giving up a 3rd-round pick next year, which is a lot to give up for this pick in the draft right now. Smitty, are you happy with that trade that we've given that up?
He's happy about that.
Yeah, I'm flabbergasted.
I got a burner phone. Can somebody text me? Hey, Steve, how you doing? I don't want to know how your nuts taste. I've been watching for an hour. It's an amazing show.
He has a burner phone.
Go Eagles, man. Not since Jaworski.
Oh, my God, Bob.
Oh, my heart is in my throat. If this is
Here we
Devonta
go.
Smith, I'm going to throw it.
Here we go.
All right.
He's walking to the stage right now. This is the moment of truth. This determines our happiness for the next 10 years for the Eagles.
This is going to tell us if our coach is an idiot or not.
We'll tell you, Bob.
On the record right now, if they draft a quarterback, I'm out.
At
I've
this
been
point,
wearing
we
this
find out
jersey.
if our coach is an idiot.
Justin Fields.
If you think Nick Sirianni holds his own, this is
no.
Come on, Devontae.
It's Devontae.
Steven! He's a top 10 receiver.
Devontae Smith. Let's go! It's Devontae Smith, Billy. It's Devontae.
Okay. I've got all these Eagles cards available. You want to buy them?
Steven, we gotta bounce back. We gotta pick ourselves up off the floor. Our draft room just depends on this. Just remember, I'm gonna leave, but Steven, pick next play. You've been wrong about everything, but next play.
Hey, Big Cat, where do you get a burner phone?
I'll get you one, Bob. I got you one.
Please, thank you. All right.
This is a
Bob,
bad
you
night
pointed
for
out
the
that
boys.
he's skinny. He's light. But does it bother you at the end of the day, Bob?
No. I mean, what's good with the Eagles? I mean, I was right about something. That's not nice. I'm gonna throw up. It's bad. That's an emoji with the green shit coming out of its mouth. What about Jamar Chase? Is that over?
Bob Saget. Chase is gone.
Damn.
We got $1 million worth of game going crazy.
Roan, do we have a Tales from the Crypto on this?
We absolutely do have a Tales from the Crypto. This is Blockfolio, Tales from the Crypto. Philadelphia has $4,828,000 in cap space, or broken down to Ethereum, they have about 2,000 Ethereum. That's a Tales from the Crypt from Blockfolio. If you're trading cryptocurrency, that's where you need to be. An absolutely phenomenal pick. Exactly. Yeah. How many cheesesteaks would that buy?
Exactly that many.
I don't know that $1 million worth of game are still paying attention to us even a little bit. I know Bob Saget is. Bob Saget, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations.
I missed you guys already. Thank you. I'm glad I made a pick right. I send you my best. All the best, everybody.
Thank you very much. Gilly, are you nutting right now? What is wrong with Gilly? Everybody left. Except there. That just happened. Ron, how you feel?
Everything is perfect right now. Everything is perfect. The fact that I like this so much is probably a bad thing long term because I'm a fucking idiot, but I'm right in two ways. Devonta Smith, top 10 pick, and he's coming home to Philadelphia. You know who else was 6 foot and 166 pounds? Allen Iverson, Bubba Chuck. This guy is going to be perfect for us. He's undersized, he's scrappy, he's got big dick winner mentality, and that's what we needed from the Eagles. 2 first-round picks as wide receivers in a row. It doesn't matter because, Steven, how do these nuts taste?
Those is nuts. Steven, how they taste?
Balls dance. They taste
all right,
bad.
it's about to get even
bad.
crazier here. It's about to get even crazier because now the Bears have just traded up The Bears have just traded
Oh,
up.
no, Big Cat.
The Bears are now at 11. They just traded with the Giants. So we're going to bring in everybody that we have. I guess Big Cat's probably there. Barstool Chicago's there. It has to be a quarterback, right, boys? Start with Big Cat.
It's got to be Justin Fields.
It's got to be Justin Fields.
It's got to be Justin Fields. If it's Mac Jones, I'm going to fucking kill myself.
You realize this is giving Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy an extension, right? You realize that.
What'd you say, Steven?
You realize this is a Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy extension.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You got Devonta Smith wrong. You got catfished by me 2 seconds ago.
We fucking traded up, guys.
Someone tweet it.
All right, so the Bears are on the clock. It appears it's probably a quarterback.
I don't care.
It's Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. Give us Justin Fields.
Come on, Mac. Come on.
Don't
Mac.
give us a lot. We don't care. We need a quarterback for once in our lives.
We'll figure it out.
Shut up. We don't care. We don't care what we gave up. We want a quarterback once.
Giants.
This is a monster change of tune from an hour ago.
Shut up, Steven. You've been wrong all night.
Next year's one.
No, Steven, an hour ago they thought they were picking 20th. Now they're up at 11, and there's two good quarterbacks on the board.
This year's
That's the trade work.
Ron, why did you have to put in the Rainforest Cafe thing?
Justin Fields. I love it. I like that a lot.
I'll do that trade.
I'll do that trade.
I don't need a
down this year. I mean, if you get the guy.
If it's fucking Matt,
If he's the guy.
he is the guy.
He's the fucking guy. He's the fucking guy.
He's probably going to die of epilepsy, though.
Shut up.
One of the Bear fans has to speak for the group.
All right,
One of you
I'll
guys has
speak
to
real
come up.
quick. He's got to be the guy. He does have epilepsy. Knowing the Bears, that probably will force him into an early retirement. But I don't care. He'll be the guy for a minute.
All right, Eddie, step forward and talk.
What's up?
Don't worry about it, Eddie. Chill out.
Okay. If the Bears take Mac Jones,
It's going to be Justin Fields, right? It's got to be.
No.
but he said here.
Big Justin Fields.
Oh. The pick is in. The pick is in. We'll find out shortly.
Big Cat, what happens if it's Mac Jones instead of Justin Fields? Are you automatically mad about it?
We'll make him force him into an early retirement. I don't Yes, care. but no, don't. I just want Justin Fields.
Don't worry about it.
First round.
First Fields? It's Justin Fields. It's Justin Fields. It's Justin Fields.
For sure? Go.
Yes.
Are we on it delay?
Hey, no. Is Jeff D-Lo fucking with me?
Shut up, Big K. You're trolling everybody.
Jeff D-Lo's fucking with you, possibly.
Apparently, he does that.
I'll let you know.
PFD's got insiders. My insider burner phone has not texted anything.
You've texted me.
Yeah, that's
Eddie,
right.
Carl, what happens if it's Mac Jones? Are you guys pissed if it's Mac Jones, or is it any quarterback is good?
No, yeah, we're pissed if it's Mac Jones.
It have to be.
We want
But I
Justin
also,
Fields. We want Justin Fields to bust.
but also, I'm ready to sell myself on Mac Jones in a fucking second.
As soon as I pick him, I'm sold on Mac Jones.
He's got a very lovable
What
vibe.
did you do? What did you do?
What'd they do?
It's Justin Fields. It has to be Justin
Oh
Fields.
my God! On TV, shut up!
It is. It's Justin Fields.
Okay, all right.
Everyone's texting me it's Justin Fields.
Someone just stepped on it.
Poor Justin Fields.
Oh, yeah, we're pissed if it's Mac Jones.
What just happened over the last 30 minutes?
We want Justin Fields to bust.
But also, I'm ready to sell myself on Mac Jones in a fucking second.
It's Justin Fields. It's got to be Justin Fields. Say Justin Fields.
This delay is bad.
It's Justin Fields. It's Justin Fields.
Steven, who is it?
It's Justin Fields.
Oh, my insider's on the line right now.
Steven, break it.
My insider's on the line right now.
Shut up!
We got to talk, guys. We're doing a show.
Yes!
Goodell's doing an ad read.
It's Justin Fields.
Could be Mac Jones.
Oh my God! You
It's
shut
Justin
up! Shut up!
This is the worst.
You wait till the 11th pick.
This is the worst thing Goodell's ever done.
All right.
Shut up, Goodell.
Do you have your
Just fucking go, Goodell, you fucking asshole.
What the fuck?
The balance of Chicago's future lays, or Chicago's future is in the balance
Get this
right
guy
now.
off the screen. I don't care who he saved.
We're watching an entire city, the future of an
Did he
entire
save a
city
lot of
right here.
people?
You wait till they
You okay?
Congratulations, Carlos.
Good job, Carlos.
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 Way to go, Carlos.
Congrats, Carlos.
All right. Clap it up for Carlos.
For Carlos, let's go, Carlos.
Spanish for Charles.
The balance of Chicago's
With the
future
11th.
lays, Chicago's future is in the
Get
balance
this
right
guy
now.
off the screen. I don't care who he saved.
Watching an entire
We have a quarterback. The Bears are back.
We got our fucking guy! We got our guys!
All right, so it is Justin Fields, and he is the pick. I don't think Chicago guys really care to talk to us. They seem to be.
This is the
So let's
greatest
start with
night
Big
ever.
Cat.
Stephen Shea, remember, you've been wrong about everything.
All right, I think Chicago can fade a little bit. We got to talk to Big Cat about this. Big Cat, 5 minutes ago, you guys were at 20. Now you've traded up and gotten Justin Fields in a heartbeat. How's it feel?
It feels incredible. I know that this means that Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy just saved their jobs, but I don't care. I think Justin Fields could be a franchise quarterback. We have a fucking quarterback. That's all we fucking want.
I agree.
I would much rather this than try to talk myself into Kyle Trask or Kellen Mond or Davis, whatever the fuck his name is. Justin Fields is that dude. He's like, yes, he's awesome. He has epilepsy. Who cares? We'll deal with that later. We got great doctors. He'll go to Northwestern if he needs some help.
No, it's a
Tell me about
fantastic.
Justin Fields.
I mean, I already talked about him when we thought that he was the pick at number 8, but this is a way more fortuitous landing spot for Justin Fields, a guy who we know for a long time. He was QB1 on Netflix with Jake Fromm back in the day, who also wound up at Georgia. He was a baseball prospect, but at the end of the day, all that matters is the Bears have a quarterback. You knew it wasn't going to be Andy Dalton going into this season. It didn't make any sense. Now they have a clear plan going forward. They have someone to build with. They have something to build towards. Maybe these guys kept their jobs, but you still have a defense that's young enough and dominant enough that hopefully, while he's still in his rookie contract, for the Bears' sake, they can make some kind of run, and he could be everything that they thought that they missed out when they missed out on Patrick Mahomes and on Deshaun Watson.
All right, Big Cat. Looks like you got a lot.
Perfectly said. Stephen Shea, you've been wrong about everything.
You got a lot of tweeting to do. Congratulations to Big Cat. We will move on to the Dallas Cowboys. They are back on the clock. They traded back 2 spots, and I believe, I don't know if we still have them, but we will see. It was Trista Crick, host of This League. You follow that on Spotify. Oh, there's a sweet dog right there. And we had DeMarcus Ware earlier, and we still have him.
Right in the, hold up, where we at here?
Yeah, we're on Barstool Sports. It's all good. So DeMarcus Ware, you're back on the show if you want to be.
What's up, man? What's up?
Hey, man. How you doing? Okay. So I'll start with you, DeMarcus. You guys traded back 2 spots. All hell broke loose after you traded back. Devonta Smith is gone. Justin Fields is gone. But the guys you wanted kind of feel like they're still there.
Yeah, I mean, I see that, Micah's, he's still out there, good offensive lineman. I think that's who we should go and try to get because we had so many injuries. I know with Lyle Collins and, Tyron Smith, those guys been hurt. We got to get the offensive line. We got to get Zeke going again. You know what? Feed Zeke. But then if I think we can wait a little bit later for a defensive lineman in the second round, probably get 2 good guys that can anchor that middle. And I think we're set, man.
All right, Trista, you made a face like you smelled a fart when he said Micah Parsons. You didn't like that.
Yeah, because I think he got his name mixed. I think he's talking about Rashan Slater, but I do not want Micah Parsons one bit. Rashan Slater is who I would want with this pick. You're right. There's DeMarcus is 100% right. 3 injuries on the offensive line. Cam Irving was a turnstile. They need to protect Dak. Big money. That's what they need to do.
Now, guys, DeMarcus, Trista, you guys just traded back with a division rival, the Eagles, but you picked up a 3rd-round pick next year. I think that's a pretty good return for Dallas, who weren't going to take a receiver regardless. It's not like you guys were going to take Devonta Smith.
Yeah, and we already snagged CeeDee Lamb last year, and I know that was kind of on your mind, Roan. But Eagles were going to get Smith if Giants were going to get Smith if the Eagles didn't, so it really didn't matter, I don't think.
Wish that happened. It kind of mattered to some people.
I mean, knowing how the D-line was last year, though, you know you got to have an anchor in there. I mean, they gave up sometimes 200 yards a game consistently. Like, we can't do that. We got to have.
I mean, it sounds like.
Come on, I'm a defensive guy, but there's not a lot of defensive guys out there that are going to fill that ticket. Defensive linemen. So we got to go, on the offense.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Steven, who do you think it is?
Yeah, I mean, I personally, if I were making the pick, Rashan Slater out of Northwestern, build up that offensive line. I mean, that's been Dallas's staple for years, and now Tyron Smith is definitely getting up there in age. Travis Frederick retired a year ago. They definitely need some help up there. They're playing all backups at one point last year. Tristan brought up the point. Dak, he's your $40 million a year guy. You got to protect him. I would go Rashan Slater here if it was me. I mean, they have a lot of holes. So defense, it's hard to argue with DeMarcus, but you can't give up 200 yards rushing a game and be successful.
No.
Are there any defensive linemen that you think might be able to fit?
Pick us in.
Okay, pick us in. We got some crazy cowboy walking up to the podium. It looks absolutely preposterous. I agree that there's not any defensive linemen who would really fit right here. Kwity Paye would maybe be the highest rated defensive lineman. As far as interior guys, Christian Barmore isn't supposed to go until way later on. So it seems like the stars are aligning for an offensive lineman, whether it's Slater, Elijah Vera Tucker, maybe some of these other tackles who are a little bit down, but all signs are pointing to Rashan Slater.
Is it Rashan Slater?
A lot of people say that he could be better than Sewell. Who knows?
Daniel Jeremiah has him ranked over Sewell. He offers position flexibility. He can play tackle, guard, or center. So he would certainly be a valuable piece along the Cowboys line that dealt with a lot of injuries last year.
And having a versatile guy that can come in and really play anywhere, because they needed any place, center, guard, tackle. I mean, you name it. It's a guy that can come in.
Biotish was pretty good, though. I think Connor Williams needs to get put to the bench, and maybe Slater ends up taking his spot.
Now, DeMarcus, if they wind up taking him with this pick, he's a glasses and rec specs type of guy. Do you think that he'll be able to succeed wearing glasses in the NFL?
Hey, I wore glasses all the way through the NFL. Didn't nobody know, and I was sacking the shit out of some quarterbacks. Do you think that the glasses and the rec specs mean anything?
I'm asking you, my friend. And Micah Parsons is the pick. Wow, out of Penn State.
Well, tell you, man. I think retiring, man. They just went with a sure bet with a linebacker that can go in there and fill his shoes.
Is that true? I'm not seeing. Is that?
I'm seeing right now. I see Micah Parsons on the internet.
Yeah, Micah Parsons is hugging his family on TV.
Oh my gosh!
I knew it.
Trista, you didn't want Micah Parsons at all. Why?
I just don't think he's got speed to go from side to side. We already have LV. I know that they're waiting to pick up his fifth-year option until after the draft. I just don't like the pick. I don't think he fits with the scheme. But hey, I'm not DeMarcus Ware. You can just defer to him. As a fan, this is not what I wanted.
I think that what they're trying to do is, with the defensive line, we're gonna be able to pick them up in the second and third round. So we're gonna be okay there. And I think solidifying those three guys, especially with the new defensive coordinator coming in, you got to have those beasts, those really fast guys that can cover. He might not be one of those guys that are sideline to sideline, but he can cover, right? And that's what, you got Jalen Smith, you got Leighton Vander Esch. Those are two quick hitters. Then you bring in another guy that can actually now stay on that tight end and get the job done. And so I think
he's a boring pick, though, isn't he? He's a boring pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's a boring pick.
I think he's an exciting pick.
He's not the pick. When I go back and think about it, I would have thought about offensive line because that's where we most needed everything the most.
Or DBs, right? I mean, I wanted JC Horn the most. I wanted a dog for that defense. But that's not going to happen either.
This guy's a dog. This guy, freshman year of high school, played varsity at 18.5 sacks. I mean, this guy's a monster.
We'll see.
Yeah, that's what I say too. So, Trista Crick, thank you. Thank you, DeMarcus Ware, for both of you being patient and working through the trade. You picked up a third-round pick for picking the guy you were going to pick all along. So go listen to This League on Spotify. DeMarcus Ware, as always, thank you very much for being here. We say goodbye to them now, and now we move on to the Chargers, the Los Angeles Chargers on the clock, who drafted their franchise quarterback last year. We bring in our resident Chargers fan from from the podcast that he is on. That's Lights Camera Barstool. It is Ken Jack. Hello, Ken Jack. How are you feeling right now?
Good. It's kind of hard to follow up that Eagles clusterfuck into the Bears, and then DeMarcus Ware talking to the ghost of someone that literally died yesterday. So, I mean, it's a tough follow up, but happy to be here.
Yeah. So, indeed, RIP to certain people out there. Anyway, so the Chargers are up. It could go any direction. I really don't have any pulse. I don't have my finger on the pulse of what the Chargers could do here. Steven, I'll defer to you. What's this look like?
I mean, the Chargers certainly have a franchise quarterback in Justin Herbert. His left tackle from college, Penei Sewell, got picked by the Lions. But they have certainly looked to rebuild their offensive line. They signed Corey Linsley in the offseason as a first-team All-Pro center.
Matt Filer, too.
Yep, Matt Filer from the Steelers. I would think that they're going to go Rashan Slater here. They have a huge need at left tackle, so this is kind of the perfect opportunity meets need. But the Chargers, they have a lot of holes. So my number one priority, if I was Tom Telesco, GM of the Chargers, would be to protect Justin Herbert. He's a franchise. We don't want to see what happened to Joe Burrow or Dak Prescott happen to him. So it would be protecting him.
Yeah, it's got to be Slater. It's been their biggest need offensive line for the last 10 years. They brought in Bulaga and Trey Turner last year, and both of them just sucked and missed games. I think Trey Turner ended up being the worst-ranked right guard in the entire NFL last year. The entire team was the worst-ranked offensive line in the NFL last year. And just it's something they could never figure out. And they've never been able to draft offensive linemen over the last 10 years of Telesco's era, roughly, well at all. DJ Fluker, I think, was one of his first big draft picks. DJ Fluker never panned out here. Did a little bit better on the Ravens and Seahawks, but they just have never been able to figure out the line. Just is not something they've been able to figure out since the mid-2000s. So hopefully, I'm hoping and praying for Rashan Slater here. But and you could tell me better, Steven, only because the only thing I would see about Rashan Slater everywhere is, hey, look at this. He was able to beat Chase Young one-on-one in this one game 2 years ago. And that's it. That's the only thing anyone says about him.
Yep. No, I mean, Rashan Slater certainly is an exciting prospect. He's not like a hulking guy that you're going to see walking around, and he's going to be one of these enormous tackles. But he is has good size, has good strength and foot quickness. He's what I would call kind of a classic bad body guy. Like he just kind of looks like a big bag of laundry. But he does play well. And yes, he made his name with that Chase Young game in 2019. He opted out this past season, so there's not a lot of new stuff on him. The most recent thing is just him going viral for doing a bunch of front squats, which is certainly impressive. But how is that going to translate to the field? He does play with a good demeanor and an edge that you'd like in a left tackle. His arm length is a little bit concerning. It's like he might have to kick into guard for that. But we'll see. Certainly, the way the Chargers are set up right now, I would think that he would be your starting left tackle if he is the pick. Elijah Vera Tucker is another guy who could be a pick here. He also offers guard tackle flexibility, but he has even shorter arms.
Purdy likes Christian Darrisaw too.
Well, the pick is in, fellas. And we will be finding out very soon what's going to happen here. Really fascinating stuff. And it's also interesting to watch the players who might be sliding. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Rashan Slater, but Mac Jones is starting to have a little bit of a slide. Are the Patriots the landing spot for him at 15? Or how far does this free fall last?
Yeah, I think the Patriots have been linked to him kind of in the pre-draft process, almost like before the Senior Bowl. And then he kind of got some steam going as a potential top 10 pick. A lot of experts have him in the 30s. I believe he is my 33rd ranked player in the draft. I mean, Mac Jones is the next best quarterback. So teams that are going to be drafting there, certainly, the Patriots drafting 15th, would be logically the next landing spot, but we do have a little bit to go before then. Minnesota could be a potential trade-out. The Chargers could be a potential trade-out for a team looking to move up and leapfrog New England.
You have to wonder if the Patriots were keyed in on Justin Fields and the Bears kind of cucked them by going up and getting their guy, and maybe they settle for Mac Jones. Could be. Could happen.
I don't see why the Patriots are on their team to settle.
Well, they wouldn't have a choice if the Bears jumped them.
Just stick with Cam another year.
The Patriots wouldn't be more aggressive with that. The Patriots at the 15th pick, so they have the natural leverage of just having a sooner pick. Certainly look at future first with New England's probably being a little bit later. But I don't know. I feel like if Justin Fields was indeed the Patriots guy, which a lot of people thought, they would have went and got him, they didn't.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So the pick is in. We'll find out shortly. You guys seem to be a consensus. It's going to be an offensive lineman of some variety.
Well, let's think about it. They're not going to take a quarterback. All the receivers are off the board right now. There's no running backs who really would fit in right now, and they already have decent depth at least at running backs. As far as D ends or D tackles, that would be a little bit of a reach, but maybe they could go for a guy like again Kwity Paye or maybe one of the Miami guys to pair with their nice D ends that they already have on that roster. But all signs are pointing to them needing to protect a guy who they know is their franchise quarterback. I mean, the fact that they took Justin Herbert when the entire world was so gung-ho about Tua last year and how correct they are and how nice they can feel about that pick, why not just take an offensive lineman? Why not just start building around him? Because he has that pedigree to be a guy who's going to be your starter for 10 years. Take care of him.
Mm-hmm. And again, the whole problem is that they don't draft guards or tackles well, and they don't really do it well in free agency either, which is why I'm still nervous about Corey Linsley, just because I went back and looked at every free agent tackle and center free agent tackle center guard that they've gotten over the last 20 years. Every one of them has fizzled out. Every big contract they've given out to an offensive lineman has been a complete fizzle out. So very nervous about that. I mean, if it's just a young guy that's fucking athletic and is really a gung-ho about it, I'm just fine with that. As long as they have a high motor, that's totally cool.
So is Goodell taking a nap right now? What are we doing?
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
I mean, you got 10 minutes in between picks. They're taking their time. Certainly, yeah. I mean, I think we went over kind of the most logical options for Tom Telesco and the Chargers. We'll see. Brandon Staley, new head coach for the Rams, kind of a surprise hire. Kendrick, what are your thoughts on? Or Brandon, sorry, you have breaking?
Yeah, I don't have breaking. Do y'all realize Bob Saget came on the show just to pimp some trading cards?
Yeah, that was weird, wasn't it?
Did he have trading cards? Are we all going to get some? I don't know.
I didn't know if that was a bit or something because it was just the first thing he saw as a prop comedy thing. But
he had
I think he actually wanted us.
He had a whole sleeve of them.
I think he actually wanted us to buy him. Like when Gilly was like, no one wants those cards, man. He seemed actually sad. He's like, oh man, this business venture failed.
I would buy Bob Saget cards.
You're not even an Eagles fan, and you would buy it. So I think that's a win for him.
I don't care about the Eagles. I care about Bob Saget.
Yeah, that was a massive get for us, and it was absolute chaos in here for a little bit. I mean, the NFC East has just been throwing this entire draft show through a ringer, and I've been liking it. We haven't even gotten to the Giants. But,
so Dave Gettleman's never traded down in the first round before. So this is kind of a huge move here. And then, the Cowboys and Eagles doing business is just crazy town to me.
And it's Rashan Slater. The pick is officially in. Rashan Slater is going to the Chargers. Magnificent pick for them. His father, Reggie Slater, was an 8-year NBA player with the Nuggets, Raptors, and T-Wolves. His dad played with T-Mac and KG. His uncle is an 11-time world surfing champ. This guy has an athletic pedigree. Steven was already talking about his front squat, 545 3 times. Unbelievable stuff for an absolute beast, Rashan Slater. Good pick, boring pick, but a fantastic pick right here by the Chargers. Really good stuff. And I'm hearing word that we have some pre-roll about something maybe Stephen Shea said before. I'm not sure if this is actual tape that we have.
Roll it.
And this is crazy. Stephen might have even asked us to pull this tape as an attempt to dunk on everybody else, but we haven't. I'm getting crazy things in my earpiece. Maybe we can roll this tape.
Steve Che's take last night on Devonta Smith.
No, what'd he say?
He said he can't imagine anyone taking him in the top 10.
Stephen Shea, are you just stupid?
He's a shade over 6 feet tall. He's 175 pounds. Guys like that don't get drafted top 10.
You're a dinosaur. You were drafting like it was 10 years ago, and the game hasn't completely changed.
He also is never right. He's never been right since I've known him about anything.
If Detroit keeps their pick at 7, I wouldn't be shocked if he goes there. After that, it is hard to find a spot for him in the top 10.
I told him that I think it's probably 60-40 in his favor that he doesn't go top 10.
I got pretty fired up about the tweet just because a lot of people were just dunking on me last night. And you know what? That's fair. I think I'm going to resurface this tweet right around the end of April, and I think I'm going to be right.
Wow.
All right. Have you resurfaced the tweet yet?
That was so fucking funny. You said you kept receipts on everybody. Turns out you kept receipts on your fucking self, too. That was just chef's kiss. Please, can we tweet that out? Please, can that be in the world?
The worst part is Schefter tweeted out that the Cowboys would have stayed at 10 and taken Micah Parsons. So I should have been right. They traded with the Eagles.
You know what? Let me say I might have some buyer's remorse just with the last sign up for the Chargers. I might have buyer's remorse as far as wanting Christian Darius, but at least I got to watch the show because Darius saw Caleb drag his nuts across Steven's face. See you later, fellas.
All right, that's Ken Check. Thank you very much. So now we move on to the Minnesota Vikings, and do that we bring in Minnesota Vikings great, a legend up there, one of the great pass rushers in the last 20 years or so. Jared Allen is who we've got for the Minnesota Vikings. Jared Allen, I don't know what the mood is in Minnesota. I don't know where they're going with this pick, but certainly you know what's going on with the organization. How are you feeling about this pick?
You know what? I don't. I text Brzezinski and them to see what they're going to do. I honestly don't know. I think first and foremost, I guess if Kurt's going to be their guy, I mean, they haven't made a decision on for the long term, but if Kurt's going to be their guy, they need to stouten up that offensive line. But the defense struggled last year. I got breaking news for you, Jared. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to tell you what it is. They have traded the pick. Of course they have. I figured they would.
So we had Jared Allen, again, a legend in Minnesota, one of the great pass rushers. We appreciate it, but they have traded the pick, and now it looks like the Jets have it. Well, I mean, I don't know what the haul is going to be, but if they didn't like their guy, then you trade back. I don't know what they're doing, but it seems like they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they're probably just trying to gather picks right now. Obviously, they didn't have anybody they actually stood out for them. I'd have thought maybe potentially you take Mac Jones, you take a quarterback in that situation to groom him, let him sit behind Kurt for a couple of years so you have a guy for the future. But if they weren't sold on him, why not gather picks? And, Zim's going to do anything he can to, make that defense what it used to be. And so that's probably the path they'll go.
Yeah, Jared, last year, an incredible pick by the Vikings in the first round. They were able to get Justin Jefferson, the most productive receiver. Who's going to be able to replicate that success for them this year? Are they going to look for someone who's going to be able to compete year one for them, or is it maybe more of a long-term goal for them?
Yeah, I mean, if you're trading back out of the first round, I mean, you're obviously not looking for a game changer to come in and make a huge impact for you. Again, I'm not a big component of drafting offensive linemen just because, as a defensive player, you lick your chops when your opponent drafts a rookie offensive lineman just because you learn, you know what I mean? It just doesn't happen most of the time. You don't see a whole lot of rookie offensive linemen coming in and being all pros and first year Pro Bowl guys. So, we'll see. I don't know. I think they're probably just trying to find depth, honestly. They're probably happy where they're at, and you'll get a couple guys that can come in, step in, maybe some depth at linebacker. You got to look at those guys. I think didn't Barr get hurt? You're gaining back now. Hunter and all those guys. So we'll see. But I think they'll probably. I mean, I think they need to find some depth at offensive line because that tends to be their weakness. Year in year out, and then maybe a backup for Dalvin Cook because as explosive he is, he gets hurt a lot.
Well, thank you very much, Jared Allen. I agree with your overall take. Offensive linemen stink, and they shouldn't draft them in the first round. It's a great take. I'm going to bring in for the Jets. Thank you, Jared Allen. I'm bringing in Willie Colon and Nick Mangold, who know a little bit about being offensive linemen. So you guys are on the clock. I don't know what you're doing.
I want to know about this.
That's what happened, Brandon Walker. And by the way, I hate your hair, but I love you all together.
I now hate your hair too. Saying offensive lineman cannot be drafted in the first round.
Right.
You are now dead to me. Roan, you're now my new hero.
Cheers. And I appreciate that, fellas. I have good news for you. The pick is in, and I have a feeling that it is going to be an offensive lineman. If I had to guess, I'd say it's going to be USC's Elijah Vera Tucker. Does that make sense to you guys? Does that sound good? An interior offensive lineman for a guard and a center.
Yeah, obviously, Nick, you can speak to this. There's a big need at center for the Jets. Once Goldilocks over here hit the couch, man, it's been a big hole in the middle of the offensive line. So it makes sense, man. If you're going to draft a young quarterback, you're going to need somebody to be a field general for him, and that's what centers do. Nick can speak to that.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about a rookie quarterback with a rookie center. But if they could grow together, they could be the 15 years and just be a mainstay.
Stephen Shea, what do you think?
This is interesting. So the Jets are Minnesota was picking 14. The Jets have moved up. New England is picking 15. A quarterback, Mac Jones, is falling in their lap. I think that is a huge story. The Jets certainly, Joe Douglas and that regime, are going to try and build the offensive line around Zach Wilson. But there's also rumors that they've been very smitten with Travis Etienne. So trading up for a running back in round 1 seems a bit rich. There are a couple offensive linemen, Elijah Vera Tucker, Tevin Jenkins, Christian Darrisaw, that could certainly help out. I'm very interested to see how this goes, but the Jets moving up for what you would think would be an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
Willie, Nick, I gotta ask you fellas. Stephen was talking about a draft term the other day about a guy, Tevin Jenkins. He just mentioned a one-pop daddy. Have you guys ever heard a term? What's a one-pop daddy? Explain that to the NFL draft show audience.
Well, it pretty much means he's strong at the point of attack. I mean, when he pops off the ball, he bangs, he stuns you. So he's a guy who obviously great. He's talking about the kid from Oklahoma. Great size, great feet, can move, got a little dog in him, which you love. But one pop daddies, man, when they bring it, you feel it right away.
Guys,
what is it about a football player? What's it about a football player that makes you want to call him daddy, though?
Well, it depends how much he bitches you. If you get your ass whipped for 4 quarters, he becomes your daddy automatically. Kind of like when I see Brandon walking near the coffee machines in the office. He knows when Willie walks in, Willie gets what he wants first, and then you walk away, and that's just that.
That's 2 unprovoked attacks, and I am losing weight. Elijah Vera Tucker looks like the pick. Offensive lineman from Southern Cal, played left guard in 2019, left tackle. You guys are both, you're offensive linemen. You're in the trenches. You got to like this pick, right?
Nick, you want to get that?
I'm a little concerned that it's guard and tackle. I would have liked a little center action in there, a guard center, but either way, JD, my man Joe Douglas is beefing up the offensive line, and that's a good thing.
Stephen Che can tell you, it's the more you can do. You talk about Becton on the left, him possibly being at right tackle. You have a chance to cap the line. Now they can dig further into the draft and possibly get some hog mollies in the middle, man. I was a 4th-round draft pick. I wasn't a 1st-round draft pick like Nick, but usually guys from 3 to 6, man, you can find some dogs from some small schools that they'll work for chicken and pork chops.
Well, let me ask you guys a question because Will, you played tackle for a bit, but you moved inside. So you guys both played on the interior for the Jets. The biggest knock against Elijah Vera Tucker, he played guard 2 years ago, moved outside to left tackle last year. His arms are 32 and an 1/8 inch long. Does that matter to you guys that are playing? Obviously people that are evaluating are saying that, you can't play tackle at that size. He's probably not going to need to with Micah Becton out there. But how much does that matter, in the trenches?
That's the draft analyst stuff. That's what if you talk to any good offensive lineman, you play with your feet, man. If you're able to play with your feet and play with leverage, keep your shoulder pads down, you can block anybody. It doesn't matter. Unless you're going, the likes of, when me and Nick started the league, we were going against guys like Jason Taylor, who had, like broomsticks for arms. Those guys really don't exist anymore. Now the league is compact, quicker, faster, stronger, dominant at the point of attack. They're able to kind of get up on you fast. So you got to have quick feet and good leverage and be able to work your hands. That's where the game's at right now.
I forget who it was. There was a Hall of Famer who said, if they measured my arms, they wouldn't have drafted me. And that's one thing. He's like, I got short arms. He's in the Hall of Fame. So, I think we make a little too much of measurements.
All right, guys. Well, congratulations on getting the offensive lineman that you needed. You got the quarterback earlier. We'll see what the Jets do. Thank you to Willie Colon. Thank you, as always, to Nick Mangold. We'll say goodbye to them right now, and we will stay in the AFC East, and we'll bring in a couple of New England Patriots. We'll bring in, of course, John Feidelberg, one of the lead Patriots guys here. Check out his Bible podcast, Barstool Confessions with Champ, on Apple and Spotify. Check that out. And we'll also bring in former New England Patriot and all-time great Doug Flutie. Doug Flutie is with us right now, and he's got the Walter Payton jersey back there. Doug, I'll start with you. It kind of feels like the Patriots might be sitting here at 15, and a quarterback might have fallen to them.
Oh man, it's falling in their lap. To sit back and get Mac Jones. I know that there's a lot of smoke. I saw Mac on his phone right as the Jets were picking with a smile on his face. So there's a shot there. I think it's what McDaniels wants as a coordinator. I know that Belichick said a few things like, hey, anybody can quarterback at Alabama. Just, give the ball to whoever and throw it around. But he's got the skills that they like at the quarterback position. So this is falling in their lap.
We've got breaking news.
Matt, go ahead.
The pick is in.
Are we breaking up?
We're fine. We're fine. It's just Barstool. Don't worry about it.
The pick is in. It is going to be Mac Jones. The Pats are going to get their new signal caller.
Go ahead, Feidelberg.
Unbelievable. Anytime you can get
that fell in their lap, man.
I mean, it's the projected 3 pick. You got him at 15. It's a steal of the draft. Any other year, you call that the steal of the draft. Belichick did it again.
Mac Jones this past year had more passing touchdowns than Alabama had punts. He had 36 passing touchdowns. Alabama only had 30 punts. He's just an absolute stud. He coached a sorority flag football team in 2018. He's fluent in Mandarin. This guy, Mac Jones, is going to be an absolute stud for the Patriots, or at least everyone in New England hopes so.
Having done zero research on this, tell me the last time Belichick picked a Bama Saban product and it didn't work out beautifully.
I can't do it. I said
can't
I
do
can't
it,
do it.
can ya?
I got nothing. Steven has nothing, but he's been wrong all night.
Actually, the last 2 picks on my mock draft have been correct as far as slot-wise. Not necessarily team for the Jets trade up, but slot-wise, 2 in a row.
All right,
Doug, you played in
the
New England.
Patriots have their quarterback. Go ahead, Ron.
It's
No, I
amazing
just want to
that
ask
they
Doug if he
didn't
has
have
what it
to-
takes.
They didn't have to trade up to get this guy. The fact that they didn't have to trade up to get him, and this is the guy they wanted.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic for them. They have to be excited. They have to be really fired up. And I have some pre-approved facts right now from CrossCountry Mortgage that we can absolutely fire home because CrossCountry Mortgage, a sponsor of this very show. In Boston, it is impossible to paint your home the same color as Fenway Park. The Boston Red Sox have patented that shade of green. So you can paint a wall green, monster green within your Kenmore Square apartment, but the apartment's going to cost you about $500,000 for just 1 bedroom. And that is a pre-approved fact from CrossCountry Mortgage. But Mac Jones is going to be able to live wherever he wants because he's got that first-round money right at that 15th pick, and he's coming into a pretty good situation where he can sit behind Cam Newton for a year.
Doug, I got a question for you. What do you think about Mac's ability for a drop kick? Do you think he's got that in his bag? Oh, we lost Doug, I think.
You muted yourself. There you go. You're good. You should be good now.
He and I were at the Super Bowl together, and we had a cornhole tournament with the pros. So he's pretty good at cornhole, and I think it'll come through. I think you can throw it in that little hole, you got it made, right? So I think Mac's gonna be great. I think it's a perfect fit, and the fact that they didn't have to trade up to get to this, it's all gonna work out. I mean. They couldn't be happier with this. The other thing is, with what they were doing offense, I don't think he's sitting a year. He's not sitting. He's playing. They can't live with throwing for 100 yards a game and 1 touchdown every 3 weeks.
You think he's starting day 1, Doug?
I think he starts day 1.
Day 1, huh?
Cam, I love Cam. I love his approach, his attitude, and the things he did. But he cannot throw the ball up the field. And he struggled this year. It was obvious they couldn't get the ball in the end zone unless he ran the ball himself.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Fights. Thank you, Doug.
Thank
Flutie.
you, Doug. Hey, Doug, Dan
great.
Abraham says hello.
Okay. Dan Abraham says hello. And as always, if you can throw it in the little hole, you got everything all right. So now we got the pick is in. I think we got Riggsy boy over there somewhere. Is Riggs here? There he is. Riggs is here for the Cardinals pick. He's kind of here. He's got a black screen. Okay, the pick is in for the Cardinals. Did they rush this one in too?
I think this could be Zaven Collins. I know that there's been a ton of talk right before that Zaven Collins is who they're in love with. Steven, are you hearing the same things?
I haven't heard as much love with Zaven Collins, but I mean, this would be a cool pick. I mean, they took Isaiah Simmons last year as kind of a linebacker safety combo.
You're really on a goddamn golf course.
Hey, boy. How are you doing?
Riggsy, last time you were on the show, you showed off the baldy for the first time. What are you about to show us this time?
Look, I'm just hanging. I'm kind of curious how you guys are doing. You guys up in the north there? Is that where you're at?
Fuck you, Riggs.
Riggs, do you have any idea what number pick we're on?
Yeah, 16, baby.
What a life. Where in Arizona are you, Riggs? Can I ask where the hell you're at in the world?
That's a great question, Rowan. I hope you're doing well, by the way. I'm in North Scottsdale, a beautiful place called Greyhawk Golf Club, working on my putting a little bit, and I figured I'd check in and see how my Cardinals are doing.
All right, so let me tell you right now, if you want to get yourself a pair of Bose headphones like we have for the draft and all the first-round players have tonight, go to Bose.com/Barstool to rule the quiet with your own Bose Quiet Comfort earbuds, and Riggs is now going to hit some golf balls. Terrific. I'm sorry I had to read an ad, and now you're hitting golf balls. You're putting. Okay, terrific putt.
How you doing there? Brendan, how you doing? Good?
Why are you talking like an old prospector? Why are you talking like this?
I'm just asking how you're doing. Chill out. Everybody, look, you got to learn there's more to life than just grinding over this stuff. You're up in the – where are you again? You're in Jersey? Is that right?
Yeah, the North.
Suck my dick,
Riggs,
Riggs.
You're looking –
what are we looking for? Steven, what are we looking for here? Talk to me.
I mean, they have a very pressing need at corner. Caleb Farley is a guy who was, arguably – cornerback one until it was discovered he needed back surgery before his pro day. That's a potential option. There are some other corners like Greg Newsome II or Eric Stokes that could go here. That would be the move from a corner perspective, but Zaven Collins certainly be an interesting choice for them as well.
That's right. Exactly what I was thinking, Steven.
You don't smoke cigars at all, do you?
No, but how
Riggs.
am I doing right now? Pretty good?
Pretty good. Riggs, did you call Brendan earlier? Because if so, I like that.
Yeah, Brendan, what's the difference? Everybody gets it mixed up a little bit. It's fine, right?
Have you two even officially met?
Like twice.
I feel like you guys have never been in the same room together.
Yeah, because I'm in the office every day.
I broke up a fight of his one time. I was live on radio.
Oh, were you? Yeah, no, you didn't do anything. You just sat there.
Yeah, well, I narrated it live on the radio. It was great.
Okay.
Well, why are the Raiders on the pack? So Zaven Collins was the pick.
Zaven Collins is the pick, yes.
What is that?
Good tip, Roan.
Yeah, so Zaven Collins went to Tulsa from a really small town called Hominy, Oklahoma. And Hominy was home to the Hominy Indians, who beat the New York Giants in American Pro Football in 1927. He was obsessed with gymnastics because of the 2004 Olympics. He could do backflips when he was about 10 years old. His mom was a bailiff. He ran the 4x1600 relay, and he was the valedictorian of his high school. Riggs, maybe he was smart enough to go to Harvard.
Seems unlikely, Ron, but maybe.
Yeah, few people are indeed. But he's an absolute stud. He's a deer hunter.
Let's go ahead and thank Riggs so he can get the fuck off this stream. Thank you, Riggs. All right, so that is Riggs. Now we move on to the Las Vegas Raiders. And for the Las Vegas Raiders, we're going to bring on UFC President Dana White, who is, I believe he's changed allegiances since last year. And, of course, with the Las Vegas Raiders, you have defensive end edge player Max Crosby. We got them both here. I will start with you, Mr. Dana White. Last year on this very show, you sat with Dave Portnoy on the Patriots pick, and he accused you of becoming a Raiders fan, and you said, no, it's fine. It's nothing. And yet here you sit a year later.
Well, let me tell you this. First of all, no, that's not true. I was trying to get Brady to come to Las Vegas because we already knew he wasn't going to New England. Portnoy was calling traitor. Of course, I'm not a traitor. I'm a Patriots guy. Listen to this. I own a fucking box at Raider Stadium, and I'm supposed to be there right now doing this live from there. They wouldn't let me in.
Why the fuck not?
In the fucking stadium. So, who wants to buy a box at Raider Stadium? It's for sale right now.
All right, Max Crosby, why the fuck wouldn't you guys let him in?
I don't know. We got to talk to Mark Davis. There's obviously something going on. But, I'm at the stadium right now. I wish you were here with me, man.
You let him in.
A good time.
Well, he's an employee of the team, Dana.
Sorry. Couldn't hear you.
All right, so Max, you guys are picking right now at 17. I don't know how a player looks at the draft, but it's got to be some excitement around there. I don't know what you guys are looking for, or even what's going to happen with this pick. But how do you approach the draft on a night like this?
Yeah, there's so much talent out there. Everyone's been talking about the quarterbacks and the weapons, and obviously the Raiders. Our defense struggled last year, so we know we got to improve, on defense. So we might go defense. I would love to have another defensive, player in the room, but I don't know. We'll see.
You guys just simply have not recovered from the loss of Will Compton.
Fussing with the boys.
Cut out. So.
No worries at all. Now, Dana, how much is it going to mean this next season to be able to have fans back, not only at Raiders games in Vegas, but at all the events that are going on in Vegas? And what has been missing throughout this past year without anybody being able to attend any types of events, fights, or football games?
Yeah, no, it's going to be huge to get Vegas back. July 10th, we have Conor McGregor versus Poirier at the T-Mobile. 100% sellout. We already sold it out. And I know 2 days before us, Garth Brooks sold out Raider Stadium. So, it's going to be awesome.
Dana, I got to ask you.
It was incredible.
I got to ask you, say Conor McGregor were a football player. What position do you think that he would be playing?
He'd probably be a quarterback. He's a quarterback. A thinker. He's got a really high fight IQ. Quarterback.
I gotta ask you, Max Crosby, are you lost?
Oh, we've been running through the hallways here. We got a whole team trying to operate this thing right here. We got a nice little draft party going on, so we're excited.
Oh, you finally found the room. It took you way too long to find that room.
Way too long.
Hey, do me a favor. Go outside, and the guy that does the scanning of the tickets, and punch him in the fucking chest for me, would you?
I got you. Don't worry.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
I'll do anything for you.
Always your fucking answer for everything. Punch somebody. Maybe go and give him a hug or something.
That's the energy we need. I love it.
Now, Max, you've seen some players from the NFL wind up fighting in the UFC. Once your playing days are over, any chance you line up with Uncle Dana and get a couple fights booked?
Hey, you never know. You never know where my career will take me. Obviously the heavyweight division, doesn't have a lot of depth right now. You see Francis at the top, but, might be a new guy on the way. You never know.
Mad Max, I like the sound of it.
What do you think, Dana?
I'm in, brother.
Right now.
You let me know when.
I love it.
I'll have you slap that idiot Jake Paul around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can see what we can do.
Right when you get done with the ticket guy out front, I'll give you Jake Paul.
Hey, I got you. I'm in Vegas, so we can have a meeting whenever.
Perfect.
The pick is about to be in. Do you fellas have any predictions of who the Raiders are going to wind up taking here? Anybody on the wish list?
I don't know.
I wish I was at the stadium.
Dana's pissed.
Dana, you can probably get to the stadium.
I wish I was in my fucking box that I paid $6 million for. How about that?
Dana, listen to me. We're going to get you in that box. I'm going to make sure.
What's that noise, Stephen Shea?
It's Alex Leatherwood. He's a tackle with some guard flexibility from Alabama.
Big Bama
interesting
guy.
pick. The Raiders have had kind of a purge of their offensive line. Trent Brown being dealt back to New England, and then Rodney Hudson, superstar center, being surprisingly dealt to the Cardinals. So it looks like they're putting some more resources in the offensive line after that turnover.
Fellas, what do you think about the pick? Offensive lineman. It's not sexy, but it's something that needed to be done.
Is that what they picked?
What do you think, Dana?
We're not lying to you, Dana.
Listen, I'm no football expert. They need a right tackle. They need a defensive playmaker. But I'm not the coach. I'm not even allowed in the stadium. So what the fuck do I know?
Can somebody get Dana White in that fucking stadium, please?
I mean, seriously. Max, when you get off of here, text Dana, get him in the fucking stadium.
I know. Trust me. I'm going to get Dana's number. We're going to get it figured out. No doubt.
Love
it. All right. So, Max, it's Alex Leatherwood, offensive lineman. I'm sure you can't wait to kick this guy's ass in practice.
No, I'm excited about this pick. I know Coach Gruden talked about him a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, I love it. He's going to be right tackle, and, I'm going to give him my best every day. So we're going to work to get each other better for sure.
Ron, you have Tales from the Crypto on this?
Absolutely. The 17th pick of the draft is slated to make $2,495,865, which is close to $14,500 Solana, one of the more exotic cryptocurrencies, but you can get all of your cryptocurrencies over on Blockfolio, and $2.5 million. That's probably what Max would ask for to get a fight over on UFC. Is that right, Max? Would that be about the starting point for a fight over there, or what?
It's a little bit low. It's a little bit low. we know. I'm talking big numbers. Only money fights. So we'll have to negotiate that, Dana. We'll see.
I'll give you my $6 million box at Raider Stadium.
Stay live. We got a deal.
Perfect.
We got a deal.
All right, guys. That was awesome. That was awesome. Thank you very much to Max Crosby. Thank you very much to UFC President Dana White. You guys were incredible. The Dolphins are now on the clock. As we say goodbye to them, the Dolphins are on the clock, and we will Shay did not have Alex Leatherwood in his top 50. I don't think that's too crazy because, well, no.
I had
Shay,
him in mind.
He did get drafted number 17. Shay, you need to talk about this.
Nope.
What's going on?
Nope. I'm actually covered here. I'm looking at my screen. I put 4 players in an updated email that could go in the first round that I didn't have in my top 50. Alex Leatherwood, number 2. Jeff D-Low, suck it.
All right. So let's go ahead and bring in our next guy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I also have. I had Alex Leatherwood in my top 40 original list, but I didn't. I feel like bad, like dunking on Steven again and again and again and again and again. It's just overkill a little bit.
I'm right here. I'm actually right here.
Okay, let me bring in Frank the Tank, boys. Frank the Tank is back. So a lot's happened. We still have our.
Could the Dolphins have made this pick any faster? I mean, geez, how could they have picked it that fast?
The pick is in. Is it an edge rusher? Is Kwity Paye still on the board, right? I don't know. Is it an edge rusher, Steven? Is it a?
I would love
is
an
it a running
edge
back?
rusher right here.
Is it Najee Harris?
Edge rusher right here.
Ooh, I mean, the Dolphins certainly could use help at running back. It's pretty rich right now. Running back 18.
The second round pick. They got the 3rd pick in the second round. That's when you take your running back.
Yes, I mean I know Brandon Walker's a fan.
Throwing out possibilities, Frank. Just throwing out possibilities.
They certainly need help at edge. Kyle Van Noy is gone.
To go far. Right there, Miami at Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips is the pick.
This is the guy I wanted at 18. I think he's going to be very good.
Absolute perfect pick for Dolphins.
Another.
What do you think, Steven?
Nailed it in my mock draft. Jalen Phillips, 18 to Miami. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of a polarizing player because he was the number 1 edge recruit out of high school, went to UCLA, which was kind of a local move for him. His father and grandfather both taught in the music department there. It was pretty injury plagued. That's a medically retired, 3 concussions, which certainly is a worry. Medically retired, tried to pursue a career in music, then entered the transfer portal, went to Miami, had to sit out a year, but then had an outstanding 2020 season. He's a really, really talented player, but you have to worry about the medical here. 3 concussions that force you to medically retire at that age. It's very similar to another UCLA guy, Josh Rosen, who, people question his love of the game. And, he had some issues with concussion. So Jalen Phillips has all the talent on the road. Sorry, Josh Rosen has all the talent in the world if he can keep it together on the field.
I think this guy, if he stays healthy, I think he could be really good.
Yes.
I mean, it comes down to the 2 defensive ends for Miami. Greg Rousseau was super productive, but a lot of people seem to think that some of his sacks were gift wrap for him. That was a little bit easier for Greg Rousseau to get his sacks. Jalen Phillips, not as productive, but a super cerebral player. The number 1 recruit in the same class as Chase Young. He was hit by a scooter. He was hit while he was on his scooter by a car in 2018. That was the genesis of some of his medical problems. But like Stephen Che said, he is a really cerebral guy. He loves to sing and write poetry. He was in the Frost School of Music when he transferred to UCLA. His grandfather's a world-renowned pianist and a conductor who went to Juilliard. His mom plays cello. His dad plays trumpet. He's classically trained on piano. So if it doesn't work out with the Dolphins, he'll have a spot in the Miami Metropolitan Opera waiting for him.
What's really promising is they keep him local. So he obviously has kind of a base where he's working out of. That's good there. Keep him local. That's the safest way. I think it's a good pick.
All right, Frank, listen, last word. What do you think?
Roan, well, even though it's a different sport, the Devils just took the Flyers down to hell.
All right, so there is Frank. Thank you very much. We appreciate Frank. We got the Washington football team now on the clock. Thank you, Frank. The Washington football team now on the clock. We're bringing in a trio of people here. We got a busy crowd here. We got PFT, we got Nate, and we got the lead singer of OAR, Mark Roberts. We got everybody here. All right, so I guess I'll start with our guest, Mark Roberts. I don't know what's about to happen here. I don't know what the Washington football team is doing because all the quarterbacks are gone. Mark, what are you looking? How are you looking at this pick?
Well, I think Washington has a few holes. We all know offensive line, linebacker. We do need a quarterback for the long run, but maybe that's for next year. I think right now, hopefully, we're getting Christian Darrisaw up there.
Okay. All right. Very good. Nate, what do you think?
Mark prepped really well. No, I agree. I think it's going to be Darrisaw. I don't know. Steven, absolutely terrible job tonight, though.
Thank you, Eric.
That's kind of a pile-on. That's a pile-on by Nate.
Yeah.
But I'd like to add my voice to pile-on and say, Steven, yeah, you screwed up a lot of stuff tonight. I'm not piling on, but Nate, when you're right, you're right.
You were part of the room that duped me.
Oh yeah. No, I was making moves left and right. I was a big part of it. But you got to be smart on that, Steve. You got to have your head on a swivel. Now, I had Darrisaw going in my mock draft to the Washington football team. I actually had him in every mock draft that I put together this year. So this is my red star pick, scouting term for when you really believe in somebody. I really believe in Christian Darrisaw. That said, I am very nervous right now that we're going to take Kyle Trask. Because I did jinx that for Big Cat. I was like, you're going to draft a guy that looks like Billy, and he's going to make your life a living hell. And so now, just in the interest of karma, I feel like I have every right to be nervous.
Roan, the pick is in.
Wow. This is really exciting
that was
stuff.
fast.
Mark, say something.
Yeah. Nate, it's so good to see you. PFT, amazing. Great to see you
Good
guys.
to see you, Mark. How you doing?
I prepared.
So is there
very
any
well,
chance?
Nate, as you know.
Were you guys
Is
not
there any
backstage?
chance-
You could have talked earlier.
We talk all day, every day.
All right. Sorry, Roan.
Is there any chance that the Washington football team goes ahead and fortifies any of their skill positions this year? Terry McLaurin is obviously a stud receiver, but could they potentially get someone opposite him?
Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore out of Ole Miss is a stud.
We signed Curtis Samuel.
Right,
Yeah,
but we
but,
still
I mean-
could get Elijah Moore. I mean, he's got the pedigree. He went to an elite school, Ole Miss. It's wide receiver U. Nothing but great talent coming out of there. Let's see. Wait, pick is in.
Haven't had a
Pick
winning
is
record
in.
in 5 years.
God damn it.
Brandon, I gotta ask, because you're such a wrestling fan, how cool is it that Ole Miss's wide receivers crew are called the NWO Nasty Wideouts? That's pretty cool. You have to be at least a little bit jealous of that.
You talking to Nate? Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Brandon
That was
Walker.
directed to you,
Mississippi State
Brandon.
fan.
We have guests, Steven. We'll talk later. Me and you can talk later. We've got guests right now. We got Mark. We got
It
Nate.
is
We got
rude
PFT.
that Steven hasn't asked Mark a single question.
Bring it on.
Christian,
Let's go.
Christian Darrisaw right now feels like the pick. He grew up the closest to Dan Snyder's son's high school, and that's that's the number one metric that we use to draft players. So going off that, I think it's going to be Darrisaw. Let's see.
All right, let's see what happens.
PFT, that's twice you've pulled a let's see. You've looked at the camera twice, like Jamin Davis, the linebacker from Kentucky.
Wow.
Love this. Love this pick.
Okay. All right. I like it. He's my best
good.
linebacker available.
Mine
So
as well.
Jamin Davis's vertical leap is 1 inch less than Vince Carter. He is an absolutely stud athlete.
Monster.
He was born in Hawaii. His nickname is Shadow. You're going to like that. His nickname is Shadow. His jersey number was 44 because his grandmother passed away at 44 years of age. And other than playing in the NFL, his dream job is to be a corporate lawyer. Whose dream job is to be a corporate lawyer? The guy that the Washington football team just drafted.
I like
it. Yeah, I like it.
I like it a lot.
Shows that
I
he
like him
cares
way
about
more
stuff.
than Micah Parsons as well.
I like having a defense in Washington that people are going to be scared of.
I mean, the defensive line is already incredible. The defensive line stacked. Now the front seven's looking good. You could pair this guy up with Cole Holcomb, and you guys are making hay.
We jamming. All right, we jamming. That's what print the T-shirts right now.
I also have a pre-approved fact from CrossCountry Mortgage, and it is this. DC streets are lined up alphabetically, but the city planner omitted the 10th letter of the alphabet intentionally. With no J Street, you can choose to live on the neighboring I or K Street in Southeast DC for around $1.23 million for a 3-bedroom home. And that scintillating fact is presented by CrossCountry Mortgage and their pre-approved facts.
And you can go to ccmlens.com/Barstool to get you on the path of home ownership and start building equity today. So, guys, congratulations on your pick. Nate, Mark, PFT. We're going to have to say goodbye to you now. Thank you very much for being here. And we will bring in the team that traded back. We will bring in a team that was going to trade, that was going to draft much earlier at 11, but they have traded back to 20. It is the New York Football Giants. And for the New York Football Giants, we have the great Clem. Always a pleasure to talk to Clem, a member of Team ZD, very controversial. And, of course, comedian Chris DiStefano. So, and I said it wrong, and I fucked it up. And y'all told me.
Yeah, you said it wrong right away. You said it
You
wrong.
said it right. Listen, Brandon, you said it right, okay? You said it. It's fine. The only problem with this is there's too many white people in here, and this is a lawsuit in 2021.
Well, I'm from
Mississippi.
Mississippi.
You're white?
It's not unusual for me.
I am. I today identify as white, but tomorrow we'll see.
So what are we thinking for the Giants?
We're thinking that the goddamn Eagles, Washington football team, and Cowboys are terrified of the fucking Giants, and they're just combining forces. You guys threw Sudfeld in the game to keep us out of the playoffs. Now you and the Cowboys are fucking pussyfooting around, making trades to get Devonta Smith out of New York. It's a goddamn joke. It's 1-on-3. What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, the Giants already picked up a wide receiver this offseason in Kenny Golladay. So, I mean, Chrissy, does it make sense that they're going to wind up picking up another wide receiver? No, they had to trade down from that 11 spot. And who do you like? Who makes sense here? What position makes sense?
Listen, baby, at first I was going to think, we need a line to protect our boy Saquon, and I guess we do. But I like this kid from Notre Dame, this Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I like that kid.
Chrissy, I drafted him in Madden. He's nasty. He's nasty in Madden.
And I like that. Yeah, I want to go defense. That's what I think they should take. But if they don't take him, then maybe we go with this kid, Christian Darrisaw from Virginia Tech. I don't know. Those are that's what I would do. I'm thinking either you need the O-line or you need a linebacker. That's what I think.
I got Quiddy Pay on my board here. Michigan's very good at football, right? They haven't slipped off at all, right? They're still a very good program, right? Right, Stephen Shea?
Yeah, they're fine.
Quiddy is a freak show athlete. He's kind of like a squatty body guy. He's like 6'3", 6'4". He's like 260 pounds. He's kind of what you're going to want to see from the position explosive-wise. I would think Dave Gettleman's going to lean that way, but Dave Gettleman surprised us tonight. He traded down for the first time in the first round ever. The Giants are kind of a mystery, but it's a great trade for them. And Chris, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the Joker. I mean, he's a super talented guy. He's kind of a tweener. I don't know if he's going to be a linebacker or a safety at the next level, but if he has a creative defensive coordinator, he's going to be a weapon on defense.
I say let's trade everybody and just get Aaron Rodgers. That's what I want. Let's just get Aaron Rodgers, dude.
I kind of hope Gettleman just goes crazy and just keeps trading down the entire draft. He just Belichick's this shit. He gets addicted to the trade game, and we just don't pick this year. And next year we have a ton of picks.
Yeah.
So is this the year for Daniel Jones? Does Daniel Jones have to figure shit out this year, or else everyone's moving on? Because it seems like it's put up or shut up time for Dan Jones.
Chrissy D, tell me you're a Daniel Jones guy. Tell me you're a Daniel Jones guy, Chrissy.
I am a Daniel Jones guy because as soon as we drafted Daniel Jones, I said, at least this guy's face isn't stupid. That was the whole thing with Eli Manning is he's so good, but the camera would just zoom in on his dumb face and he was always drooling. I'm like, what? Get the camera off Eli's face. Ooh. So Daniel Jones, at least he has a nice face. And I am a Daniel Jones fan, and I do think this is his year, and I predict the Giants go 8-8 and make the playoffs.
I'm getting word on. My scoops have been not the best tonight, but I'm getting word it's going to be Kadarius Toney out of Florida, which would be an interesting
love that fucking pick. I think that guy is going to be a stud.
I don't know who that is. I have no
idea. It's a soft receiver. He was a quarterback coming into college. They turned him into a receiver. He is absolutely explosive.
No, dude.
No.
No,
You're not going to like him.
No, I don't want anybody named after a birth. It's like sounds like a birth sign. Kadarius. What month are you born? That's my son. Kadarius. No, I don't want this guy. I really don't want this guy. I just have a bad feeling.
This guy is it?
How good was he at playing quarterback?
If this is the pick from, there's not going to be a more fun guy to play with in Madden. I can promise you that.
Yes.
Sold.
But in real life, Kadarius Toney is a guy who's going to break your ankles and then drop a pass. He has terrible hands. Throughout his career, he showed that he has no hands. As a quarterback in high school, he could throw the ball like 70 yards from his knee, but he's not playing quarterback. He's playing receiver, and he can't catch the ball. I don't know why you wouldn't. If you were going to take a receiver, why not try and get a guy at 11 like Devonta Smith? Why Kadarius Toney? If I'm a Giants fan, I'm pissed off. This sucks.
No, I don't want Kadarius Toney. Imagine his name was Tony Kadarius. Then he's like a freaking Greek bar owner in Astoria, just sitting there with a wife beater on, being like the fucking Giants. Tony Kadarius.
I feel like if Daniel Jones doesn't pan out, that's our quarterback next year. Kadarius Toney is our quarterback. So I think this is a win-win.
He's not a quarterback anymore.
He's a wide receiver.
We're gonna start this today. He identifies a receiver. Next year, he identifies as a quarterback, just like Chrissy D's White tonight. It's all good.
Exactly, dude. And a lot of these guys are. I mean, they're all college guys. I wonder if any of them are going to identify as women when they enter the NFL. That'd be wild. Somebody just changes their gender.
Yeah.
All right, so that's who they're going to pick. This kid, Kadarius Toney, huh?
A very good player out of Florida.
It's who they have picked. I mean, Florida had an incredible offense last year with Kyle Trask, but Kadarius Toney, they found ways to get him the ball. If he is to get open on his own, the Giants already have a ton of receivers. Why not just go with the guys that they have? They have short guys who are the exact same athletic profile as him in Sterling Shepard and fucking everybody they have other than Kenny Golladay looks exactly like Kadarius Toney. I don't understand the pick.
I don't like
They had a great offense behind Kadarius, Kyle, and Kyle. They never came up with like a shortened version of that or anything. But so
he wins number one. He's the fastest guy in the universe. He's so fast. He's perfect.
Yeah, he's very fast. It's a great pick, guys. It's a great pick. Hey, thank you guys for being here. And I know you guys had to wait because you traded back. So Chris, Clem, thank you very much for being here. We got to move on to the next pick. It is the Indianapolis Colts. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock, and we're bringing in from Lowering the Bar. Today's episode of Lowering the Bar is on Barstool Sports YouTube right now. It's a great show, one of the best shows at Barstool. Check out Lowering the Bar. It is Jeff Everett is Vibs. Hello, Vibs.
What's up, everybody? How's it going?
Oh, let's go. Right. Holding the mic, squad.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's how you hold the mic, right?
Yeah, let's go.
Absolutely not how you hold the mic. Okay, yeah. Anyway, Colts right here. What are we at? 21? Where are we going, Vibs? What are we doing?
Well, I think Miami got the guy that we wanted. I don't know what the likelihood was that he would have fallen to us, but I think anything on the offensive line or the defensive line would be good. But the Colts have a need pretty much everywhere. We're basically just banking on Carson Wentz being good, and I don't know what the likelihood of that is. But
that's the most depressing fucking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, Rowan, what is the likelihood of that?
Honestly, it seems like everybody in Indianapolis has already anointed Carson Wentz, and they're positive that he's going to be good. Did you not watch him last year? Did you not see what he was doing last year with the Eagles? He was so bad. And he had a good offensive line, a Super Bowl winning coach, and he was terrible. So I don't understand the optimism about Carson Wentz. I'm rooting for him to play a lot of games, but to fail. So the Eagles get the Colts first-round pick next year. If the Colts are being smart, they're going to find a way to protect Carson Wentz and put some talent around him on the offensive side of the ball. They got Michael Pittman Jr. last year as their first, as an early pick, and he was a stud for them last year. So maybe more playmakers for him, maybe more. I mean, their offensive line is already pretty stout. They got a running back last year, but I feel like they need to help Carson Wentz.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor's been a stud. I love him. He just grinds, picks up yards. Pittman's been good. They're bringing back T.Y. Hilton. They need like a number one wide receiver, someone who can really stretch the field. But yeah, Carson Wentz, I watched him, but we also had like a 50-year-old Phillip Rivers last year. So I guess this is an improvement, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, at the end of the Buffalo game, Phillip Rivers couldn't even get the ball to the end zone when he needed to. Like, his arm was literally falling off his body. So from that perspective, anything is better. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I think we're going to look at two areas here. So the Colts had they do have a great offensive line, but left tackle Anthony Costanzo was somewhat of a surprising retirement this offseason. Christian Darrisaw, I believe, is still on the board, who's a natural left tackle out of Virginia Tech. And then on off the edge, they don't have the Colts have kind of made their hay, when they were very good with edge rushers and pressures and kind of taking advantage of that noisy crowd in Indy with Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis. They don't have that anymore. Justin Houston, I believe, is gone. Azeez Ojulari is an interesting prospect out of Georgia who could really he's kind of a Robert Mathis type player. Really great get off, just like Mathis. So that's who I would kind of like to see them pick here. But certainly if they can help protect Carson Wentz, that's a good thing.
Yeah, Steven, let me ask you about Kwity Paye. It seems like he's fallen. He was like in that 8 to 12 or 14 range, wasn't he?
Yeah, so the edge rushing group is not elite this year. Like Kwity Paye could have been the first guy. I don't think it'd be a surprise if he was like the third or fourth guy. It's all pretty close. He is a guy who you think is going to be a better pro than college player. Didn't have a ton of production, but was kind of misused. He was playing zero technique at sometimes over the center. And with his athletic profile, you'd like to see him out on the edge a little bit more. So Kwity Paye certainly is a possibility here. I would say Paye, Ojulari, even Gregory Rousseau, who's kind of taking a tumble, might not get picked tonight, would be good options for the Colts.
Yeah,
I mean, pick us in.
Fantastic news, my friends. Thank you. Beautifully done by me, may I say.
I
hit all the notes. I hit all the notes, just not in the right order, unfortunately. But what we're learning about this defensive end class, and there hasn't been any defensive ends taken so far. But all these guys are from Africa. Azeez Ojulari, Nigerian descent. Kwity Paye, born in a refugee camp in the Republic of Guinea. Joseph Asai, Nigerian immigrant from Lagos. Joe Tryon, also Nigerian. I mean, there's a massive African influx, especially at the defensive end position. I wonder if the Colts are going to tap into that and help out their defensive line going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be an interesting pick. Yeah, they have a few select holes that they can address in this round one pick. I'm interested to see which way they go. Offense, defense, both in the trenches is where you'd kind of like to see and where you'd expect to see the pick.
What if they trade down? Is that a bad pick?
Trading down in my book is always good. Carson Wentz has a big contract, so you think he's going to be around for at least a couple of years. So I don't know how much good that would do next year as far as like going up to get a quarterback with that type of ammunition. The Colts are also supposed to be good. So I think it's about winning for right now. So I would like to see them use the pick on one of their holes, edge or left tackle.
Yeah, they've been like 8-8 for the last 3 years, and they've been solid. They just need some pieces to kind of get them over the edge, but they've been building a team slowly.
So we will see shortly who it is. Could be the edge guy. Could be. Oh, fuck it. It could be anybody. Shit, I don't know. Could be anybody.
Yeah, you're talking about the noise. You talk about the noise in the RCA Dome with Mathis and those guys. It's all gone. It's in Lucas Oil now. It's a very, very sterile environment.
Stadium?
Lucas Oil, yeah.
Oh, can I just say, Vibs? Can I just say that was a good joke, Brandon? But Vibs, can I just say your voice sounds super sexy right now? You have this morning voice thing going on, and it's like you just woke up from like a fuck session or something like that.
This is late
your
night.
Your lighting suggests that too.
What's that?
Your lighting also suggests a fuck session.
No, my lighting just sucks. I mean, this is just a Manhattan Apartments lighting. Like I don't have a ring light. I'm not fancy. This is what I look like.
You have a freshly fucked voice. Rona's right.
Yeah, I mean, this is late night.
Does it sound fucked?
I go to bed at like 9:30.
You sound fucked. Are you fucked?
I'm getting fucked and sucked.
Okay.
I'm in Manhattan. You think I'm not getting
There's our clip. We got our clip.
Pick is in, and it is Kwity Paye, defensive end from Michigan. He was born in a refugee camp, like I just said. His mother, Agnes, moved with her 2 sons to Rhode Island in 1999. He's from Guinea, from the Republic of Guinea, whose top exports are crude petroleum and manganese ore. Crude petroleum and manganese ore. We ever going to try that shit on lowering the bar, Vips?
I would love to try some manganese ore.
It's the best ore.
Do you just eat it? Do you smoke it?
I don't think you ingest ore.
Okay,
ore is like
not.
a coal, right?
Bobby ore?
Not Bobby Orr. Not okay. All right.
I'll ask the lawyers.
All right. So that's Quiddy Pay. Congratulations, Vibs. I know that's who you wanted all along.
Yep.
You told me this morning. And all right, that is Vibs. Thank you very much. Check out Lowering the Bar, the latest episode on Barstool YouTube right now. Always a great show. So we move on to the Tennessee Titans, certainly a team that's been very, very, very competitive lately. And they've got one of the great podcasts here at Barstool. It's, of course, Bussin' with the Boys. Go subscribe to Bussin' with the Boys on Apple. More video with these guys on their YouTube channel, so go subscribe. We got Will Compton. I don't know if we have both of them. Oh, we do have the boys.
Hey,
there
we got both. We got
there
both.
we go. Okay. He is very relaxed. All right. Bare
the
feet.
boys.
Okay.
Hey, Brandon, I love what you're doing with the WWF backyard stuff. Steven, congratulations on the new kid. Roan, stay hilarious as ever on Twitter.
Hey, the Bears are back. It's in.
Bears are back. That's a fucking
Bears
fact.
might be back right now.
I think Taylor might be watching on a 1 hour delay.
I'm just really glad he complimented wrestling. So all right, what's going on down there, boys? I don't know. What are you how are you guys watching this draft? What do you think you want here?
How are we watching the draft? We're at my house right now.
Yeah, that was a bad question. I meant what do you want right here? That's what I meant. I'm tired.
Not a linebacker. Not a
Personally,
linebacker.
not a linebacker. Taylor was rooting for Parsons the entire time until he got off the board.
Well, that's not true. That's not necessarily true. I'm not going to show all my hands, but there was definitely a point where I thought he could help the football team. There's a lot of things we could do here. Go corner, go wide receiver. Could take a tackle. There's a kid out of Michigan that's pretty decent, I heard. I'm not sure.
I also have heard a lot of people are excited about Elijah Moore, the receiver from Ole Miss, going at this spot. A lot of Titans guys are excited about maybe getting another Ole Miss receiver. Is there maybe something going on down in Ole Miss where they're sneaking receivers underneath the radar and they're winding up as studs in the NFL? What'd you just do with your mouth and a dick sucking motion, Brandon?
I scratched my cheek. That wasn't a dick sucking motion.
It was a dick sucking motion.
It wasn't a dick sucking motion.
So somebody just tried calling us. I was trying to ignore it.
Who did the dick sucking motion?
I didn't. Nobody did a dick sucking motion. I scratched my
Brandon
cheek.
pretended to suck dick.
No,
Yeah,
it
like
wasn't that. But that's a big ass.
Elijah Moore,
What kind of dicks you been sucking?
I don't know the kid at all. I don't know Elijah Moore. I know AJ Brown loves him. I'm putting all my eggs in the Julio Jones basket.
Ooh.
All my eggs.
Wow, you're trading for Julio Jones.
Julio Jones. And it seemed like all it was going to take was like a 3rd round pick or 5th round pick. So it's like,
let's just put this out there though. We know nothing. Literally, we are. It's not like John's on the phone right here, calling.
What do you guys have as far as snacks tonight? What's the spread looking like for the game? Did you guys order out, or you guys did you guys cook something up? What are you guys munching on? I feel like you have to have a nice setup as far as snacks.
we had a nice bison burger. We had what is it? Andouille.
It's
on. Ooh, some sausage,
some vegetables to go with it, and then also we had some Coco's ice cream, some vegan ice cream.
Wait
God damn.
Yeah, fucking.
We got to watch our dairy and gluten intake.
But you had fucking sausage, and you're watching. You're eating organic ice cream.
Like I just said, dairy and gluten. Coco's is vegan ice cream. There's no dairy.
What's it made out of?
Hey, what's Coco's ice cream?
Oh, what? We picked a lot.
No, they're just showing.
They're just showing.
I
They're just showing.
thought they took them.
Hey,
all right. Stop focusing on the football. What flavor was the ice cream?
Hey, what flavor was the ice cream?
Hey, my boy, he was in a car accident earlier, getting the fender bender. It was like a cafe latte type thing. I don't know. I'm sorry, hey.
Bro, it was one of the big flavors, one of the popular flavors.
Who got an offender bender? You guys, you boys better be belted up. You guys better be putting in the insurance claim.
We're safe, man. We're safe. Steven, who do you have on your board with the Titans going with?
Right now is a guy I mocked to the Titans, and he's my best player available. It's cornerback Caleb Farley out of Virginia Tech. He does have some injury concerns. He just underwent back surgery. I believe he was cleared for the start of camp at the end of July. He also just tested positive for COVID. So
Did he say Virginia Tech? No.
it's a pretty poor injury.
Chris Arnold, NFL Insider, says we're taking Elijah Moore.
Oh,
Fantasy League Insider.
He's a very good player. Very good player.
I think he'd go well with AJ because obviously AJ knows him well.
Oh, something happened.
As a defensive guy, the pick is in.
Pick's in, boys.
As a defensive guy,
everyone hold on to your asses.
No stand-up linebacker. No stand-up linebacker.
That one was great.
Who are we taking? Who do you guys think?
I mean, Elijah Moore, if you can get him, he's an absolute beast. He was averaging like
we're picking right now, and he's still on the board, so we could take him.
I mean, he averaged like 10 catches a game last year for Ole Miss. Like, he's an absolute stud.
Oh, the boys.
Oh, the boys over there. Look at that.
Hey, we got a hat on. We got a hat on TV.
Hey, we've made it. We've peaked.
Let's go. That's
during the NFL.
Oh,
like to point out you're on a draft show now. You're on a draft show now, boys.
I am getting word that it's going to be Caleb Farley out of Virginia Tech.
The corner out of Virginia.
Wow.
Who's the word?
It's Stephen Chase sources, so you double check it.
that's absolute fair assessment after tonight. But this will be an interesting one because the Titans under John Robinson, the general manager, have taken the best available player, even if they're injured. Jeffrey Simmons was slated to miss a couple of games to start his rookie career. It's turned out to be a really nice player. Not sure about the school he went to. Typically doesn't produce the best football players, but Virginia Tech, Caleb Farley, if this is the pick, would be a great pick in my opinion. Best player on the board for me.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree about the college producing athletes as far as cornerbacks go. Does D'Angelo Hall ring a bell?
No. I was talking about Jeffrey Simmons.
He was insulting Mississippi State, which has produced a whole lot of fucking people. A lot of fucking people. Fletcher Cox, Chris Jones, Jeffrey Simmons,
Vic,
defensive tackles.
Yeah, but they're good players. Dak Prescott, ever heard of him?
Yes.
Asshole. All right. So the pick is in. We will find. It is Caleb Farley, right? Do we know it is?
My
I think
source.
we're about to find out right now.
My source is
Ron, why are you rolling your shoulders?
I have been wrong.
Because I'm trying to get loose. I'm trying to get loose for this pick. I'm about to give some analysis. I'm about to give a Blockfolio Tales from the Crypt.
I said this before the draft. I'm committed to tipping picks early, even if one or two are wrong. So I ate shit before. I'm willing to do it again.
Hey Compton, we can see straight up your fucking nose.
Sorry, I got the open mouth look going.
But the teeth look great, though. Will, you were with
yeah, I'm so back. Hit it on the mock draft and scooped it.
Woo! Will, you were with Marty Mush this week. Which one of you guys has better teeth now?
Oh, I do. His are a little short. His are
short, right?
Yeah, they're a little
short. Yeah, yours are very nice.
You're a full tooth man.
Is that him? I appreciate that. They cost a little bit of money, so they better.
Yeah, it happens. All right, Ron, hit us with a crypto.
What's up?
So this pick is sponsored by Blockfolio Tales from the Crypt. Tennessee is currently $5,401,000 under the cap, which is approximately $20 million in Dogecoin. I don't know if Caleb Farley's going to be paid in Dogecoin, but he's definitely going to be paid well as a first-round pick for your Tennessee Titans. Absolute stud of a pick. You got to be fired up about him popping in there. What do you got?
Download the Blockfolio app, deposit $10 and use code STOOLY for a chance to win a piece of $100K in Bitcoin. Stephen Che.
I am not Will Compton's agent, but with $5.4 million, I'm comfortable saying that we will re-sign with Tennessee to fill that cap space. I won't even let my client speak on that. We'll take that deal right now.
What about it?
Yeah, that's why I have my agent, Stephen Che.
Okay.
There we go.
Wearing the gold jacket, I guess. All right, it is, of course, Bussin' with the Boys. Go subscribe to Bussin' with the Boys on Apple. More video with these guys on their YouTube channel. It's incredible. Thank you very much, guys, and have a good night, I guess.
I appreciate it, boys.
Have a day, boys. Have a good one.
Enjoy that ice cream. All right, so, wow, that happened fast. He was in the background. I don't think it was supposed to be him. It's 23. Who traded back to 23? Is it Vikings?
That's right. That's right.
Minnesota's on the clock.
Oh, so we're bringing Dime Package in for this. We're bringing Dime Package. We had Jared Allen earlier. He's way too important to wait around for us. So we're bringing in the two ladies again. Hey, broads, how you doing?
We're doing all right. We're a little tired over here. How are you doing?
Oh, man, I couldn't be better. I'm with my buddies, Roan and Stephen Shea, and we're just kicking it, talking football.
I noticed that none of you guys knew what to say to Chris Stefano when he made a gender-changing joke.
I'm here for it. I'm all here for it. But earlier on, there was some chaos when the Eagles made their pick. And Fran, I feel like you didn't really get to talk about our newest Eagle and how you feel about that selection. It was complete chaos. Things were happening left and right. Bob Saget was getting told that his baseball cards didn't matter by Gillian Wallow. What do you think about Devonta Smith?
I'm excited. I think I was surprised they made that move with the Cowboys, like you guys have been saying. Didn't really think that they would even be interested in having that conversation. But it seems like it was very beneficial for both sides. The Cowboys still got the guy that they were probably going to take in that spot anyway and gain an extra pick. And Howie doesn't look like a total asshole. People would have really been calling for Howie Roseman's head even more than they already have. And he went with like the fan favorite pick. Nobody was going to be upset with him taking Devonta Smith. I really don't think
I was going to be very upset.
Stephen Shea, I'm sorry. Literally besides you.
Yeah.
But the fact that one of those, those three guys, one of those three wide receivers was still there and they went and got him, can't complain about it. And you get Jalen Hurts reunited with the Alabama guy. So Jalen Hurts, in order to see Jalen Hurts succeed at all, you got to give him some help on offense, and hopefully he's the key.
Sorry for your bad luck, Stephen Shea.
I mean,
it
I'm going to tweet this out. Really luck, Casey.
I've eaten shit a couple times tonight. I've hit 8 picks in my mock draft already. We're on pick 22. I am absolutely dominating. I'm the hottest senior draft analyst in the game right now. Let's get on board.
The pick is in for the Vikings. Who's going right here?
Who is it?
Yeah.
Vikings, interesting.
You have no clue. So.
No, I mean Darisaw is an interesting one. They could use an edge rusher too. Azeez Ojulari would be a nice pair with Danielle Hunter. I mean this was a trade back. The Jets were picking. I had Tevin Jenkins, who is also a potential option for Minnesota. I had Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State, the right tackle.
Casey, I'm curious what you think about the Cowboys taking Micah Parsons and about the Patriots taking Mac Jones. How do you like both of those picks?
I like both of them. I completely disagreed with Trista because I think Micah Parsons was a great choice there because they definitely need help. And Mac Jones going to the Patriots, it's so perfect.
Fitting.
It's so fitting. And I know everybody and their mom right now is doing the picture of Tom Brady shirtless and Mac Jones shirtless, but when you have these funny shirtless photos, it works out for Bill Belichick. But at the end of the day, I'm with Stephen Shea here. My team is Tom Brady. So I'm just waiting for that number 32 pick.
Champs.
Yeah. I've officially decided. Tom Brady's my NFL team.
I don't like the way you said that, Stephen. It was cocky and somehow Southern. Champs?
Yeah. Well, there was a twang to it.
There was. I mean, he can be cocky. He won a Super Bowl this year.
There was fried okra in that voice.
Champs. I mean, I've been known to do a little twang. I'm rocking the official Giovanni Bernard shirt.
It is.
Oh, boy.
You can get the Barstool Sports now.
I love that Stephen Shea is still being super cocky after, no offense, being dunked on just all night.
I've been eating shit on air. Fine. My mock draft, put it up against any expert's mock draft. I am going to be the top graded one by the end of tonight. So
you are bouncing back a little too hard here, okay? There was a 20-minute period where you were inconsolable, and now you're on top of the world.
I mean, I've been crushing. My picks are crushing, so.
Unfortunately, you know how it works at Barstool. If you have one wrong thing, you could do 100 things right, but no one's going to remember that. They're only going to remember the one wrong thing. And the Justin Fields thing is going to be sticking for sure.
Well, also shout out the Bears for just totally putting me in a cool throw in there because the Devonta Smith stuff got washed away pretty quickly with Justin Fields being picked by the Bears.
Yeah, no, that was good for you. Also, this place is just out of control, but that Eagles Bears time period was fucking crazy around here.
Bob Saget.
Yeah, poor Bob. No one wanted his cards.
I'll take his cards. I have no problem taking a Bob Saget baseball
He's brought those into the office before, actually. I'm pretty those are not the first time we've seen those. There you go, Stephen J. There you go.
I mean,
you just said you have the mock draft?
What the fuck?
You said you have the best mock draft?
I do.
Devonta Smith was going to go 18th, and he could no way go 10.
Dude, I've hit 8 picks in 23. 6 is really good.
I catfished you for 2 days straight.
Yeah, that was 2 days straight. It was 24 hours.
It was 2 days. I mean, they planted the seed yesterday.
It was a 48-hour plan.
Yeah. It was so fishy because I thought it was Roan the whole time. So I made sure to contact Brett, who I trusted and I know is watching, Brett Merriman. And he gave me the info on the source. So I texted them directly to try and build a rapport. Sniffed it out. I thought that was being.
You did not sniff it out.
Oh, I did. The Jalen Waddle pick sold me. I sniffed it out. I refused to announce that one. When you said that you weren't going to announce your team, I knew something was up.
I know. They're okay.
We're all in the same text. We are all in the same group text.
I was scared on that pick. I was scared that was the one they were trying to fool you with. So I didn't want to be the guy that walked into the trap.
Exactly. Yes, that same.
But I wasn't included. I wasn't included on the whole mess.
I believe that. But once that pick hit, I was like, okay, all right, this guy is legit.
To be fair, Brett does have legit friends.
Yes, that's why it all made sense.
From Big Cat. Yeah.
All right, so
Kid stays hot. I got more breaking news in my Bose Quiet Comfort earbud.
That you do.
Pittsburgh 24 going Najee Harris, running back out of Alabama.
Can we get the Pittsburgh guys on the damn? Hold on. Relax. All right, ladies, we'll see you later. All right, I got 3 guys to bring on. I got Willie Colon. I got Joey Molinaro. I got Nick Terraney. I got all these guys to bring on, and you're already spoiling the pick.
Damn, Che.
Fuck, Stephen Che.
Oh, fuck.
I mean,
can't even have a moment.
I'm sorry.
How did you rob us of the
for nobody.
moment?
All right, Joey, this is who you wanted, right?
Che.
I mean, yeah, I'm cool with it, but I wanted to have my moment to celebrate and see the fucking pick, and Shea just throwing it out there like it's nothing.
Horrible night for you, Che. You're fucking blowing it.
No, not a horrible night because I had this in my mock draft. Again, 9th pick correct.
Stop doing the mock draft shit.
Steven, on one hand, I want to say congratulations because you're my friend and my co-host on Going Deep, and you've been great to me, so congrats on the 9. But I mean, I really that took me by surprise big time. Not the pick because I thought it was going to be Najee, and that's cool, but I don't appreciate it, man.
I'm sorry. I mean, we okay. I shouldn't have done it with the dime package ladies on air. I apologize for doing that, but I mean, the breaking news game is a breaking news game. I got to get the scoop.
All right, it's okay, Steven. I got to talk to Nick for a second because Nick's been on twice in a row and has barely gotten to speak. Hey, Nick.
Hey, man, what's up?
Not much. How you doing? You feeling okay?
Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm happy with this pick.
I don't care about the pick, man.
Anybody else? Oh no. Other than that, yeah, man, all's pretty good over here. Missing you guys.
I miss you, man. I wish you were here.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Right.
Oh, hey, Willie.
Fellas.
What up, stud?
Willie,
I feel,
what's happening?
I don't know what's happening. I want to take. I feel bad for Joey. Valid, I played for the team and won a Super Bowl, but this is Joey's moment. So I want to give the floor to Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I'm saying I'm with Nick. I'm with Willie. I don't know if Willie, because you're O lineman, you probably want O line, but I'm cool with it, man. You get the best running back available.
Wait.
24. You don't got to reach. You go back. We'll get rounds 2 and 3. We'll get a lineman. I'm cool with it. It's Najee time. Let's go, baby. Super Menage.
Okay, don't ever say that again.
Fellas.
Don't you ever fucking say that again. Yes.
Are you worried? Are you worried that Najee Harris is 23 years old, about to be a rookie, while your division rival Joe Mixon is entering his 5th NFL season and is only 24? Is there too much tread on Najee Harris's tires to be a successful pick? I know you guys needed a running back, or are you just happy getting one?
I think that's a knock on a lot of the Alabama running backs. You worry about the tread, but the bottom line, if you watch Pittsburgh football last year, it was horrible. Anytime on 32nd we got to throw the ball, we're in trouble. So the fact that we got a running back who can flat out get, is a home run type back, can catch the ball and is willing to block, You got to go for it. The kid's 6'2" and can move, so you got to go. I'm happy with the pick. But I was also, I think Joey and Nick can agree with you. And we have a big need in the offensive line, so I could have went either way. Even if Travis Etienne would have landed with us, I would have been happy as well.
All right.
Well, no, it's a big pick.
I want to hear from Nick.
Willie, I was supposed to be the one with a big ass picture of myself behind me. I don't know if you didn't check the fucking email, but kind of fucked up.
All right, guys. Congratulations on the running back, Nick. We will have you back in a minute. Willie, we're done with you for tonight, I think. And Joey, as always, you're the best. So appreciate you guys being on here. We now have the Jags boys coming back. They were here at the very, very beginning, which was about 2 weeks ago, it feels like. It is Chaps and Coach Doug's. Chaps, of course, the host of Zero Blocks. God damn it, Chaps.
What?
Why? You're shirtless.
So I'm at home, dude. What the fuck do you want from me, Brandon?
I'd not be sure. God damn it, Doug's. What are you doing?
Hello.
It's 10:15 here.
Yeah.
You know I go to bed at 9:30.
All right. So you guys, Doug's, what's the cigar?
What, I can't smoke a cigar in my own house?
You can smoke a cigar wherever you want to. Well, not wherever you want to. If you want to do some. All right, sorry. Ron, you talk to him. Shit, I don't know.
No, I'm curious how you guys are feeling that the dust has settled a little bit around Trevor Lawrence. He's your guy. He's coming home. He is adding to the Christian tradition that is the Jacksonville Jaguars. Are you guys going to be able to pick up another Christian with this next pick?
I don't know. Is that tight end from Penn State? Is he a Christian? Is the safety from Texas Christian University a Christian?
Probably.
Of course he is. Trayvon Moehrig is who you're talking about, and Pat Freiermuth.
Yeah, I kind of hope it's not the tight end from Penn State. I don't like it when we draft players that I don't know how to pronounce their names right away, because whenever I go if I do like a spot somewhere and talk about it, I always feel like an idiot, like I'm going to say the name wrong, like Brandon did with the offensive tackle from Oregon earlier.
I did not. His name is Penei Sewell.
Embarrassing.
He did that with the Giants, the comedian.
I did not. I got it right. It was close, right?
No.
Chris DiStefano?
Chrissy D?
No?
Yeah, no, you botched that one. You botched that one pretty badly. But there are a lot of Christians have been taken. Zaven Collins was a big Christian, was already taken. Christian Darrisaw was already taken. He's a Christian himself. Maybe Travis Etienne is a nice Christian running back for you guys. Or maybe Asante Samuel Jr. would be an interesting pick, fortify the quarterback position.
The defensive end from Wake Forest, is he a Christian?
I cannot confirm. Boogie Basham. He was who I mocked to the Bucks today. I actually have you guys taking Jason Oweh, the guy with 0 sacks from Penn State. Urban Meyer recruited him heavily out of high school. You guys obviously invested pretty heavily on the edge on edge defenders the past 2 drafts with Caleb on Chason and Josh Allen, but you can never have enough pass rushers.
And I don't think Chason is the answer. Honestly, I know that he came on late in the year. But I think that I think an edge move would be smart. The tight end room, of all the weaknesses that the Jags have on offense, by far tight end is the biggest weakness that they have. I would like to see either a linebacker who is really good at covering the tight end, or a safety. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards.
Hit it.
Well, you could hit 2 birds with 1 stone with Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah with that linebacker safety combo, but the pick is in.
Oh.
And I'm going to say something kind of controversial, might be controversial. I don't care if the players are Christian or not.
Wow.
I know it's one of those things, South. I accept everyone, and so.
Not me.
But I did want to say something, though. I tell you what, I know Chaps and I were on here first off, but I've been watching the whole time. This has been an excellent broadcast. I mean, just all around.
Doug, why do you think I haven't been watching the whole time? What's that about? You don't think I'm a company man?
We're on first. We were on first. It's been like 4 hours. Yeah, even with Stephen Shea, even with all his mix-ups and everything, it's been a really good show.
Well,
I'm glad to see you're still holding the mic, Steven. I've been able to hear you so clear all night long. It's been amazing.
That's why I do it. That made it all worth it. Thank you, Chapsy.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So do you guys want the scoop?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we are the Jaguars guys, and the Jaguars.
Yeah, that was fair. My fault. Apologies to our Steelers crew. I did not mean to do that to him. It seems like it's going to be Travis Etienne, running back out of Clemson.
Going double Clemson.
I mean, I do not hate that at all. One reason why, because that will be the only – this is a fun fact, too. Everybody thinks Trevor's been playing with all these great players. That's the first offensive player that Clemson has besides Trevor Lawrence that was taken in the first round since Trevor Lawrence started at quarterback there. 2, I think it's an amazing compliment to the running back that they already have, and James Robinson. I think that he is great. And then Etienne is going to be an awesome complement to that, where you have a solid guy that can go between the tackles, and you have a more of a scat back that is great out of the backfield at catching the ball. I think it's going to be a great thing for Trevor.
I'm excited for that pick for sure.
Anybody who also bet the over on 1.5 running backs in the first round on the Barstool Sportsbook, chalk that up for a W.
I am both surprised, had that one on our blog today, Steven. I had that one as well.
Let's go.
The last running back that we got in the first round stunk out loud, Jay.
He just won a Super Bowl.
As like a backup.
You're talking about playoff Lenny. Are you kidding?
Blaine Gabbert.
Dominant.
Playoff Lenny stinks.
Playoff Lenny is maybe the best running back of all time.
No, not true.
Hey, Ron, you got some pre-approved fact for us?
I sure do. I wanted to tell you guys about this pre-approved fact presented by CrossCountry Mortgage. Jacksonville is the biggest landmass of any city in the entire United States. So the home with the most acreage available in all of Duval is 15 acres for a cool $9.9 million. I don't know if Travis Etienne will be able to afford that. Maybe if he becomes a roommate with their first overall pick. That's the only chance of them being able to afford a house like that. Because $9.9 million, that's a lot of freaking money. Now, Travis Etienne himself, interesting player. He gained 8 pounds last summer, going back to his hometown of Louisiana, eating Popeye's fast food, Daryl's Po' Boys, and his grandmom's cooking. So hopefully there's some Daryl's Po' Boys or at least some grandmom's cooking down in Jacksonville.
Ron, do you know what the second biggest county and city in the United States is?
Break it to me. Give me another CrossCountry Mortgage pre-approved fact.
My friend, I love cities with lots of landmass. The second biggest city is San Antonio. So Jacksonville and San Antonio are the 2 biggest cities. That's where I only live in the top 3 biggest cities in the United States.
And that's in the contiguous United States, 48.
Yeah, we're only dealing with the 48 continental United States. That's it.
Are there gigantic cities? And you know what? Never mind. So it is the Jags guys. You got your Clemson boys
stuff, Brandon. I told you that on pre-show.
Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for being patient and coming back to us. So now we go to the perennially sad sack Cleveland Browns, who have turned a corner perhaps with the playoff victory this year. We bring in the host of The Dozen, Jeff D'Lo. For movie fans, check out Light Camera Barstool on Apple.
Hello.
All right. Why you're covered up in a blanket like someone's grandmother.
This is all my shit I have at my desk. So
were you the mastermind of this ruse to get me?
No, I wasn't the mastermind. I was one of the people pulling the strings.
He was a very key cog in the machine.
I would say.
Can we just say that Jeff is a very key cog in every part of the NFL draft show? All of these slates that we see, all the facts, everything has been built out by Jeff D'Lo, an integral part, dare I say, the backbone of this program. Absolutely fantastic work. He makes sure that it runs seamlessly. He's doing all this behind-the-scenes stuff. I don't want to suck your dick too much, Jeff, but at the same time, you do deserve a little bit of a dick suck.
Blattman, who also produces the majority of this, just told you to go fuck yourself. So
I think Blattman's doing a phenomenal job. Both of you are doing a good job. And Ron and Stephen Che, you're also doing a good job.
All right, this is too much dick sucking. Jeff, let's talk about the Browns.
I was fishing for a dick sucking. Okay.
Yeah, I know. This is the first time ever in my life. I don't really totally care about the draft. Like they have spots they have to fill, but like it's kind of like just small things here and there. Like I think they're going to be good next year, which is just me setting myself up for failure. But I think they're going to be good. They can kind of take anyone here. Everyone who I thought they might want to take at this spot is still there. They got fucking Pumpkinhead in the chair. Well, that ruined my night. They got the pumpkin guy in the chair.
Steven, did you get mad when he said he didn't care about the draft this year?
Owusu Karamoa, Greg Newsome, or Rashad Bateman here.
I love
those be my three guys.
I mean, you guys have such a crowded receiver room.
They're going to go BPA
again.
They're going to go BPA.
Now, hang on. I think
that could be Bateman.
It's best player available for those.
Well, you guys did sign a defensive end in the offseason, and you already have Myles Garrett. I would not rule out defensive end for the Browns right here. I think that adding depth to the defensive line, especially after the loss of Larry Ogunjobi, I feel like, I mean, I know he's a D tackle, but the more you can fortify the trenches, I think that's a recipe for long-term success in Cleveland.
The edge rusher they got stinks.
That's insane. You're insane. You're an insane person.
You're holding a helmet with two hands.
You're saying he stinks.
Oh, what?
That's insane. You're touting you have the best mock draft and the best scouting approach, and you're saying Jadeveon Clowney stinks. Like, stink. Johnny Manziel stunk. Cordy Brown stunk. Tim Couch stunk. Jadeveon Clowney stinks.
I guess the appropriate scouting term would be adequate.
That's not, no. You can't walk back stinks and say adequate. Those are two.
Well,
totally
you've
different
never.
things.
To be fair, we've never seen him play opposite a guy like Myles Garrett. And when you're playing against this stud defensive end, you're going to see a little bit less attention. He's always gotten the most attention.
JJ Watt,
pretty good.
But they were playing in a 3-4.
top five most double teams in the NFL still.
Yes.
But I guess he stinks. Stinks. All he has to do is literally play a game next year, and I win this.
He's
debate.
adequate, Jeff. He's
He
adequate.
just has to play a game. He said stinks, Brandon. He said stinks.
He stinks.
Stinks is a stinks.
All right. All right. Stinks. You're sticking with stinks?
You're sticking with stinks, Stephen Shea.
Sticking with stinks. I'm comfortable with
Okay.
that.
Your track record, I feel really good about that. I feel
You're the one that wrecked his track record. You're the one that fooled
No,
me.
Devonta Smith was his doing. Devonta Smith was his doing.
Devonta Smith was my Devonta Smith.
Tough trade up.
Stephen
Shea's done a good job. And all this is out of love. I love Stephen Shea.
It was in the cards. Yes, Jeff D'Lo, a good friend of mine. The guy I voted most underappreciated guy at Barstool.
When was that vote?
Day you weren't on the show.
Okay.
Most underappreciated
when I
guy
did
at
the mock draft.
Barstool
Actually,
is Brandon
Owen
Walker.
agreed. Owen actually had the same exact thing as me.
I'll say this: he's not underappreciated to me because I appreciate him.
I appreciate.
He was most
the fuck out of it.
underappreciated right here. Big Cat.
Yep.
Yes, most underappreciated
Underappreciated
is Big
shit.
Cat.
We voted you most underappreciated person of the company. Yeah.
He feels like he's appreciated very, very well.
They took Greg Newsome. They took Greg Newsome. That's wonderful. Their
That's what you
defense
wanted.
was dog shit last year. I don't think they're going to be a great defense, but they're significantly better this year. They're going to have a very solid secondary. They don't have really any linebackers, but I'm happy.
Jeff,
And you know what? He has my favorite graphic of the night. So that it all works out perfectly. I'm very
notable Northwestern alumni, half man from 2.5 Men on CBS. Unbelievable stuff. Greg Newsome is a stud. Greg Newsome is a cerebral player. His 40 time is off the charts. He's an incredible athlete. He is everything that you want in a cornerback. And there's a chance that he could supersede some of these other cornerbacks who were taken before him in the draft. The top Big Ten cornerback taken. He's really good at football.
Troy Hill, Denzel Ward. You got if Greedy Williams ever plays again. I'm very pleased. I'm temporarily pleased with the Cleveland Browns quite a bit. So
here's a good stat for you, Jeff. In 2020, he only allowed 10 catches, and only one of those catches was for over 10 yards. Pretty impressive.
Pretty good.
Pretty damn good. Thanks, guys. I'm going to go continue to produce the show.
Well, we weren't ready to take you off yet.
Oh, okay. Look at that. I just
got more
changed it on
time.
the clock. Okay.
All right, now it's time. See you, Jeff.
Fuck the Ravens. See ya.
All right. So, wow, that's quite a parting message for who's coming on next. So we've got the Ravens coming up with their first pick. They got 2 picks in the next 5, and it is bringing in Banks. Banks coming in to talk about the Ravens. There he is. How you doing, brother?
Doing fantastic. How you guys doing?
Good. So you have late picks, but you still have 2 first-round picks, which is it got to feel pretty exciting.
2 picks for sure. Like at this time last year, we had our 1 pick, and we had really 1 guy left on the board that we were praying to get, and Patrick Queen fell to us. At this point in the draft, I think there are like a whole handful of guys that we could get with either of these 2 picks. So I feel like we're positioned pretty well to get 2 guys. We could even trade back, which is something we do often. So feeling pretty well positioned here at this point. By the way, Clowney does stink. Like if you put it in context, first overall pick, he stinks.
Yeah.
Like given what he was supposed to be and him wrecking that guy in the Outback Bowl and all the aura behind him being like an all-time recruit out of high school, all things considered, stinks.
Yeah. I didn't want to say it with Jeff here because I like Jeff more than you, but Jadeveon Clowney stinks.
That's fair.
So if you could pick, kind of one player, they obviously lost both edge rushers and Matt Judon and Yannick Ngakoue. In free agency, they're going to get pretty nice compensatory picks for him next year. But where do you see them filling a hole here?
I see them. I'm hoping that they go edge. I'm hearing they're looking at edge. I think Gregory Rousseau is probably the pick from who I've talked to and things like that. Not completely sure as to why he's falling the way he is, but he's on the board, and I'd love to have him. So, pretty quick here pick. I mean,
Roan, that was
There it is. There it is.
We're doing it. That was sharp. All right, so the pick is in. We will figure out who it is shortly. Go ahead.
If it's Gregory Rousseau, the Ravens are picking up an absolute stud. He is a traditional 4-3 defensive end, but his production was insane. I know he didn't test as well, Steven, as some people might have liked, but I don't understand why he's falling this much either because his production was crazy on tape. He could play inside. He could play outside. He's an absolute stud of a defensive end. And what's wrong with this guy, Steven?
Yeah, I mean, 15 and a half sacks in one season is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. But from what I've heard, he did put on, as you alluded to, he did put on weight for his pro day and looked a little stiff. There are also concerns about him in the interview, which, obviously a lot of, guys on the outside like us are not privy to. So there has been talk about him falling. He is a little bit lighter. He's kind of like a Leonard Floyd type body. He is a little bit heavier, certainly, but he's just really tall and lanky. He's almost 6'7". So he's certainly an interesting prospect. With football, we've talked to guys. They always get the on the field right. It's from the neck up stuff that they missed. It seems like there's a lot of concerns about Gregory Rousseau from the neck up.
I just don't get that. Go ahead, Banks.
I mean, all those things are valid, but I'm a big production guy. I think when Ravens, they think about the pass rushers we've had in the past, it's all about Terrell Suggs. He's a guy who racked up like 24 sacks in his senior year at Arizona State. So you can't argue with production, and you just can't get to the quarterback that many times unless you're just a bona fide stud. And I think the trade that we just made with Orlando Brown was a prime example of a guy who had a combine and a whole process that maybe didn't look so great, but when it came to getting on the field and strapping it up and getting after guys and playing football, you see it on tape. He's a dude. And so Orlando Brown was a dude. Gregory Rousseau is a dude. I'm hoping that that's the pick here.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're a production guy. I wouldn't be surprised if this was Jason Owe, who had 0 sacks last year. So you might be going back.
That would be a case for sure.
Some would say that stinks.
Some would say that. Is he still in the lobby, by the way? Is he ready to flick me off at any given moment?
He's always lurking. Yes. Yeah.
He's welcome to it. I mean,
so what about receiver? You guys are forever needing receivers, right?
We're always needing receivers. The offense that we have is not one that necessarily needs the receivers so much that other teams do, but the draft,
because you have a bad quarterback,
we can do it cost effectively. So I would hope that with one of these 2 picks that we do pick up a receiver, but I don't think it's the end of the world if we don't.
If they wind up with Gregory Rousseau, here's a little stat for you. In high school, Gregory Rousseau played wide receiver. On that same team as wide receivers was also Calvin Ridley and Jerry Jeudy. That's one stacked wide receiver room, even if Gregory Rousseau winds up being a defensive end.
Those are both guys I would have loved to have had. We've got Wood Brown is in the building upstairs here. we're lucky to have him, but we're looking to have him kind of elevate his game a little bit and become a little bit more of a threat on all 3 downs and honestly not drop the football so much. Is that the pick?
Is it Rashad Bateman, Steven's guy?
People are going to be fired up for that. I don't hate it one bit.
So there it is. Receiver, Rashad Bateman, wide receiver out of Minnesota. Steven, you had him ranked all the way up at 16?
He is my wide receiver too. Yeah, I really, really like Rashad Bateman. I just think what his type of game translates to the guys that we've seen succeed in the NFL from the receiver position. He's not like the twitchiest guy ever, but he's a guy who can get off the line of scrimmage. He's not the fastest guy either. I think he did run like a 4.4. But he's just a guy who can get open, understands releases, understands leverage. Plus, I mean, he's a guy who, as a receiver, changed his number to 0 this past season. I mean, hard to argue with that.
One thing I would worry about.
You could argue with that.
One thing that I would
badass move.
I would just be worried about the fact that he was listed at 6'2", 210, and then as a wide receiver, he wound up at 6 foot 190. He's just a completely different size profile. He's like a traditional X, and then like he's about Devonta Smith size when you break it down. I would be a little bit reticent about that, but the Ravens needed a receiver. They needed a playmaker. Hollywood Brown is a compliment to a guy like this, but this is a nice 1-2 punch they have now.
Ron, you have a Tales from the Crypto on this.
Of course I have a Tales from the Crypto. Blockfolio, Tales from the Crypto. Baltimore finished tied for 7th best record in the league last season. But if we put that into crypto analogies, that would put them on place with Dogecoin, the cryptocurrency with the 7th highest market cap at approximately $3.5 billion. Dogecoin might be a joke to some people. The Ravens might be a joke to some people, but the people who love both of those things take it dead serious, and we can ask Banks about that one.
Who are those people?
I didn't say it. He said it.
I think it's guys like Jeff Lowe, maybe guys like Willie Colon and Nick Turaney and Joey Molinaro. I don't think those guys like the Ravens very much.
We didn't take a running back in the first round tonight. I'll say that much.
Oh, you're not finished. So, all right, Banks. So we will see you again in 4 picks.
Sure will. Looking forward.
So we will thank you very much for being here. You'll be right back. And then who we got next? Oh, yes. So checking in on the vacationing Ben Mentz, who's down there. I believe he's at actually a Penn property down there in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I already know. I don't have to talk to him. I don't have to text him. I already know exactly what you want right here.
Oh. Yeah, well, I am at LaBerge, a great Penn property here in Baton Rouge. We're having a draft night party. Rohan Davey out here with us, the old great LSU quarterback, having a big time. But, guys, Elijah Moore, the dog pee in Starkville that got Lane Kiffin to Oxford. He caught the touchdown that got me to Barstool Sports. And will he be coming to New Orleans right now? And there's going to be a large party on here if he does. Even by my standards, I'm hyped up right now. Let's please. I feel like everything's aligned for me in the last year, and this is happening, boys. Stephen Shea picked in his mock draft, too.
Did you?
Yep, that would be 10.
Okay, well, it's been a while since we had 9. You've gone on a cold streak, but still, 10 would be pretty good. Uh-oh. 10 minutes, the pick is in.
It went quick. Come on.
Oh, you okay? You all right?
I'm nervous about this one. This was a big one, man. I have to get my dog. I got to get my dog pee celebration ready here, Philosophy.
Please don't.
Actually,
okay.
The Saints certainly have a need. Sorry, Ron, go ahead.
No, I was just telling him to stay with us, Mitzi. Don't
I'm
leave
not
us
going
yet.
anywhere. I'm here, boys. I'm in South Louisiana too, having a good time.
Go ahead, Steven.
The Saints certainly have a need at receiver. Emmanuel Sanders didn't necessarily work out last year. He's gone on. So outside of Michael Thomas, they don't have a ton of weapons at receiver. Elijah Moore, if he stepped in, would be an excellent addition to that team. That is expected to go with Jameis Winston at starter. Say what you want about his ability to win games at the NFL level, but he does pass for a ton of yards and maximizes his receivers' talents. So Elijah Moore could be a huge beneficiary of that if he is indeed the pick.
Yeah, they need a cornerback too after losing Jackrabbit Jenkins. Other than Lattimore, the corner situation is really bad. But Newsome just going to Cleveland, I think, probably knocked out the guy they'd look at.
Eric Stokes could be an option out of Georgia, though. He's a big size guy. He has a decent speed profile. Maybe he's a guy you could slot in there. But if it's Elijah Moore, then everything's turning up Ben Mintz in a beautiful way. He's from just a legacy program where the Bosas, Mike Irvin, Brian Piccolo, Giovanni Bernard, same high school as Giovanni Bernard, which is absolutely massive. The pedigree is there with Elijah Moore. The production's there. Let's see. Let's bring it home for Mincy.
Let's go, boys. It's full circle. Everything's been going the right way. I think this needs to happen. So we'll see. Rondale Moore, Purdue, I think is another option too. But let's go with the prophet Elijah Moore here.
May I?
The pick is.
Please. He's got it. Steve Jay's got it. He's going to break it for you.
No, I don't.
Oh,
but
well,
we can't say Giovanni Bernard improperly. It's Giovanni Bernard.
Giovanni Bernard.
Even with my standards, I'm edgy right now, boys. Let's get the standards.
Well, hold on. We're having a Giovanni Bernard contest, Mintz. If you can just hold on for a second.
Giovanni Bernard.
I don't even have – Ben, are you okay?
I'm good.
Okay, all right.
They're out of club soda at LaBerge. I've been drinking so much.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. Wild draft nights for me in 2021,
Ben Mintz, incredible blog on his last year's journey. How much weight are you down since last year?
55 to 60. I appreciate it, man. That's my first blog on Barstool. I got a huge response. I'm going to start adding the weekly blog in there, but I got to let it out there, and I appreciate the stool. He's showing me so much support and love. It's awesome.
Now, Ben, I also saw that Dave said that there's no one he'd rather be than you. How did you take that originally, and how are you taking that now?
I didn't know how to read it because I felt like he was getting on me. First of all, I made a huge rookie mistake at Barstool and mentioned I was going to Florida with my family for a couple of days. And, that's kind of me not being aware of the culture because the Barstool vacation shaming's a thing apparently, and I didn't realize it. So I deserve the heat. But he actually ended up saying a lot of positive stuff that he respected, like how hard I'm hustling and trying to build my brand. So it was a spot where he could have just completely skewered me. So I'm actually looking at it as a learning experience and a positive,
I love that. I absolutely love that. That's a situation where Brandon would have just pushed somebody.
All right, here we go, boys.
All right, here we go, boys.
Right here, though.
Profit.
He's standing up.
Thanks.
He's not going to be happy.
I used it, Dan. This dude better be good. That's all I'm going to say. Disappointment. For sure.
Hey, man. All right. Well,
but I have faith in the Saints, and they know what they're doing. Got a great organization. Have won a lot of games in the regular season until the playoffs recently, as we all are very aware. So, I'm going to do the positive spin, but I'm pretty heartbroken right now. That's a shame. It's a shame.
All right, Ron, hit us with a pre-approved fact, Ron.
CrossCountry Mortgage has some pre-approved facts for us. New Orleans is considered the most haunted city in America. The current oldest house on the market in New Orleans is $1.7 million, and it was built in 1810. Now, I don't know if this pick is going to come back to haunt the Saints, but I know that they're pretty haunted already. And Ben Mintz, for your sake, I'm hoping that this one works out. And this is presented by CrossCountry Mortgage.
Thank you. Ron, did you have a good time in New Orleans? How was your trip?
I had some incredible po' boys. It was just fantastic stuff down there. Banh mi, boys, what a great suggestion by you. Banh mi and a po' boy all in one sandwich. But, Brandon, I know you got something to say.
Yeah, this is happening fast. The pick is in for the Packers. I got to thank Ben Mintz, and I got to say goodbye.
Thank you.
Got to say goodbye to him. We got to bring in the Packers contingent. We have Hubs, and from the office, we have Brian Baumgartner, huge Packers fan. So I'll start with you, Brian. It looks like the pick got in very, very fast, so the Packers know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. What do you think?
I think with the 29th pick this year, they're going to pick Jordan Love. Seriously, are we really going to talk about this year's pick, or should we talk about last year's pick?
I was just in the zone, and I was thinking about everything we've been talking about the draft. But how's it been for you guys? It's been a tough day, huh?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's been a tough day. It's we've been reaping the rewards of their great first-round pick last year all day. So it's really, I mean, seriously, there's no real reason to talk about the draft this year. We should just keep talking about last year.
Basically. Yeah, you hit it on the head. This sucks. This is so bad. Fuck this team.
On the topic of last year, 4th and 8, down by 8 points.
Shut up! Fuck you.
I'm trying to get a read. Brian, what were your thoughts on that as it happened? Matt LaFleur choosing to kick a field goal obviously didn't work out in their favor.
Well, I think that when I'm in a public place, right, and I'm watching a game, when the opposing team is really happy with a decision that happens by the team you're rooting for, it's generally not a great decision.
Yeah, that feels like shit.
As a Bucs fan, I was shocked at that moment, and I applauded.
And were you happy?
For the field goal to happen?
You were happy with it?
Yeah. Oh, couldn't wait for the field goal to happen.
There you go. I mean, really, that's all you need to say, except for Jordan Love trading up from the 30th pick to the 26th pick last year.
Brian, you're boys with Rodgers. Have you texted him today or even thought about it? Not hear me?
He heard you. Oh, he heard you, brother. He heard you.
I can't see anybody, so I'm
sorry. You can't see anybody. I took a really, really long sip of whiskey.
Okay, good.
Very condescending sip of whiskey.
I'm glad. Okay, yeah. I mean, this fucking blows.
Well, I mean, yeah. Anyway, any more comments about Jordan Love? I wonder if they so the pick is in. Is there any chance they've traded the Jordan Love pick from last year to try to redo that pick? Is that possible or no?
Yeah, they traded Jordan Love to the Broncos to get him to stop thinking about Aaron Rodgers.
Hang on a second, though. If I'm the Packers, think about it this way. Jordan Love started over the number 2 overall pick in this draft this year. Zach Wilson went number 2 to the Jets, but Jordan Love was the starter over him at BYU. So if he's over the number 2 overall pick, that means he would have been the number 1 overall pick this year. You guys basically lucked into the first overall pick this year.
That's the dumbest logic I've ever heard in my life.
Whoever decided he should have started should be fired over Zach Wilson. That's what I get out of that.
Well, the pick is in. It's Eric Stokes out of Georgia, a cornerback for you guys.
Hey, by the way, I'm a Georgia fan. There you go. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
Good for Stokes.
Good nice for Kevin King, so nice pick.
Yeah, I do like taking a corner. We can't start Kevin King again, but fuck. That's all.
You guys just got a stud. This guy ran track in high school. He was faster than Nick Chubbs. He's a psychology major, a humble guy. He compares himself to Stephon Gilmore. So if that's who you guys got as a cornerback, you should be pretty psyched about this guy, even though, I guess your whole franchise fell apart at the seams.
Listen.
Maybe another whiskey sip right there. There it is.
Whiskey sips all around. We've earned it tonight.
Oh, God.
Hey guys, I'm sorry about your loss of Aaron Rodgers. You guys will be great. Plus, you had great quarterbacks for the last 30 years, so go fuck yourselves. No, Brian Baumgartner, thank you very much for being here. Hubs, thank you very much for being here. We got to say goodbye to you guys right now because right now we're actually skipping ahead a little bit. We have got Deion Sanders is so ready with his final thoughts of the night. He is so ready to give his synopsis. He's so ready with his opinions that he's coming on right the hell now. It is, of course, Coach Prime, Barstool's great coach down there in Jackson, Mississippi. Coach Prime, I got to ask you real quick. I look at this draft tonight. I think about the quarterbacks. What do you think about when you summarize this draft as a whole?
Third pick to the San Francisco 49ers was a shocker to many. I really think he is amongst one of the best quarterbacks that was in the draft. Very underrated, a lot of ability, played in the FCS, which is our conference, and I love it. But this kid can play, man. He could throw the ball, very efficient, does not turn the ball over, can see the field, can create when the play goes bad with his legs. I think they got a steal. I really do. I'm not crazy about the pick to Chicago. I'm not crazy about it simply because, I like the quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't like the offense.
Okay.
I don't like nothing about that for him. And I think it's going to be a process, a tremendous process. And I hate that the kid may get in a bad situation because of the coordinator and the personnel.
Coach,
I
have a question for you. And it's going to be an uncomfortable question because of the presence of who we're with right now, Mr. Stephen Che. He was going through some classifications of different types of draft terminology, and he had some nasty, disgusting shit to say about you, Coach Prime. He called you, and these are not my words, he called you a card-carrying coward as a quarterback. I just want to say, can you talk to Steve Che about that and just set his dumb ass straight?
Coach, before, let me give the context to that. I said I did not agree with this assessment at all.
No
the
context.
National media, which is not us, had labeled you as a soft corner, which I did not agree with.
Oh, it's not true.
I agree.
Not true, Stephen. Why would you even bring it up then, Stephen?
I agree. That was the reputation, and I said on the record I did not agree with that.
Okay, let me rebuttal this.
Please.
Okay. You've all seen me play at my peak in the valleys. When have you ever watched a game that I didn't do my job? I got time.
Huh, Stephen?
I can't remember one.
He's got time. He's got all day.
I
When
mean,
have
I
you ever
watched
watched
a
a game?
punt for the Redskins.
I
Against,
did
my Bucs to win.
that all the time. When have you ever watched a game that you say, man, I wish he would have made that tackle because he really hurt his team?
When?
Never happened.
When, Stephen? When did it happen,
Never
Stephen?
happened. See, what happened was I was having a candid interview with a guy that I thought was kind of my friend that was for the Atlanta Constitution. And I said, they don't pay me to tackle. They pay me to cover. I was just being honest. And from then on, it went towards, oh, he don't want to do this and he don't want to do this. Don't you think you would have seen me plastered all over ESPN with someone running up my back and on my chest? Had that been the case, but you never saw that. That was when your game is so strong, they got to find something wrong. Boy, that was good. Really
that rolled off the tongue. That was
and you know what? I like the gold jackets. I got one at home. I should have worn mine. I wish I would have known. I wish I'd have known. I got. As a matter of fact, I got 3 of them. Got a red one and a blue one for college too. I didn't know this was the jacket.
Coach, I got to ask you, you put up some footage of your draft day today on your Instagram, and you were even you had a baby with you, and you were putting ice on the baby.
It wasn't mine. I just want to clarify that. It wasn't my child. It was my nephew.
It was just an extra baby that was just around at the
time. Yes, my nephew. That wasn't mine. Because my kids even asked me. I was like, no, baby, that's not your brother. It's nothing I need to talk to you guys about.
What do you remember about that night? Because you were talking your shit that night. You were locked in.
I was on one. I was on my prime. I was on my prime that night. See, we just had Barry Sanders on. We just did a darn draft show for 15 darn hours. I don't know I don't know who signed me up for that bull jump. I could have been on with the guys that I really wanted to be on, but y'all had me doing this mess for 15 hours. Don't you ever do that again. I'm sorry.
Right. That's fine.
Get that out. Barry Sanders was on, and I say, Barry, I thank you for taking that hit for me. He's like, going to Detroit. Because I was going. There's no way I was going there. They made him retire. How can you be so bad that you make the best, arguably the best running back of all time retire? You think I wanted that? I wasn't going there. I was not going there. And I told Green Bay Packers, too cold for prime. Detroit Lions wasn't doing that. And Kansas City Chiefs, too cold for prime. That I'm not playing for you. I'm going to Atlanta, Chocolate City. That's where I belong. That's what I want.
What did you tell him?
That's what I remember.
What did you tell
I'm playing
them?
baseball. I told them I'm playing baseball. Don't draft me. Do not draft me.
You told them they were going to have to put you on layaway.
But see, your generation, you don't know about layaway. We know about layaway. Brandon knows about layaway. Steven, you don't know nothing about layaway.
Go to the store and see your clothes that you've been paying on for 3 months.
Right. I think I still have a pair of jeans at Chess King. Y'all don't know nothing about Chess King either. Yeah, Sears and Roebuck. You don't know nothing about Sears and Roebuck. I think I still have a pair of jeans at layaway at Sears and Roebuck.
In July, I'm going to take them clothes home.
You should. It's when you go and put some on it. You go put $10 on a $100 pair of jeans, and you pay on it, pay on it, till you finally get it out. But sometimes you just forget, and they're still there.
Coach, by the time you buy it, it's not in style at all.
At all. I still got some parachute pants on their way.
Coach, I got to ask, the host of the show, Brandon Walker, has a very contentious relationship with a guy it seems you've grown very fond of in Dana B. Would love to get your thoughts on Dana B.
I love Dana B, but he's lost himself. I raised a good man. I raised a good man. I put everything I had into Dana B, just cultivating him and just watering him and fertilizing him. And I just saw him growing and growing and growing. And every day he's out there with Kelsey, pushing in the swing. Whee! He's just playing catch. They playing double dutch with the jump ropes with everybody here. And next thing I know, he goes back and he's drinking again. He's chugging. He ain't even been back a week and he's chugging. He's gone. His stomach is starting to come back. Everything. He's got stretch marks in the side where he's scratching. He's ashy. I don't know what happened to him. I love that dude, but he's gone now. God, he's gone.
He's a jerk.
Blues can't help him. Sam said his phones are disconnected. Reggie said he's I don't know. He was up on the bridge last time he saw him there.
He's getting
I don't
fat
know what
too.
happened to him. Yeah, and he was working out every day, sometimes twice. He wasn't even using profanity here.
No, that's a lie. No chance.
Yeah,
that's true.
I went too far on that one.
He doesn't know very many words.
I just want to see if you guys are paying attention.
I do want to ask you one more football question, or at least one more football question. So when we talk about the quarterbacks, Justin Fields, the Bears traded up for him, but the Patriots just sat right where they were at 15. They didn't move, and Mac Jones, who a lot of people have in the top 5, fell right to him. What do you chalk that up to?
They wanted him or Trey Lance. They wanted one of those two, and they were going to get him. No matter what, they probably had him ranked 1 and 2. I'm pretty sure they wanted Trey Lance, but they got the next best thing. They needed a quarterback. Well, what does that do for Cam? Is that a swan song for Cam? What do you do with Garoppolo? Because everybody thought now he was going to go over to New England because it's over there. It's pretty much over in San Francisco. So what do you do with all these young men? And Atlanta didn't address that situation. Did they, or have they yet? The quarterbacking situation? So they got to address that, don't they?
Yeah, I mean,
it was an interesting draft. Very, very interesting. A lot of people thought that Smith would be the first receiver from Alabama taken. He wasn't.
Yeah.
It was just some things were shocking, some things weren't. But you never know how to judge a draft until 3 years later. Then you give them a draft grade. You can't give nobody a draft grade. Nobody touched the darn field. You can't grade them on potential. You got to wait 3 years later. Remember the draft that all the quarterbacks went in that now all these guys they're not even on the same darn team anymore. I think 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the first round.
Were you surprised Devonta Smith was a top 10 pick?
No.
Yeah,
no.
I wasn't either.
He's
a really nice player. But
were you surprised that he wasn't or was? I'm sorry.
Okay,
yeah,
so
he was the 10th pick.
Yeah, were you surprised? Okay, all right, yeah.
He should have been the top 10.
I messed that up again. I'm tired.
No,
I'm out of
play.
gas. I've been working out a lot lately.
He could play.
166 pounds though. Does that matter on the outside?
No, because I mean, shoot, they're not gonna keep him on the outside. He's gonna get in the slot. They're gonna move him around. And if he's outside, all he has to do is put the tight end on the ball, put him off the ball, so he can't. There's at least a yard and a half separation. That kid can play though, man. He's proved that he can play and he can play the game. I love it. He's gonna gain some weight, of course. He's gonna gain some weight tremendously, but the kid can play. Dallas wanted a cornerback.
Mm-hmm. The two cornerbacks went right before them, so they bailed out at 10. They got Micah Parsons, who's a stud.
That's what they want.
Some characteristics out of Penn State.
Jerry called this week, and he talked to me about both those corners. I know he was going to take one of them.
Which one did you?
I'm going to use your place, Stephen. I'm going to use your place. I got to incorporate you a lot more next year.
I got a lot of plays for you, Coach.
I know. We just need the short yardage ones. We don't need the rest of them. We just need the short yardage ones.
I got you.
Yeah. He has trick plays, short yardage. He has a plethora of plays, and we're going to incorporate them. We're going to do it. And you know what? If we're going to be on national TV, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to call the play Barstools. We're going to name it Barstools.
Okay.
And you're going to hear me yelling, Barstools, and that's going to be the trick play.
I love it.
So this is these are Prime Time's final remarks presented by CrossCountry Mortgage. Go to ccmlens.com/Barstool to get you on the path of home equity ownership. Start building home equity today. Dion, we've never really met. I'm very important. I'm from Mississippi though, and you're now there. How's the food down there?
Oh God, the food is.
I know.
That's why we had to get Dana working. The food is unbelievable. You got to work out. You got to work out. Like if you don't work out, you would be obese. I mean, you'll be.
I know.
Yeah, you'll be Danish. You'll be Danish.
Yeah, well, or even more. Everything's fried and it's delicious.
Have you had the catfish at Anthony's yet?
No, I'm not a catfish guy.
You're not a catfish guy.
I'm not a catfish guy. No, I'm not a catfish guy.
You're from down in Florida.
Yeah, I'm a soul food. I like soul food, but I like steak. I like a little bit of everything. They got everything in Jackson. Every darn thing. Every corner.
Everything.
They do. They do. Roan has been lurking. Roan has been lurking.
I lurked down there. The barbecue in Jackson was crazy. The brisket, oh my God. It shocked it changed everything. It opened my eyes to what life really could be.
I'm gonna tell you what else was shocking. You guys had the audacity to send one of your counterparts down to challenge me in a few sports. And
I think he sent himself, Dion. I think he sent himself.
Oh, he sent himself? You guys had nothing to do with it?
No, we all told him it was a stupid idea. I've kind of heard what happened, and I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm a big fan of Deion Sanders at this point. I'll tell you that.
You're a good man. Well, Marty, it hurt. It hurt. I'm pretty sure he cried slowly on the plane on the way back. I mean, I don't even know why he would come do it. But the way I killed him, I can't wait these guys see the way I killed him. It was very strategic and prolific. That he'll never come back.
I didn't understand him challenging you to a home run derby when you played Major League Baseball for a decade.
To his credit, he has a good swing. Neither
he
one
played
of us
college
hit the
baseball.
ball. Neither one of us hit the ball out of the park. I think that was due to the bat that they gave us. I'm sitting there thinking, how can you give me an aluminum bat and I don't put it at least 450? Like that don't even make sense. So it wasn't aluminum bats that we grew up on, like the Easterns or the Adirondacks. I don't know what kind of aluminum. It's like a hollow aluminum bat because I hit at least 4 of them that should have been way out. We did not hit one home run, but all the other events, and he had no idea about my ping pong status.
Prime Chung Lee.
Prime Lee Chin.
Oh, Prime Lee Chin. I'm sorry. Prime Lee Chin. The ping pong master. Unbelievable stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Dion, I'll ask you one more question about the draft. I know you're very busy. I'll let you get out of here. My last question about the draft is, I know you can't judge this until 3 years later, but who do you think, just looking in your crystal ball, who do you think we look back 3 years from now and say that guy was the best player in this draft?
Well, looking at my Glenny balls, I don't know, because I was so busy with this bull dunk they had me doing for 5 hours that I didn't get a chance to watch the draft.
Fair enough. That's 100% fair enough. But we appreciate you making time for the good folks over at Barstool and the NFL Draft Show. And make sure that if you're watching, that you're watching 21st and Prime, that you're listening, that you're downloading, and that you're checking out the show every single week.
Roan is a killer. I know you
guys.
I
was going to say it too, Coach. I follow 21st and Prime on Spotify, subscribe on Apple, and check it out on YouTube.
Yeah, Roan is a killer. I've seen what he does to people. I don't want to be one of those guys.
We're on the same team. Love that. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Appreciate
and
you.
And I love you on Rough and Rowdy. Rough and Rowdy was awesome. I watched the whole thing.
You're the best, Coach. Appreciate you.
You're man. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Coach. All right, so that's Deion Sanders with his Prime Time's final remarks presented by CrossCountry Mortgage. All right, where are we at in this draft? I think the Ravens just picked that edge guy that we were talking about. Let's get Banks in here. I believe, was it Owa that just got picked, Banks?
Yep. Yeah, that's correct.
Production guy.
Rousseau went to the Bills. Like Prime went right through that, which is cool. Like Prime does what Prime wants. By the way, Prime on the shirt here. You know, I've got an electric athlete here, and then I've also got Coach Prime. So. Shout out to him for doing his thing.
So what's the reaction here? I guess this is Steven. This was a guy that you thought could have gone earlier, or this is a guy with 0 sacks, right?
0 sacks. Yes, he was a player that put very much traits over production. 0 sacks, but he's like 6'5". He's about 270. He ran a sub 4.4. So he's the guy that defensive coordinator Wink Martindale can really run with in the secondary, off the edge, and it really gives them a replacement for the guys they lost, Matt Judon and Yannick Ngakoue.
Yeah, he's definitely got measurables. He's like a project kind of guy, which when you draft pass rushers, generally, unless they're top of the first round, they're not going to be day one impact guys. Usually they make an impact more in year 2. And so we kind of knew that wherever we were picking somebody here late in the first round, it was going to be a project pass rusher. So this is kind of fits the mold there. And I don't love that there's a lack of production. We had a good-hearted discussion about production, 20 minutes ago. And this is not the pick I want per se when it comes to the pass rushers, but we can live with it for sure. It was a need.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for being here. Wow. Okay, I was telling him thank you, and he's gone already. Let's bring in Dime Package. Let's bring in Dime Package for the Bucks pick. Hi, gals.
Hi.
Hey.
You guys, did you know that the entire internet went out at the office and everyone was having a meltdown? Did you guys even know that was happening?
I did not know that was happening. I was talking to Dion at the time.
Yeah, thank God you guys got Dion right in there, right before the Wi-Fi went out, and then thankfully by the time it came back,
he was done.
Dion was still.
I love that Dion just said, "I'm
Okay.
gonna come on whenever I want."
Yep.
I forgot. I for some reason I was welcoming you girls on, and I forgot this is the first round draft pick for the Bucks as Super Bowl champions in a very long time. I will cede the floor to Stephen Shea.
Yes.
Pro football champions of the world. Appreciate that, Brandon. 32nd pick, we're going to get. It's going to be announced. Joe Tryon, edge rusher out of Washington. I mean, this guy is a physical freak, 6'5", 260. He's exactly what you're going to look like. He's, I think I said this on part of my tape the other day. He's a body beautiful guy. Talented edge rusher. Doesn't have a ton of ankle flexibility, so he's not a guy that's going to bend the edge, but he can drop in coverage. He is a very interesting prospect. Kind of a puzzling opt-out this year because had he played, he could have been like a top 15 pick. But definitely a very interesting pick. Jason Pierre-Paul in the last year of his deal. So certainly a guy who could be the future edge rusher across from Shaq Barrett.
So you have him ranked 40. Is this you feel like this is a reach?
No. I mean, edge rusher was probably one of our top needs. I would have loved to see Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah there. He's a guy in Todd Bowles' system with a linebacker safety. It could allow us to play basically 3 linebackers on the field and still be able to cover. So I would have loved to see that, but I trust this regime. Scouting department is awesome, so I'm sure they know what they're doing. Joe Tryon, the pick. I'm sure he's going to be a very good player.
I guess as we wrap up the first round, and I'll ask for everybody, Steven, I'll let you go first. Who slipped out of the first round that we didn't really expect?
The guy just talked about, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He is a guy who puffed up at 221, and that's still really light for a linebacker. He doesn't really have a defined position. He could be a safety, could be a linebacker at the next level. Landon Dickerson's another guy as a guard center out of Alabama, but he has a torn ACL, so you could see why that could be a reason for the slide. And another guy is Javonte Pookie-Williams, who's a guy that I know you want for the Miami Dolphins at the top of this round. So those are my three next best available. Azeez Ojulari and Tevin Jenkins are also guys that I was kind of surprised didn't go. But overall, it was a very fun first round. A lot of surprises, especially, with the third pick, getting kind of flip-flopped in the last day and the quarterback's kind of sliding a bit.
All right, Dime Package, we will finish up with you in just a second. But, Roan, hit us with one more Tales from the Crypto.
Blockfolio Tales from the Crypto. When Tampa Bay signed Tom Brady in 2020, the price of Bitcoin was $6,198.78. 1 year later, when they won the big game, Bitcoin was up to $38,461, and today it's up over $50,000. So if you're going to be getting in the Blockfolio game and buying low, just like the Bucs did with Tom Brady, Blockfolio is your place to go.
All right, Dime Package, I will give you guys the start of the final word. You guys been in and out all night. The first round of the draft had some surprises. It had chaos right there at about the 8 o'clock hour when the Eagles and Bears just threw things for a loop. I feel like the draft will be remembered for that. Fran, you're an Eagles fan, but that was certainly the highlight of the night.
By far the highlight of the night. You got that move going up for Devonta Smith, and then I think most talked about will probably be the Bears and Justin Fields.
And the fact that the Eagles and the Cowboys did a deal together.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird. But also, we were talking about this earlier. Elijah Moore dropping out of the first round was surprising to us too.
Yeah, well, he deserves it for his college choice. So that's Dime Package. They are terrific. Follow them on Spotify. Subscribe to them. They're incredible. I didn't say bye yet, Fran.
Oh, okay.
You guys have done a great job tonight.
Yeah, we just
All right,
wanted to do a good job before you signed off.
Thank you, guys. See you. All right, boys, we made it.
Yeah, I think that what an incredible first round. We're stocked for a really nice second round today. The top of the second round has a ton of talent, like the guys that Stephen Che just brought up. And we could also sprinkle on there Joseph Asai from Texas, Terrence Marshall Jr., a wide receiver from LSU, Trayvon Moehrig from TCU, just tons of really good players. But thank you guys so much for being here. Buy the merch, you know what I mean? Buy the Barstool merch. Buy the Giovanni Bernard shirt. Steven, say it for us, please, one time.
Giovanni Bernard. Or some
Ron,
Rascal
hit us with one, Ron.
Giovanni Bernard. I have to go like this to really be able to say it right.
You look like Gru. It looks awesome.
All right, before I sign us off, Stephen Che, you get the final word. Sum up the first round for me however you want to do it.
Just crazy with the quarterback sliding. Denver kind of passing on Justin Fields, who fell in their lap. Are they really going to, they're a team that's in a division with Derek Carr, who's a solid starter, and then Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes. You're going to rely on Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock. Like, that seems kind of like a loser move to me, honestly. Very interesting to see Dave Gettleman and the Giants trade back. I thought they did a really nice job maximizing the value of their pick. And the corners going kind of a little bit earlier in the top 10 than what we would have expected. J.C. Horn being the first corner off the board. Great pick by me. But overall, it was a very interesting draft. Justin Fields has to be the story. Number 11 to the Bears, and then Mac Jones, number 15 to the Patriots. And then the power struggle in San Francisco. It seems that the personnel department won out over Kyle Shanahan. Is that relationship going to begin to fracture based on the differences of opinion on what quarterbacks they wanted? At the end of the day, it's a quarterback-driven league, so I think those are going to be the big stories.
All right, Ron, anything else?
No, it's been an absolute pleasure drafting with you guys. I know a ton of work goes into this show by you, Brandon. Steven works his ass off all year round. Blattman, Jeff Dulo, all of our guests, incredible guests. I wouldn't have it any other way. Let's do it again next year, huh, fellas?
Well, let's do it. So thank you to CrossCountry Mortgage. Thank you, Blockfolio. Thank you, Bose. Thank you to everybody watching. Thank you to Jeff Dulo and Blattman, everybody behind the scenes. Thank you to everybody that was a guest. That is the first round. Have a good night.